Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here as we bring you some amazing video games. Yes, bro leavers in the chat, make yourselves be known, because now they're up against the up-and-comers in Humble Life Esports.
And it's hard not to smile when you have now Korean fans recognizing Lord Morgan with the Renekton drawing we saw there. It's just it's a happy time as the Korean fans start to understand some of the global memes around the team. Breon has been the gatekeeper of getting to the west side of the bracket. They've only beaten east side teams. Humble Life Esports will become a west side team if they win this series tonight, but they're still in 6th place. Hard to believe with that recent resurgence of this roster. And it's going to be a tough matchup for Breon tonight for sure.
Yep, and Humble Life Esports, they needed 2-0 if they are going to get there. Let's bring up the standings and really have a look at this, because with 2 points, they will get to +2 with the same match score as KT, and so they'll share 5th place. So they'll squeak in to, the west side of the bracket with a 2-0 this evening. Bro will be able to keep them down if they pick up a victory in any sort of way. I don't think they're going to be able to get past them necessarily, although they have played the extra game. So theoretically, they will be ahead of them until Humble Life Esports play again.
True. Breon, notice the place they're in right now, 7th. The only 3 wins they've taken are of the teams you see below them. DRX, Kwangdong Freaks, and Nongshim. So really interesting where they stand right now in the standings. So let's take a look at where we stand for these two teams and their recent momentum. 2-loss streak here for Breon and some tough matchups, and then Humble Life Esports bouncing back in a big way. That win over T1 was definitely the one that got people most interested in the improvements that have been made. A little bit of a rockier win over DRX, but they took it just the same.
They definitely did. I'm looking forward to seeing this team tidy up their play. Humble Life Esports have been a squad that started off real rough. We know this gentleman on your screen right here, Clid, having a rough time. Umpty has been pivotal for his squad as well, but when he's not making plays, when he's not being proactive, the team tends to kind of slow down. And I mean that with as much emphasis as possible. The amount of slowdown that happens in Bro Game is pretty absurd. And yeah, they meet after 547 days as well. It's been a while since Clid has been back. So Umpty and Clid going to face off. Does that mean that Umpty was on Jin Air when they met last time?
Not sure.
Might have been. You never know. Anyway, definitely pretty exciting stuff. Yeah, it might have already switched. But still, you know, these guys have been playing against each other for a long time. Zeka against Karis in this mid lane as well is a big one, as of course these 3 champions, I think you'd also include the Azir in this one as well, as they're the champs that kind of remind you of Zeka, but he's got the most solo kills, and that's on all 3 of these.
Yeah, Kassadin, the kind of odd one. You don't expect solo kills on this champion that doesn't come online until team fights later on.
He's probably, it's probably in a team fight, except no one else actually had a chance to get an assist, because he just goes in and kills everyone before anything can really happen. Maybe that's how it works.
Look at these game times, by the way, Atlas.
Yeah, it is quite long. Humble Life Esports, absolutely amazingly able to eclipse the average game time of Breon. That is
by 2 minutes.
Yeah,
as well. And you could see Humble Life Esports plays a slow game, right? They're looking for late game. They're playing frontline for Kingin, so Viper can do damage. We're going to take a look at some of Viper's stats later on. Pretty incredible what he's been able to do outside of lane in particular. But first we have to introduce Breon here. Talk about this roster kind of evolving here. Some pieces stayed the same. Henna and Umpty, really the ones that stand out the most in terms of when you think about Breon over the ages. Morgan, a more recent addition.
Yep.
And Morgan has been very consistent, I'd say, even arguably more so than Umpty. But like you said, the game that Breon plays is defined by, did Umpty get a massive lead? If the answer is no, it slows down big time. We see very, very late game team fights from them, if we see it at all. It's often just a crowd around the Elder, pressing the smite button. Did we win it? Did we lose it? And that's kind of been the identity of this team for the last 2 seasons.
Breon, let's see whether they can get to London for MSI. That will be, that's a question for another time. I think they're definitely not out of the running for that one. But still, it's a tall order with the amount of great teams. This being one of them here in the LCK. Humble Life Esports starting to get towards that western side of the bracket, and it is still round 1. They have the opportunity to really break away and claim those top spots. Top 4 with our new format is very, very important. Gives you that extra life in the playoffs, and that is what all these teams are fighting for outside of first place. You know.
Yeah, of course. Animal Life really turning things around and finding their identity, but Dandy mentioned in an interview before this game that the team actually lost a lot of faith in Klid after their first few matches. The lanes weren't responding to his ganks. He was really having a lot of psychological problems based on the feedback he was getting online from fans and stuff like that. But he's really turned around. He's gotten his confidence back, right? This is a key player matchup. But Viper, his damage per gold, by the way, very high. 1.6 here in the LCK is an insane stat. I mean, if he continues on this trend, he might be doubling damage per gold, which is just unheard of. And his damage percent is #1 because his team plays solo laners that facilitate him. We see the damage per minute insanely high. And kill participation, he's 4th place on an 80 carry. So you can tell he's a major part of how these team fights are won. And his CS difference at 14 has rocketed up because he was actually, after week 1, the weakest 80 carry because we saw a lot of problems in the laning phase. He and Life have really turned this season around, and Viper is just so clean right now.
He certainly is. Has a long way to go as far as his highest DPM ever. It was actually EDG versus Top Esports, and he hit 1,700 DPM. So we'll see whether Viper can get to that mark. Hard to have that as an average for the season, but I believe in him. We'll see whether he can do that. As the last time Klid and Umpty met, by the way, it was KT Umpty versus SKT Tier 1 Klid back in 2019. So there you go, bit of history for everyone.
Has been a really long time.
It certainly has. And that was when Umpty had just broken away from Jinnet, I believe. But
a historic matchup, though, that we have seen, a bit of a struggle here for Umpty in, and this is going to be a matchup where, again, Brion come in as underdogs, but with some good drafting here, they could come out on top. Like, Hanwha Life Esports have had a big bounce back, but they haven't been perfect, right? They're still figuring out their identity. And because their drafting style is so reliant on Viper, sometimes they have fallen into some traps in the mid-game where they're trying to force fights where he's not quite online yet. And to be fair, Zeka has been a huge part of this roster, too. We kind of focused on Viper because of his recent success and those crazy numbers he's putting up, but you put Zeka on a carry, you put him on an Akali, for example, you put him on that cast, and he is going to be the other side of that damage. It's been that Kingen has struggled when he's not actually playing a tank. When he's playing more utility, side laning, he hasn't found as much success. On the Gnar, fine. On the Ornn, you're going to trust. You put him on Sion, guy's going to get it done.
But, outside of that, it can be a little bit difficult in these 1v1 matchups. Up against Morgan, though, it's going to be an interesting question as far as draft is concerned, because what's going through my mind is things like leaving open Renekton, seeing whether you can bait out that kind of pick, then you can smash it with the Ornn, you can smash it with the Sion, and put Kingen on the champion that he's found the most success on, all these sort of options can kind of happen here based on the tendencies of a lot of these players. Of course, Henna really defaulting to the Lucian and the Zeri and things like this as far as where he's found a lot of his success recently, and so maybe Hanwha Life Esports can play into that. A lot of the teams recently, though, have been playing a lot more to what they want to do on the Rift. It's about finding their own style and their own plan and sort of ignoring what the opposition are doing, taking each match that way instead of trying to dissect what your opposition's trying to do.
I like that in spring season in particular. It's a time to grow and get these rosters developed and figure out what you want to do and learn what your cohesion is going to look like. As going into this one, Brion did pick blue side. We're seeing a big swap back to that, actually on 13.1B. The Ashe pick, so strong. Maokai so strong in this meta.
Umpty found something very, very funny, by the way. Not entirely sure what it is.
I'm going to
steal your pen to write down the draft.
I think that it might be that the jungle is targeting him, or these bans where they're targeting the jungle, aka him in this case. Maokai's gone. The Elise taken away here. Ashe will be banned on blue side. So I might be fishing for the Varus Lucian angle here for Henna.
Yeah.
It has been, those are his 2 most picked champions at 6 and 5 games, respectively, but hasn't looked as good on the Varus as he has in previous seasons.
I agree. Yeah, because he has been like the guy that defaults to Lethality Varus, as the Caitlyn ban's actually kind of curious to me, just because you can trade Caitlyn Varus and feel kind of okay about it. This is Half Life Esports kind of giving the Varus over without that many answers to it. And things like the Lucian Nami are available still and have been very, very strong.
If you play the Lucian here, kind of prices Viper into very likely playing something like the Zeri or the Sivir. We've seen a little bit of resurgence of Sivir with Ashe, but the Draven Nami is definitely a possibility now that you see the Lucian coming through here, and we've seen this takeaway as the new way to deny this Lucian synergy. We've seen like Yuumi Lucian when you see the first pick Nami, now it's kind of gone the other way. First pick Lucian comes through, you see the Draven for Viper, and I like the Zeri much more because it offers you a little bit more flexibility in team fights, whereas if you opt into the Draven, you're playing around bottom side, it's very transparent this early in the draft.
And also Viper is very happy on the Zeri, and we've seen the Zeri-Lulu matchup actually get a lot better into the Lucian Nami.
Especially with some of those nerfs too.
Yeah, based on the patch. So I kind of like it. Vi is going to be picked away just so that you can't play it into it. And of course, kind of makes it more difficult to pick that Sejuani because we've seen Vi's success against the ball-riding lady be quite good. But Umpty is defaulted to Wukong more often than not and works into these Zeri compositions with the amount of disruption Cyclone can provide.
Yeah, Cyclone plus Tidal Wave really disruptive in team fights. A lot of great lockdown for the Zeri if you can get on top. Love that. Very slippery, very difficult to catch champion. Usually this goes the reverse, where the Lucian Nami would like to have the Vi, and the Zeri takes the Wukong for a little bit more appeal, but it's going to be swapped around this time, as we go into this beginning of this draft. This is not how all of our 13-point B drafts have looked. We've seen a little bit more later 80 carry picks and stuff like that, but there's going to be solo laners here now left open for both squads, and I expect that things like the Gnar here will be taken away from Kingen. Renekton from Morgan, very obvious ban here.
Yeah, a ban that I was kind of questioning, are they going to experiment with leaving it up and maybe banning other different priority champions? Maybe make sure that Zeka has a great matchup in that mid lane. But instead, they are going to still ban away the Crocodile. A lot of deserving the respect on that one.
A lot of respect here between the Sylas and Casta bans that were taken away in the first phase and now the Akali here. So Zeka's champion pool a little bit thinned out. Perhaps thinking maybe he'll just be on Azir duty this game, and they'll have an answer to it. The Yone has gotten so popular this week on this patch, so that could be something Karis is looking at.
Yeah.
See the Rise ban here for Zeka, so protecting what pick he's looking for a little bit. Will it be actually another ban? I like this. I was gonna say, are you really gonna ban like Azir here and push Zeka down to the depths of the champion pool, or are you gonna actually take away the Ornn?
Well, they're not going to ban the Azir, and that means that Zeka is likely just going to snap that one up. It gives Kingen counterpick opportunity into whatever Morgan wants to play. Victor, and maybe something like a Camille if you want to go old school there for Morgan. Used to love that pick, but Cassante is still available. And Bro's composition is looking very cookie cutter, but still pretty good.
I think Hanwha should be happy to play either. There's two variants you can go with here. You can go for the Scion here since the Ornn is taken away, and you could just play into this late game scaling, put a bunch of damage on the Azir and hope to actually out-damage the Victor and kind of outrange this Lucian. It's very difficult for Lucian to actually do damage properly here. You could have alternatively done the more classic LCK approach, which is just to pick Fiora into the Cassante and say, I'm going to outside lane you. I'm going to be inside so aggressively that will buy enough time for the Zeri to come online. But this is HLE's style, right? You put Kingen on this Scion. We've seen him go for lane swaps early into the game to try to get some additional plates for his winning 2v2s. Not going to be the case with this Zeri-Lulu draft. You're not going to be going down there and setting up a dive onto the Lucian, so he's going to be a little bit more lane focused this time around. And this is one of the games where I personally am not a big fan of the Victor, because you have a low-range comp with this Lucian, you have a lot of setup CC for the Victor, but at the same time, he's going to kind of be hitting a Scion for a lot of this game, and he's also going to struggle to find damage onto the prio target of the Zeri, right? And if the Lucian can't do that damage and the Victor can't do that damage, you're kind of just a sitting duck hitting a Scion. And yeah, he'll do a lot of damage to the Scion, but if he can't hit those prio targets, eventually you lose out in those longer fights into an Azir that's going to be building. We expect, Leandri's, there's going to be a lot of late-game damage here on the side of HLE. I like their composition a lot more as a result.
Yeah, I do too. I think that, the range factor isn't as much of a difficulty because you're into a Zeri, right, who is also relatively low range. Culling does kind of give you a lot of options as far as poke and stuff like that. But I'm looking at Azir versus Victor, and I'm going back to what I used to think about Azir versus Victor, and Victor doesn't have a lot of mobility, Wolf.
Yeah.
And when you just scoop him up and give him
have
your
a Vi.
jungler, they die.
They have a Vi, so if you flash the first Azir Emperor's Divide, then when the second one comes over with a Vi, you're probably going to die, or you're going to have to be pushed back under turret, so you're not going to have a lot of prio. Umpty has a big job in this game to kind of hold mid and bottom together here on this Wukong, and in the early game that could be a big challenge. I like this comp for HLE. Feels very new HLE here with Kingen on the Scion.
Absolutely. Front to back, team fighting 5v5. Let's get onto the Rift for game 1. Hanwha Life fans out in force. Also, I like the coordination of Clid and Kingen's skins. As Kingen's flashing, he's getting in there. Henna is going to be discovered by the Scion. The Scion's going to feel a little bit silly about blowing Flash that early on. Gives him the thumbs up. That was a very strange beginning to the game. But that's absolutely fine. Sometimes that's just what you want to do.
Yeah, and a lot of the level 1s, you want to get the advantage bottom side. You want to try to force a back if you can, or get turrets set up, for example, if you're running a Heimerdinger comp, or if it's one of those War of Attrition matches where Heimerdinger versus a Soraka or something like that. These level 1s can be really huge, and getting a small lead like that is massive. In this matchup, it's still all right, but it isn't going to be a big win here. But it also isn't a huge loss for Scion to lose his flash in this matchup, where if he's flashing to survive, it means something has gone horribly wrong.
Yep. Well, yeah. I still think it was an odd maneuver, but still going to charge this one up and help Clid through his jungle. Some more pings going through, as Morgan's going to have a great start to this lane with the Scion still lumbering his way towards that top side. Didn't take the Lumberjack skin, so that line doesn't really ring quite as true as it could have.
We like
Misses that first CS, so a bit of a shame.
We like the skin better, though, I think, collectively.
Yeah, this one's pretty cool, the Warhammer 40k style one. Kind of like the Space Marine, or like a Thor from StarCraft 2.
He just becomes a literal train, right?
Yeah.
When he uses ultimate, and that's what I'm about.
That is important.
This is not a great start.
No. It does have a corrupting pot that has used every charge already. Interesting.
This has been this is the spring matchup history here of these, and you could see that it has not been great for...
But the two wins that Zeri Lulu have got are from both of these teams.
Oh. Look at the aggressive trading you can do here with level 2 advantage. Taking barrier, Viper is just pushing it super hard here.
Yeah, level 2 feeling pretty fantastic here for this squad. We've seen some mishaps, shall we say, with certain Lulus not finding their success at that level 2 spike. But Viper and Life looking like they're doing pretty well. Ebb and Flow working nicely for Henna and Effort. I had a dream, by the way, that I was playing Zeri, and I forgot to right-click anyone. I was just like spamming Q, and I'd forgotten. I was playing on stage. And I just never right-clicked. I had like full energy. I was just like never right-clicked, and I was so embarrassed after the game. I don't know why I dreamt that.
That's really weird, but
it was really weird.
I actually don't have the answer. Silly. I'm not really good at dream analysis, but
yeah.
Do you play a lot of Zeri? Like,
yeah, not really. No.
Because then I'd be worried for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah. No, I'm a Lucian side of the matchup type player, you know. But.
You were like,
I don't know why I had that dream. Maybe it's just too much League of Legends, Wolf. I don't know.
Did you identify it yourself after the game, or did you have to go to DC Inside to find out?
No, I identified it myself, and then I went to DC Inside to find out, you know?
Oh, no.
And I don't know why I spoke Korean in my dream, but I did, and the Koreans were very mean to me.
Well, I did, when you said you were on stage, I just assumed you were on the LCK stage.
Yeah, no, I was.
So you'd have to go to DC Inside afterwards to find out if you were in trouble or not. You'd be on FM Korea. PGR was a little bit nicer, like, it's his first game, you know?
It was very weird.
You went to Play XP and you were like, wait, is that website even real anymore?
Yeah. And I still won. I still won the game, but that everyone was still saying that I was not the reason, and I was just terrible. It was very sad. All right, that's enough of the dream analysis this time around. As Kingen is getting his wave pushed in, Morgan. Sometimes demolish procs aren't really necessary. I don't think that Did he do it? Did he actually hit it? I thought that it ticked down and then he didn't actually shoot it.
Yeah, you can get the plate.
Well, nice. Bubble is going to connect there as Henna didn't quite have an auto attack lined up. The Ignite going to be used onto life here as he managed to get the Polymorph, and so Henna's not going to be able to follow up very effectively. So they'll take that trade. 2 for 1 as far as the summoners are concerned.
Viper laning this so well. I mean, pushing these waves in repeatedly, costing Henna a few CS here and there. Using the barrier there during the bubble trade, feeling pretty good. I mean, you have both flashes up. You still have your heal. And because of the Ignite taken here from Henna, there's no real kill pressure anymore. And Vi is coming down here, going to clear this ward, but this just means Effort and Henna need to show a lot of respect. There's no way they can contest this. The Wukong a little bit behind the pathing here to come down to bottom side, so should be free back. Yeah,
I was expecting the tempo heal. But they are just going to go for a recall, and so can hold on to that one. Karis and Zeka are just, they're brawling in this mid lane. You guys might have seen this matchup, you're like, oh, Azir and Victor, Resident Sleeper. But no, look at them. They're just fighting all the time. Super duper low right now as Umpty comes on over and is going to be able to clear out that ward. Zeka knows exactly what's going on. 200 health. Getting obliterated right now. Taking so much damage from this high-octane, high-tempo laning.
Karis decides to back away here because he knows Zeka has 6 and can perhaps knock him into the turret there, and then he would lose his flash as Klid is getting closer to level 6 himself. Follow gank we were talking about is definitely a scary thing to think about. Is the Scion is just not going to care about K'Sante when he gets this teleport back. He's just going to walk at him, working to catch on the wave. So a lot of extra prio here now on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and that lane you can Resident Sleeper. That one's absolutely fine. That is actually like unsalvageable as far as like we can't spin it into making it something interesting. It's just not.
Just not going to be.
No.
It's not. We won't lie to you guys.
No.
It could be interesting if the Scion continues to try to push this K'Sante under turret and Kingen gets pushed into the turret and K'Sante ulted. That could be a mistake where it gets interesting, but I don't think that's going to happen either.
Yep. Also, no chance of a Prowler's Claw Scion as well, because into K'Sante, that would be pretty grief. So not going to be able to do that. So just we're just going to have to accept our fate. As Life going to get bubbled, doesn't seem too worried about it, as Henna taking some damage here, but able to trade back quite nicely. And man, there's just a lot of trading here in this lane.
Yeah,
I mean, 6 is coming up relatively soon for the 80 carries.
When you don't have, like, Wukong pre-6, it's very difficult to actually do anything in this lane, and Klid is obviously hovering on the bottom side, was there multiple times now, actually grouping up for the Scuttle here. They have Drake control. It's very easy to continually trade like this, and even those tiny nerfs to, like, Nami's E add up when you're going for trades like this.
Ooh, bubble connects. Bro, not going to go aggressive, though.
Just walk it off.
They can smell that something's up here. Decent little slow from the Glitterlance, but in comes Klid. Let's see whether this dive is going to work. Cease and desist is available. He's just going to use that to start this fight off. Henna able to dash himself out as Viper was tanking the turret to make sure that Klid could grab that first blood. Looks like effort will be spared for now as Umpty is making his way over. Hammerlife Esports just going to grab that kill and move on out.
Yeah, really nicely played. And they might be able to turn this into a Drake here because of the back timing of the HLE squad here. So Umpty is going to start this one up, but really nice timing to push that advantage. And even with the bubble hitting there, they have barrier, they have heal. They use the heal to push towards the turret. The Vi comes through. Life takes the first shot. Viper tanks the rest up so you can do a majority of that damage. Flashes for the kill. Good job from Klid. And some of that trust that wasn't there in their first few weeks of the LCK for the laners here, definitely showing through this time around. And that's first blood. Some assist gold going over the bottom lane. It's Klid who picks up the first blood money, but still pushing the Lucian out of lane feels great. You're 10 CS up, and this composition scales so incredibly well. And yes, there are scaling aspects. We always say this about Victor, right? But in a straight-up poke war where you have a Zeri, you have the Azir, who's almost certainly going to be building Leandries this game, just chipping away in these neutral objectives, the Lucian is going to feel worse and worse as the game goes on if he doesn't get ahead. He has that Dirk now, and this is going to make this lane a lot more playable. But even still now down level 6, doesn't have culling yet. And no barrier used in that last exchange, so Viper is still just like, come at me. If you really want to fight this, I'll show you what it's all about.
Yeah, actually has that one back up again to now use in these trades that are incoming. As here's the Emperor's Divide. Karis going to throw down the Chaos Storm as well, as we are just constantly brawling over and over. Zeka is bathing in this Chaos Storm right now, having the greatest of times by the looks of things. Maybe he thought it was a hot spring or something like that. Did a bit of damage. But in the end, they're just going to have 200 health again and continue laning, I guess.
Umpty has flash, but they check. Really nice extendo beam there from Viper. With flash and the W on the Wukong, you can trickster your way into a really nice knock-up with Henna hitting level 6 here. And Umpty, we can't say he hasn't been trying. Like, he really has been trying to make an impact here on the bottom side of the map, but just has come up empty every time, a little bit slow on the first play, and this time just scouted out. So now Klid's down here once again, is going to clear this ward up. Effort, careful. Klid does have ult backup.
Indeed. Klid's making a lot of money off all of these wards.
Yeah, the control wards that certain people right now are really upset about.
Yeah.
Speaking of, look at the inventories of Breon here going to this next objective. We're sitting on 6 control wards on this squad right now.
Yeah, pretty absurd, actually. As Henna going to be able to clear out the minions underneath that turret for the moment. Control of this bottom lane does belong to Harmor Life Esports now, kind of afforded to them after that successful dive from earlier. Not too much going to happen here. Top side of the map is where Umpty needs to be. Got a few camps to collect there. As, man, Kingen is just living his best life up here, isn't he?
He really is. And if you guys aren't familiar with these two teams, especially this season, just kind of strap in. You know, it's going to be a bit of a long one. There's going to be a lot of lull states between these objectives because Umpty couldn't find value early. The Lucian is a little bit behind here, still sitting on that Dirk and the Noon Quiver right now. So it's not a game where Breon are going to be able to convert the spikes they have early on this Lucian and this Gale Force coming through into big damage and constant team fighting. So it's just going to be one of those slower games where Breon is hoping for a little bit of Drake control, a little bit of Elder action.
Oh yeah. Shifting Sands, going to get Zeka out of the way here in this mid lane. Only a couple of flashes are on cooldown right now.
I thought Zeka, you know, that Emperor's Divide from earlier was very aggressive, and Karis used the wall against him very well there in that extended trade with his ultimate. So Karis doesn't have to flash. He walks out of that one just fine. Definitely one of the better things that's happened here for Breon in this first game here. You can see they're all grouped up. They're like, we want to get value out of Effort hitting 6. You know, we have Tidal Wave, we have a Wukong ultimate, but we just can't find any angles. There's all these squishy targets. Viper and Life are kind of skirting around this Drake pit right now, but can't find the angle to actually commit to ultimates. And if they whiff that, the collapse is so hard. Once those ultimates are down, those are your best tools to try to get a pick. Hard to do that. But your best options defensively when the Vi ults in and you have the wild growth on top of her and then people die. You're walking a tightrope right now if you're Effort. Like, can I find a bubble? Can I find a tidal wave angle? Can we all in? And you can see right here, it's like they're considering, oh, we tidal wave him, maybe then we follow up with the Wukong ultimate. Can we kill this Vi? But then Azir collapses on you, and he has Emperor's Divide. So like, oh, we really want it, but we can't have it.
Yeah, and I don't even know whether they want it, Wolf, because this is bro. Like, what they want is for that clock to read 45. That's what they want. And look, they may get their wish. Harmor Life Esports, they're the team with the longest average game time here in the LCK. And so, as Wolf said, strap in.
A scarily high,
a long one.
Scarily high chance of Chemtech Soul as well this game. So
wouldn't that be beautiful?
It's it might be a game when we are going all the way, and HLE take the next Drake because Breon don't care that much, and they don't have the spikes they want right now. Azir has some extra prio, and we go 1-for-1 on Drake. So it's Chemtech Drake. Ooh, 40-minute gaming coming. I could smell it.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And look, honestly, even if it is a different Drake, like I think 15 seconds time, it's Harmor Life Esports that take this dragon, right? And then we're going to go 2 apiece on whatever Drake comes up next.
Infernal, yeah, could be, could be.
And yeah, you might do more damage with Infernal, but you still need to press your buttons in the opponent's direction in order to make that one happen. And I just don't know whether I have that much faith.
I feel like Klid has killed like 17 control wards in this jungle this game.
Yeah, seriously.
They just keep scanning them and clearing them out, and they know he's coming, so they have to stay under turret here, and this should be enough prio here with Zeka coming over. Okay, hold that thought.
Yeah, Life is going to get out the Wild Growths. Viper skates away, though, and now Life is in trouble, has to flash. Actually, Wild Growths himself. Never mind. Total Life. Held on to that cooldown. But Life now has 0 summoners left alive, left remaining. And Klid is now waiting in the brush. Let's see whether he actually made it in here.
Looks like he went up
safely.
Oh, no, that was Life. Okay, yeah. He is here, but don't think they have the health bars to actually contest. So with no flash, no ultimate here on the Lulu, this actually should be Breon's Drake here. That was the one moment where they could pull the trigger, like I was talking about, waiting for that tidal wave angle. Effort pulls it. Here we go.
Yeah, Viper not actually backing just yet. Clid moving on in. Inside track for Karis, though.
No Zeka here, no teleport. This is just not a good idea, HLE.
Clid going to grab himself yet another ward as he looks to get himself out. Mountain Soul. Wow.
Okay.
A stream.
A Scion stream, though.
Yeah, exactly.
More than anything else.
If Hanwha can stack these up, then it is actually just gigantic. Same for Morgan, right? Because he loves these tanky stats. Wukong, pretty similar story there. So both of these teams very excited about the dragon that they have been provided.
They weren't going to fight, you know, a bloody battle for the second one, but I think we'll see a little bit more action around this third one. As for HLE, they had a lot of prio there, but they were punished by effort with that tidal wave. Getting the flash out of life, the heal, you know, and the ultimate means that you're sitting at no ults for that fight. Your health bar is super low. And that was a really proactive play for Breon. Doesn't lead to a kill, so we're not getting a replay of it, but that was a huge turning point in this game for Breon to take a 1 Cloud Soul advantage, which feels very insignificant, into a 2 Drake advantage when you've got this Lucian with Gale Force now. Feels amazing comparatively, and they're already grouped up here now with Effort getting his ult back online here, still having that flash advantage in the supports to maybe take the second Herald.
Yeah. See whether they can actually do so. Hanwha Life Esports with a gold lead that I think is purely from the amount of control wards that they've killed. I don't know whether it's really come from anything else just yet, as we've got Umpty moving on over to this Rift Herald, like you say. So it looks like they will be able to grab that one. Teleport to come in here is Karis, I think maybe dead. Seasick is going to come down, gets put into the bouncy house, is Kingen very happy to tank this one for about 400 years, but Morgan is going to say no. He does get Emperor's Divided, though, as he misses the Q there. Let's see whether Morgan survives. He is Cassante, as it turns out, so of course he survives. I don't even know why it was a question.
Yeah, fairly greedy to chase forward there, because even if Kingen dies, he goes into zombie Scion mode and then just turns around, and you have so much damage here, so Morgan just decides to cut his loss here. Survives, but the turret does not. Herald does go over to Umpty in the interim, so no plate gold to pick up in this exchange, but still could do some damage to the turrets, because right now, you know, mid-turret's feeling juicy. You want to be able to get a little bit more breathing room for Henna here on this Lucian, because right now he spent the entire game farming under turret, essentially, and that's not what this comp is designed to do. That's not what you want to do with this Lucian pick. As feels good to have a Victor under turret into a Scion until the dive comes over. You know, you're like, oh man, there's something he can do to me, right? Gravity field placement, bit questionable here, as Morgan wants the chase, but he gets out.
Ooh, there's more action as Henna's running away from Viper. Does have the culling. There's a bit of a fadeaway, but as you can see, has to use the flash. Viper is feeling himself on this area at this point in time. 17.5 minutes, 192 CS. Damn. The guy is being given the time and space to work with, and he's utilizing it very well.
Viper has just suddenly come online this season, you know? It doesn't matter what he's playing. Whether he's playing a Lucian, he's playing the Varus, right, that he's done really well at. The late game, the Draven that he's most famed for, I'd say, this season. It's 3v4 here, 3v5. You know, even if Cassante comes down, you feel really nice as this setup here for Hanwha Life Esports, just trying to prevent them from dropping this Herald down. Drake is spawning in 90 seconds, so a bit early to make something happen here. They're just going to drop it regardless.
Yep, just going to look to use it to grab this turret as a bit of a tempo move. As Clid trying to get out of there, get a flash. Humpty going to trade an ultimate for a flash and also get control of this mid lane. You'll take that any day of the week if you are Bro, as Zeka tries to come in, and there was a Cyclone second charge still available. And so it looks a little bit silly. But honestly, like, so much of this early game, in my mind, Wolf, doesn't matter at all.
No, not really.
Because we're just kind of waiting for some team fights.
What matters is that Zeka is going Shadow Flame second here after getting Leandri's, and he's going to be a formidable foe in all of these team fights that Morgan is going to have to eat the damage from. That Wukong, if he is trying to get in position to look for a Cyclone, is going to have to eat the damage from. And Zeri is uncontested. I'm a little surprised Hanwha Life Esports didn't put more into trying to defend that mid turret, because now at least Henna, if you're a Bro fan, you're like, okay, well, he has a little bit more space to Gale Force and look for some pushing power to try to threaten Viper while he's farming here in mid.
Ooh, another culling.
Just going to be putting some health, or deleting some of the health here, but won't be too significant. But losing this turret doesn't feel great as Honda Life Esports, but the game state is so slowed down, and you have so much prio on the Drake regardless of the turret going down that I think you feel okay.
Well, Clid wrapping around. Bubbles not going to find anyone or do anything. Azumti just trying to help take these down. Kingen gets hit by something, didn't seem to care. Karis is splitting on the top side though. So actually, Bro winning out on this one quite considerably outside of losing this Drake, which is very powerful.
And Karis does have TP, so if they wanted to try to force something here, they certainly could. I like this rotation from Umti and effort to prevent Kingen from going up here and defending this turret. That was actually really smart. You're giving the Drake, but you're guaranteeing Karis gets this turret. And they can't kill the Scion, but they can stop him from coming up here and defending. So it is going to be that whole turret worth of gold going over.
Yeah.
And on the bottom side here, not a whole lot of cross-map to be had.
We do have to remember as well that Morgan's playing against his former team. Of course, got to World's quarterfinals with Harmon Life Esports and is now facing off against them. So
with none of these players, but still.
No, none of them at all. It was, in fact, a bit of D plus Kia, bit of KT, bit of Gen G, quite a few. Bit of Live Sandbox. In fact, everyone from that Harmon Life Esports roster actually gone on to do some pretty exciting things, especially if you're talking about this season with the huge surge of Willa.
That roster, that roster really just wasn't good together, but I think was much stronger.
Well, I mean, quarterfinals of Worlds ain't bad, but they weren't that great in the LCK.
Well, I mean, that's the same thing you say about DRX, right? Like, people are like, well, how do the casters criticize DRX? I'm like, well, you guys didn't watch LCK. We did. We commentated it. They were not a top team in the LCK, not even close. They won Worlds, though. So
they did.
You can have a glow up. As, trying to go on a Scion here. Not going to mount to anything at all. And like I said, we're kind of just waiting on objective cooldowns in this game, but HLE are very happy for it, for their composition and where they're headed damage-wise here. In the front line they have, I think that Henna is going to become a champion that struggles to find much of anything, whereas Viper is going to have a lot more agency. Shadow Flame's now done here for Zeka. 2 items early, so much extra damage.
I actually love this build. This is like even more damage than I was expecting. I was expecting Void Staff to come in, but Shadow Flame is, I just want to do all of the damage.
And if you hit Lucian with this Shadow Flame build, he goes down to, 70% health basically, and you hit him again and that's it. He can't do anything. He has no functionality. Morgan will be able to get through a lot more of that Azir damage, but that means that he has to go into range of Kingen. He has to go into range of Clid, and there's a lot of CC to lock him down and damage to follow up with Leandris regardless. That burn damage is going to hurt. So it does feel like a nice catch-all while also being able to threaten the Lucian. This is exactly the build I expected we'd see from Zeka when you consider how slow this game is, right? Because he's still going to have damage. He goes straight to it.
Oh, I love this. Actually, the amount of Baron damage that Harmon Life Esports has is insane. And Kingen can tank it for an eternity. And as you can see, this is all they need. They just need Zeka and Kingen. And look at how quickly it's going down. For 23 minutes into this game, with 2 people, that is pretty fast.
There's no vision. I think Upti has a good idea about this, but he has to come in here alone.
Yeah, well, it's going to have to get over here now as Empress Divide is going to push the monkey out. There's the ult from Kingen as Zeka took a lot of damage there. And he's now going to have to flash out the back of this pit. Or just stand there, I guess. He does eventually flash, as Bro are going to catch wind of it.
That was actually really scary that Kingen stayed that long like that. I thought for a moment that Brion were just going to hold the aggro and be like, that's my Baron now. And you guys are on the wrong side of this pit. And I think they definitely had a chance to do that. But it would have become a 50-50 and a greedy call to do so. But with the health advantage they had, I think a more aggressive team like T1 might have actually said, I'm holding this Baron. And now you guys have checkmated yourselves. But at the end of the day, it is just going to be, we're going back to passive, waiting for objective cooldowns, 80 seconds on this Drake.
Yep.
All of the outer turrets, outside of this mid turret for Brion are down, so side laning not going to amount to any real gold value. It's just minions, getting that experience, getting the money for these mid laners.
Ooh, okay, Morgan going to dash on over. Casante is way in there. Yep, tanking all of the damage. None of this really matters all that much. Culling now on cooldown. Life pretty close to dead. Has to flash, heal, and Wild Growth. I don't know whether he needed all 3 of those things, but he does survive.
I've seen this before. Life has to use all of his kit, all of his critical tools here right before a Drake fight. And Breon are going to push this mid wave. The turret stays up here, so Breon have so much control right now, and because Azir isn't able to put up a Sun Disc, he's side laning topside. Zeka can't help out, he has TP. But Breon should just be able to kite their way back to Drake now in 25 seconds here, as long as they don't overextend. They have great turn with this Wukong, with the Nami.
Okay, well, Hanwha, can you actually get into a position where you can fight for this? As Clid is behind enemy lines right now. Morgan taking a bit of damage. You can see the Leandri's burn kind of working out as in goes Clid. They lock them down. Emperor's Divide is huge, and Karis is just wiped from the map. Umpty is now so far away from Morgan, they cannot get that CC together, and Umpty's going to get picked up. It's a double kill for the Zeri, and Hanwha Life Esports, in the space of one team fight, put themselves in a great place to win this game.
Oh, absolutely. That's all it takes, is just you get behind them, you trap them there. Breon, the vision toggle from our observers was fantastic. It just showcased how little Breon knew about how Hanwha could collapse. And yeah, you'll give this Drake up its soul point, but it's not the soul, so you can grab Baron, and then you have so much vision around the map, and subsequent objectives are going to be so difficult for Hanwha Life Esports. There's so much standing gold between these inner turrets they can take off of the map to get further ahead. Look at the long distance Clid wraps around here and how little defensive vision is set up here. I mean, there's basically none at all for Breon on the map right now, so it's easy. Just come in here, lock down the Victor. The follow-up CC is insane. Look at how late the reaction is from Effort here on the tidal wave. It's a good tidal wave and how much it CCs, but it's so late that it doesn't matter. It cannot do anything with Morgan and Umpty trying to turn. If you actually get to turn on your terms in this, as Breon, I think you have a great team fight, but not when your Victor's already instantly dead.
And man, that was expertly played from Clid as well. The Vault Breaker flash into Karis, immediately lock him down with the ultimate. Karis could do absolutely nothing, and then he was dead. And that is so much of the teamfight damage instantly removed that there was no way that Bro could actually win that fight.
The only thing he could have done was buy a stopwatch.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that even saves him in this case, because even if he stopwatches there, Hanwha Life Esports eat the Nami ult and then just kill him right afterwards regardless. This is a really dire situation now for Breon. At least they got that consolation prize of Soul Point, but you feel really bad about how much of the map you're going to lose now with this Lucian comp.
Infinity Edge was completed almost outright, I think, by Viper after that Baron went down.
I think
so that Extendo Beam, that looked like old Extendo Beam. That was doing a lot of damage. Okay, Hanwha Life Esports, yeah. Feels like they have hit the power spikes that they were looking for.
They don't even need to try to 4-1 this. They could just group up as 5 and siege and remove these turrets, take the gold. It's really easy to play this comp out from there. I mean, look at how little damage he takes.
Oh no, and it's just dead. He explodes. Umpty, Warrior Trickster gonna get him out of there, but Henna not so lucky. That standing a little bit too far forward, and that could be broken open base.
Yeah, I think it is. Now you could split. Now you could push 2 lanes because you have still a minute of Baron buff here, and you might be able to get 2 inhibs out of this. You could push mid and then collapse bottom side. Karis and Morgan, you're gonna have to respect this.
Well, Kingen is now behind you. Morgan's gonna have to be a little bit careful. I guess it's Cassante, so he doesn't mind about it too much. Kingen casually taking some turret shots. Because that's just what he kind of likes to do. Inhibitor going to go down in this mid lane. Bot lane also going to get crushed. 5 minutes of dealing with all of these supers heading towards the base now as Bro, yeah, you managed to get Soul Point, but it's so difficult now with your base destroyed to ever get another one. So Hanwha, with their choice to go to the Baron, feeling very rewarded at this point in time. As we have a look at this once again.
Look at Kingen.
He was so, like, dashing up to try and hit a Scion.
Yeah. Tidal wave once again, just so incredibly late here for Effort. It's not a bad tidal wave, and it's very reactionary, like, oh man, I guess Henna's dead. Yeah, he is, and the tidal wave is just going to make everyone hop for joy after the fact. So outside of that one big tidal wave he had before the second Drake, where he was able to force Life to use summoners and self-ult there, hasn't had much of an impact in this game. And this is what I was talking about. The Lucian comp needed to be more ahead, because now you're just hitting a Scion, and you're putting yourself in range of Zeka, who will just delete you. And he built the Dark Seal, and it looked like it might not amount to anything, and now he's got 5 stacks of it, plus his Death Cap coming up pretty soon. Just freely pushing top. The only lane left to destroy here.
And they take that down. They grab themselves another mountain if they feel like it. That is going to then segue pretty nicely into collecting the next Baron. Kingen saving the minions some hassle by tanking up this turret for them. What a bro. As of course, you know, he's not technically a bro because they're on the other side of the river, but still, Bubble is going to go wide. Umpty, bit of damage, and yeah, even this huge wave is looking dangerous even without Baron, as Viper just walking up to them.
He has a stopwatch now too, like he is unkillable.
All right, the culling's still doing a fair bit of work though, especially with 3 items now purchased by Henna.
And one of the frustrating parts about Brion's defense here is they have some wards they can try to teleport flank to. Both their solo laners have teleport, but how do you actually set up a teleport flank with Cassante? The wall works against you, not with you.
Well, we're just going to drive a train into this one. That's mainly used for the turret damage, I guess. He's put into the bouncy castle, has to flash away now. The flank angle, now that option
got it.
you were talking about. Kingen's pretty low as Emperor's Divide is going to be mitigated by Morgan. He's taking so much damage from Viper though. He is just huge. Karis gets into the back line as well. But look at this, Viper's frontlining. He just does not care.
This was HLE just baiting a fight. It feels like, all right, we're just going to make ourselves look silly for a second, and then TP flanks will come in. We're going to turn it. We have the Sundisc turret. Definitely a overzealous move there from Kingen, but ultimately it just doesn't matter here.
There's no real result though.
Yeah.
Like, everyone just does damage to each other and then we walk away, I guess.
And Morgan decides he's got the ability from base here to TP behind. But again, Cassante wants to pull someone away from the team with this wall. And he's like, I got Zeka, but I'm now in the team and I have to back away. And the Sundisc turret just does so much damage. Kingen, I was going to say miraculously survives, but it's not really a miracle. It's Scion into Illusion Comp.
He Scionly survives.
And if you're Karis in this game building Ludens, who are you bursting? You're really hopeful if you think you're going to kill the Zeri, especially with the game state when it slowed down as much as it did. He could have changed the build. He could have actually gone the other way.
Well, no, I actually think like encouraging Ludens, you know, it's not a crown, which we're kind of okay with. It's not Rod of Ages. We're also okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like the second best choice.
Yeah. No criticism from me. No criticism from me. You do you, Karis. I love it.
It's a bit of a hard one to win here. It's a hard one to come back from when you play it out this way and when the early game goes so poorly.
Yeah. No, it is really rough. And after that team fight where Clid was able to find the flank, honestly, that was the backbreaking moment.
No, 100%. That was the moment where Hanwha Life Esports got control of the game. And it hasn't been even anywhere close to bro ever since. Here's a TP, one more chance.
Oh my god. Zeka does a lot. He's got a really cool hat, and that's it. Okay, Baron's going to go down. Kingen, they haven't done any damage to him. There's the dash in from Clid, but he meets a tidal wave immediately. Morgan's going to walk it out. Zeka teleported behind them. Emperor's Divide's going to sweep up the Lucian. Okay, just wanted to get another solo kill, guys. He wants to augment that stat. That's 14 now as the team fight is going to break out, and Viper is unkillable. Gets the wild growth. He does go down relatively low, but without Henna, there was no real damage follow-up there outside of Karis, but he's going to fall in an effort to do so. So, 32 minutes. Hanwha Life Esports are going to take down the Nexus. Pretty elementary in the end. 2 team fighting compositions that we've seen about 1 trillion times. Slow and steady did indeed win the race, but it was going to win the race regardless because both teams had the same idea.
A lot of this game, I think, will be summarized by that moment where Clid flanked and set it up, right? We talked about how from that moment on there was complete control. But I have to give so much respect for what Clid did before that, where he was constantly bottom side, he constantly empowered Viper. The barrier here that he took where he was putting pressure on non-stop onto Henna was amazing. And then every time effort, when he hit 6, he was trying to make a play. They were trying to fight for Drake. He finally found that one angle on Life, to be fair. But a lot of the reason why he wasn't able to do anything and why Lucian wasn't able to do anything was because his Vi was just sticking to them non-stop. Like, Clid was just like, nope, no Lucian, no value for Henna, not going to happen. Yep, and Victor, you know, laned very well. I thought Karis had a great early game. You know, he handled that first Emperor's Divide very well, didn't flash. His ult was great. He used the wall against Zeka. But his build didn't work out here in this game. He wasn't able to make an impact because they were so far behind with this low-range comp into the Azir. Went straight damage, straight Leandries, and I think there's going to be split votes here because Viper played individually so incredibly well, both in the laning phase and in team fights. But Clid, man.
Clid-demption, dude.
I voted for Clid. I'll just say it.
Yeah.
I voted for Clid.
Also, just want to shout out Morgan, ending the game 0-0-0. Love that. Just didn't die. Didn't offend his opposition at all. Absolutely neutral performance by the Cassante. Didn't really have... Like, this is the thing. He was playing top lane. The one team fight that happened, he didn't die, but the enemy got Baron. They couldn't do anything about it. The game was over. Like, you just... No option.
It's a standard Breon game. Standard Breon loss.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Oh.
And when both of the teams have the same win condition and one of them gets there first, what's this supposed to do? I know what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to go to a break and then the space and then game number 2. See you then.
나 이거?
요번에 걸자. 기다려, 황사장 저기 있어 우리.
이거 먼저
천천히 기다려봐. 나 천천히 기다려.
먹어봐, 일단 먹어봐.
일단 먹어봐. 나 볼게 이거. 형만 져도 돼, 괜찮아.
먹어.
그냥 싸우면 된다. 가자.
여기 볼게.
나 올려.
앞라인부터 볼게.
나공 있어. 태볼게. 와봐 이거 와봐. 오케이, 가르게. 쭉 가도 돼. 쭉 갈게. 공 봐도 돼, 공 봐도 돼. 뒷공인 없어.
봐줄게 여기. 나 끼어 깎죠.
라인 쓰면서 가자 바로. 나 올려. 괜찮아. 흘러. 하나, 빅토르 노플. 나 변이 4초, 빅토르 노플. 가자. W 1초야. 바로
살짝 앞.
제리치 나왔다.
앞단지.
크산테 나오는 애 나 변이 걸어줄게 3초. 그냥 타워 치면서 크산테 들어오면 내가 변이 걸음. 무시해도 돼 사실.
돌리면서 그냥 끝내자.
자. 나와보.
왜 나 안 내?
네. 이거 데미지 줄까?
나이스.
Decent scatter is going to come through as now Dudu taking control of Cuz. He's very tanky, but Bulldog is keeping everybody else locked down. And yeah, Cuz is there to be tanky, but it just does not work out. And now Dudu can do what he wants. He finds the Q. The final chapter comes down, and this could be a penta. We've got a Quadra already, and there it is! Pentakill for Taeun! Because Bulldog's teleported in. He's finding free autos now, and he's shooting so fast with the rapid fire cannon. Enforced Alcove Gaming is just limping away from this fight. BDD is going to die as an afterthought as the reset comes through. Bulldog grabs the pickup. He's going to let his team take care of the rest of it as he's just jumping a billion times.
It's an official T1 Baron. A lot of damage will come through, but here comes a massive knock-up. The three of them just sitting against the wall. Owner will take the Baron down, but the rest of the team goes down and no cash-in. So Duck Dom in a little bit of trouble. Zeka goes forward. He's going to get knocked up. There's that Gnaw. It's going to help him. A massive knockup from Kingen, trying to zone them away, but everybody jumps in, and it's a steal from Flynn. They get the Elder, and we see Viper now.
Before he gets here, though, and the answer is no, as Pace gonna flash to get out of the way of the chains. The Emperor's Divide gonna be picked up. The Gnaw is not massive, but the Emperor's Divide is! And Closer will tear them all up! He's gonna bounce on top of the Renekton, goes golden beautifully, and Chovy is still alive. Can he get it done? Another Emperor's Divide!
That's where the fireworks are really going to be, is one more time.
Another one, and this time it's going to connect on to Peanut. As cease and desist comes in, but Bertle's still going to be able to grab that kill. That is real comfy.
Just isn't going to work.
Oh, Wallop, Gnar into the wall. Closer taking a lot of damage. Petrifying Gaze. And he escapes! now pays off to the side, but he presents a huge target. But maybe he's exactly the target that Gen G wants, distracting the rest of Live Sandbox. There's the Prowler's Claw we were looking for, and the triple kill for Gen G. Gonna flash, as there's the final chapter. Morgan just pushes them away, tries to get them out of the pit, gets in there, he locks down the Elder Bro! They have the big buff, but the big damage belongs to Keen! And KT say we need no dragon! If you're in the death chamber, you still lose!
Hello and welcome back to The Space. I am Valdez. With me is Karan and Keckler, and we're getting into a little bit of a discussion about this first game, which I know not a lot of stuff happened in this one. Hololive Esports eventually did take a couple of team fights, and they won the game. What was your take on this one, Karani?
Yeah, one of the beauties of analysis is that to analyze anything, you need substance, you need material. There wasn't that much of that in this game, unfortunately, as Brion just watched Hololive do stuff and then they lost the game. And we're going to go in a little bit deeper on the draft for that specific reason, because the Lucian pickup has really dropped in stock, I think, in a lot of cases, because even previous to the nerfs, we saw that the Lucian and Nami started to do particularly worse into this area as the matchup developed on stage. So there was also the opportunity, which Hololive could have gone for but didn't, because we're like, we're going to win anyway, to go for Draven and Nami, and then you're in deep trouble because then you're going to be stuck playing a very suboptimal Lucian lane. So that is something they could have gone for, wasn't punished. And then the Victor here into the Azir is a matchup that historically isn't very good. You're not really able to get prio, and even though it wasn't necessarily punished by Hololive because this was such a low action game, it's still very hard for the Victor to have a big impact. And then finally, especially with the build that Cars went for, no one in this team kills Sion. The Sion was extremely obvious as well with how the draft had shaken out, with what has been the preference for Hololive thus far. So it's not really surprising. And then there was no cut down, there was no Leandries. So no one kills Sion like starting at like an item and a half. And then at that point, that's when you kind of need to accelerate as Brion, because with this draft, if you don't get a lot done on your guild force mandate spike, I don't think you composition does a lot.
Yeah, and so for Brion, it's like, well, they're not really a team that generally does that. I mean, even when they were playing Lucian Nami in the beginning against some of the weaker teams in the LCK, they were just kind of waiting for the late game and, you know, allowing Henna to just kind of have a long leash and essentially just burst people down. But of course, they were never able to do that in this game because, you know, who are you culling? The Sion? You know, they could never really get position onto the back line. And yeah, we did have the Victor going full damage and basically no penetration outside of the Luden's, you know, mythic passive. So, kind of rough.
Yeah, the Luden's Shadow Flame means that he will do damage against anyone that isn't the Sion, but in most team fights you will only be hitting Sion because Viper should never be in a position to be hit. After the Radiant Virtue, you also have Klid, who obviously is going to be fairly tanky, also went for Black Cleaver, so, you know, bunch of extra health, good builds all around in that regard from the Hololive side. So it's a tough draft for Brion. I don't think they gave themselves a lot of outs. It's a little bit disjointed, and especially, you know, you're Brion and you're playing into Hololive. This is not going to be a high stakes high-intensity match, just draft scaling. Because you're going to get to be able to scale anyway.
And they didn't do that. They just went for, I mean, they had some scaling.
Yeah, there's some elements, but it's relative, right? Compared to what? Hanwha have...
Nothing. And we do have one highlight. There was one fight. We did have one team fight, so let's jump into the first highlight here. And, you know, up until this point, there were a couple of kills. Clid got some ganks in the bottom side. And Life Esports had a small lead, and they were able to use that to win this fight.
Yeah, this is amazing. I love the observer work here, really showcasing that for Brion, it feels like you're in a relatively safe spot. This is Clid going on a very long mission to try and engage. Because the one weakness, I do think, and it's not even that big a weakness, but one of the issues you can run into is that your hard engage is really relying on Vi, because Cyan as main engage is kind of lackluster. And Clid says, okay, that's no problem. I can get this done. Beautiful flank, beautiful flash Q, and then with Kariz not in the picture, you just go in for the scoop, and that ends the fight, and this ended the game. This was it.
We did go on
the end of it.
for another, let's see, about 8 more minutes.
Yeah, 8 more minutes.
Yeah, they took the Baron after that fight. They pushed in, took 2 inhibitors, and then they backed off. They bought some items with all the gold they had. They regrouped up. We did have a crazy flank from our mid laner Zeka, who was the only person to die in that game on the side of Life Esports.
He knew what he was doing. He went in that deep without stopwatch. He was like, yeah, I just want to end the game, guys. Let's
and it ended the game.
It did.
So all he had to do was
fine.
flank and trade with the Lucian, and that's all that happened. So let's take a look at the POG for game number 1. I think there's a couple of choices he could have gone for here, but it will be Clid who does eventually pick it up.
And to me, it's very heartwarming to see Clid really have an uptake on his performance. He had a rough split on FPX. He had a very rough start to the split thus far. Was considered one of the worst junglers that we had in the league for the first week or two, right? And looking at the games as well, I don't think that was unjustified. He really wasn't able to get anything done, actively worked against his team at times. The communication between him and his laners just wasn't there. And now he's been finding flanks, has been a really, really big instigator in a lot of the plays that Hanwha Life have gone for him. This Hanwha Life still think could benefit from a little bit more proactivity, but this type of teamfight style is reliant on your jungler working with the rest of the team. And he's been doing that. So yeah, some Viper for sure. Viper had a good game. Wouldn't mind some other splits, you know, even a cheeky King and vote I would have been okay with.
Teddy, the LPL caster, is our CN cast vote, and he generally goes for 80 carry votes. Would be curious about the other one as well. I think Viper had a good game, you know. It was fine. It was all right. Either way, guys, it's game number 1 to Life Esports. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. Yep, it was a slow game, slow burn. I want to add to Valdez's point about Teddy from the Chinese broadcast and his votes. Oftentimes, if it's like a slow game, if there's not very much action, it's just default to 80 carry vote. That's how it goes. So if it says 80 carry, then it can be that they're just trying to send us a message that we should up the tempo just a little bit. And honestly, I think that's it's warranted in this particular game in this series so far. Let's get into the draft.
You know who wins in the tortoise and the hare, right?
The hare, right? Because he's faster.
HLE fighting at the right times. Brion here in this draft here once again have blue side. They chose blue side again. I think we'll see similar bans, and I would not be surprised if they try to play Lucian again. Maybe we'll see a Vi ban this time around.
Maybe.
The Kassadin and Ashe, these two remained the same.
Yeah, the Silas was banned as well. They might forego that one in order to ban something else. We'll see.
If you want to play the Lucian, maybe don't play the Wukong.
I think maybe just don't play the Lucian.
I think they're going to play the Lucian. They banned the Wukong. And see if Umpty gets 3 jungle votes against him this time.
Pull Zeri first pick. Because there's a Wukong ban. But
I think Zeri likes playing with Wukong.
Yeah, and also it's difficult to play it into Vi, which is now still available. Varus?
Varus is the alternative here for Brion. They'll take the Vi.
Okay.
So showing what they think was one of the big problems with the comp they were trying to run. Viper has played 2 games of Lucian. He won both of them. His late game Lucian has been very good, despite some of how Lucian falls off. He's been able to utilize the tempo like Hannah has very well. But I don't think Hana Life Esports are really that interested in it, and we are going to see the Zeri once again. Can grab the jungle here. Don't have to lock in the support until you see what the matchup is.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a pretty good idea. Sejuani going to be picked into the Vi despite the matchup. Sejuani just still strong.
We're doing it.
We're going to shake their hands. Okay.
We're doing it again. And I worry for Brion because, yes, Clid had that really cool flank angle, but I think at the end of the day, no, it's just I think at the end of the day, Hana Life Esports win that game whether Clid makes that play or not, because Bro just ran out of steam and Hannah couldn't do anything. And the early game was just so dominated by HLE that, I mean, Hannah spent the entire game under turrets. And you're opting into this again. This time you have the Vi on your side, so it's not going to be as much attention that Hana Life Esports could put to the bottom side. But with how Viper and Life laned, I feel really skeptical about this choice, as we will see Renekton once again taken away from the Lord.
Yeah.
Maybe Sion and Ornn this time? Ooh.
Well, Sylas going to be banned. I think Sylas stock goes up because Sejuani is now on the Rift, so it makes a bit of sense there. I think Sylas Kali probably the comfortable bans here for Bro. Harmwell will then pick a top laner, and then we'll have Yone locked in for Zeka. At least that's what I'm kind of hoping for. But we'll see. Bro probably going to play like Azir Nah.
If they ban the Akali here again, they're just asking for it. So they ban Victor, and now you're like, uh-oh. Okay, this is what Karis played into the Azir last time. If you ban the Akali, you're saying like, oh, we've removed all the good answers to Azir. They'll just play it again.
Yeah.
Please do not ban Akali here. You can force HLE to R5 it, perhaps here, and see what, show what you're running, but you can kind of keep it in mind. I think don't ban Akali when the Azir is just face up right here into this draft for HLE.
Well,
I like this much more. So now maybe Karis could play Akali into the Azir if HLE pick it right now.
I don't know. I really would like Zeka to have counterpick, but never mind. I'm just going to see the Azir once again. And without the Victor to worry about, it's going to have to be a different option. Like you say, the Akali certainly looking like a good one. 4 seconds to go, and it will be locked in. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. And now, maybe Akali Nah to come in from Bro.
I would like it. You know you're probably facing the Sion top side here. So what's the answer? We could see Morgan go back to the Aatrox we've seen. The Cho'Gath is another possibility. As Morgan had a great game, all things considered, on the Cassante, but yeah, ultimately you're knocking a Sion into Q range. He's like, thank you, a lot of the time.
Oh, and Ryze is still available. Okay. Because that was the other ban last time around. Yep. But, I mean, Akali's a counter matchup. Or in a lot of our LCK mids' minds, it is a counter matchup. As Shen, that would be fun.
King is teasing, man. He's cracking up right now. He's like, oh, I could do this. I won't, but I could.
That would be 2 ninjas on the Rift. And in the old days, that removes 1 damage point from each ninja because they work better alone.
It's the Sion pick. We all know it.
All right, so Akali getting that 1 damage point back again. Love to see it. And that's going to be locked away. So there we go. There is Sejuani instead of Vi.
So Akali instead of Victor as well here, and the Vi coming through instead of the Wukong. I do think this is a better draft for Brion to push their win conditions, and Zeri Lulu will not have, Viper and Life are not just going to have the free barrier push into turret this game. In some times in the lane where it's actually just straight up a 2v2, they might be able to get some advantages there, but it won't be Clid finding the same sort of dive power here on the Sejuani. It can still ult, and there are ways to make that happen, but Vi into this matchup should be able to get there and stop that from happening, make it a much more risky decision. So overall, I think that this is an improvement from what Brion drafted in the last game. They made some adjustments. Do I think it'll be enough, though? Right now, I'm going to have to say no. I think that some of the same problems they had last game, they have here again. At least Akali can threaten the backline and can circumvent the Sion. So, it's not just a Victor hitting the Sion repeatedly. It's an Akali trying to maybe find an Azir in the backline, trying to threaten this area. Maybe a Lulu becomes under threat. But in neutral objectives, when we have the Azir building straight damage again and poking away, it becomes very difficult for this Lucian to actually close the gap and do damage.
Yeah, it's true. And I'm just really glad that we're on 13.1b and we've seen such a, such a development of the meta, because these picks are brand new. Really getting to explore a new avenue for League of Legends here in Korea.
They got an extra ban. They didn't have to ban Yuumi, all right?
Hey, that's true. That is absolutely true. So we're going to have the same draft, basically, into the same draft, basically, and we'll see whether we have the same game, basically, or whether it is slightly different. It could be. Different buttons might be pressed at different times. Maybe no flash at level 1. We'll have to find out right now. All right, well, big adjustment here from Kingen. He has gone back to his old occupation, which is lumberjacking, lumberjackery. Is there a word for that?
I think it's just lumberjacking, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. Right?
I don't know.
If you try to like make the gerund or whatever it's called.
Study it? Like lumberjackography?
I don't think so, but I think you can get certified, in certain fields like logging,
Yeah.
Whether you can use the machinery required chainsaws, blade saws, these types of things that we'll do with
blade saws. That sounds like a Final Fantasy weapon.
It's the exact opposite of what Sion is going to do in this game. That axe looks like it hurts a lot, but it really doesn't.
No. He actually upgraded from a hammer to an axe in this game, or downgrade. I guess it was like a robot hammer last time. He's like, I don't need this. I'm not going to be hitting anyone with it. I'm just going to go back to my axe in case I need to chop down a tree.
What was the name of the Soul Calibur character that had the big axe with like his heart sticking out? You play Soul Calibur?
Oh yeah,
was it Astaroth? Something
Astaroth,
like that?
Yeah. So I played Soul Calibur 2, and he was definitely in that one.
Like if Sion was a Soul Calibur character, like he would do a lot of damage when he hits. He'd swing really slowly, but in this game he just
he's like Zangief.
Yeah,
but not a wrestler, more like a lumberjack.
There's actually some pretty aggressive trades here for King, and he takes early. Doing pretty nice with those.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that he's got Flash at level 1 as well. Able to change around that one as Viper dashing forward, hitting that level 2 before the bro bottom lane.
You get the shield from Lulu level 2. You try to put on a little bit of extra pressure. Doesn't end up leading to anything, as this ward is going to spot Umpty.
Ooh, a change-up? He's going to clear a ward. All right, there we go. That's the development that we've had so far.
He got a heal.
He did. Well, Clit is going to find Umpty here.
Because they don't have enough control, Umpty has to leave.
Yeah. Going to back away. Now it is Viper and Life able to get themselves a crash if they would like it with the help of the Sejuani. And Rift's going to be spawning now as in goes Henna. And same to be said is now Zeka going to get out of the way of Umpty. Shuriken backflip not going to land. And well, just to talk about the game for a little while.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, so what the Carpet Space came up with was actually pretty poignant, I think, about the fact that Sion is basically immortal, or was in the last game. And I think that problem for Bro has gotten worse.
I would agree. I didn't like the build from Karis last game, just because you're going to be hitting a Sion mostly. This is what we talked about in the cast, what the desk echoed in a little bit more detail. And the Akali will also not hurt the Sion, but what the Akali can do is potentially get behind the Sion. And I think that's kind of what this game has to be about here for Brion. Karis needs to be able to threaten Life, threaten Viper. Because in terms of frontlining, there couldn't be like less synergy for the Lucian and the Akali trying to break through the front line straight up. Like front to backing is not going to be a thing here. That's why Henna needs to get ahead early, as he did not do in the previous game, and use that Gale Force spike that we talked about. That didn't happen.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Arctic Assault on cooldown. As Umpty's going to move in. Winter's Wrath cleared behind enemy lines again. Umpty distracted by a ward. That'll get him. Ring around the Rosie from the Sejuani. This is very cute. Clid's going to look to make his way out, or Look for an engage onto Karis. There he goes! Wow, so sneaky. So sneaky.
We're going to make the new hashtag cool clids never flash.
No, they don't. Yeah, they definitely don't. We are going to have the cool kids that never panic playing after this.
Yep.
So it's competing hashtags, but I think it's different enough.
So,
yeah.
Slight lead to Umpty in the jungle clear right now, but Clid has a little bit more available at this moment in time, so he should be able to catch up in terms of camps. But as he is doing so, Umpty has an opportunity to punish Viper and Life if they push too hard here towards the turret.
Yeah.
There's no barrier here for Viper, so this is the time you're looking for bubbles, you're fishing for some of that Lucian piercing damage. But I mean, this is just not going the way that Henna and Effort want it to, and pre-6 for Umpty, if they just keep this wave back towards turret, not much he can do.
Oh, Morgan gonna get another demolish. That's a plate. Going over to the Kasante.
Yeah, doing much better this time around in this lane.
Yeah. I wonder whether Morgan is going to get a kill, death, or assist this game.
I'd say pretty high chance. You know, I think last game was a bit of an anomaly.
Yep. Charging up for it. We'll have to see. It'd be pretty cool if he has the full neutral.
That would be pretty insane. The stats are getting really averaged by those zeros.
Severely. Not negative, though.
No?
So
not positive either.
No. Maybe he just really liked his KDA and didn't want to touch it. You know? It's like, no. I won't.
Keep it the same.
Yeah. Let's not augment that at all. As Bro is going to be able to take the first Drake. It's going to be a Cloud Drake next. So a few cool options. Also, potentially the Chemtech.
These are
available as Umpty, lying in wait.
It's like the same Drakes, but in a different order as last game as well.
Yeah. I mean, there aren't very many similarities between last game and this game, so I'm really glad that at least we're having the same Drakes. That's helpful.
Fitz Mountain again. I mean, I better hope you do better this time, Breon.
If the like Mountain Rift starts to come into effect and then we get a pause, it's because the players are like, hang on, have we accidentally gone back in time? Has there been like some sort of rift opened up and we're just in game one? Not sure. Of course, I mean, Umpty and Clid are playing different champions now, and Karis is also on the Akali instead of the Victor, so it is very different.
Umpty hasn't been able to really make a big impact this game pre-6, you know, and he's getting closer to hitting level 6, obviously, where maybe he'll have some power, but oh man, this is nasty.
Emperor's Device, the special delivery as Karis gets out of there. Oh, that was fancy. Just wanted to press some buttons. Of course, has to, you know, use those cooldowns. Something, yeah.
Use that before that runs out.
Got to.
Well, Zeka setting up some potential first blood action here, but it is eluded by Karis. His ult is down now on cooldown, and here comes Umpty at level 6. Viper and Life should be respecting this, especially because Life doesn't have much defensively he can use. Should be respecting.
First blood, in goes Umpty, finds the Vault Breaker flash, and there is the bubble as well as Viper just skids his way out. It was fine.
Any Zeri enjoyers?
Yeah, anyone thought that was going to be a first blood?
Nah.
No.
He did have to use both of his summoners, and Life used his heal, so still a successful gank in that regard, but you know, Breon aren't happy with this. They wanted more, right? And now Viper's actually allowed to stay in this lane and push this wave in. Gets a nice back timing here too, and I mean, Clid wasn't there at all.
Yeah.
He was, I guess you could say in the size of Summoner's Rift, like relatively close by, but he wasn't involved.
He's on the map.
Yeah.
He's in the game.
He was on the same side of the map. He was just very far away. And
sitting 2 seats away here in Lowell Park.
He's on Gromp, right? And because of that, I think Viper and Life really showing no respect here whatsoever without knowing where Umpty is. Any other champion dies here and is punished super hard. Zeri gets away.
괜찮아. 신경 쓰지 마.
It's all right. It's all right. Don't worry about it, he said.
Yeah. Oh, poor Umpty.
And that's the frustration, right? You flash for this, you look for this gank, you get release dated by Zeri, and you know that's the end of it. His Viper was definitely greeting super hard in the lane, but isn't punished, and you gain nothing, unfortunately. This will be your secondary teleport as a Scion player.
The amount of bass that was in that was actually kind of epic. It was rumbling Low Park here.
Oh, I thought you said based at first.
No, I didn't.
Pretty based, though.
It was pretty based. Based on a lumberjack, I think, actually. One that runs pretty quick with his axe in front of him. Yeah.
Based on a true story called Game 1. Based on the records of Game 1, we've tried to replicate it. This is the movie adaptation.
Yeah, this is the movie adaptation. We'll see whether it has a happier ending or not than game number 1. As, you know, real life is often less interesting as Umpty's dead. Oh, Wild Growth comes in. The bubble is good. Oh, Viper's going to be taken out. And First Blood actually goes to Henner in the end. Some unexpected excitement as now Klid's going to go down as well. Epic grabs that kill as the ult comes through for Karis. Life is just a little Lulu with a dream, and that dream is a nightmare, I think. There we go, 5-point strike, and Karis ults his way back to the lane.
Without Zeka being there, this is a really greedy fight to take. Klid doesn't flash because he knows that Karis is there. If he flashes, he's going to be a flash down, and the kill goes to the Akali really easily. So, really awkward here. Zeka playing with fire right now.
Yeah, is actually going to look for the Emperor's Divide, but doesn't find it. And Karis just gets himself out. Zeka going to survive. Still has flash.
That was very scary there for Zeka. Had a big minion wave, so I felt pretty safe, I guess, to pull that one off. But finds himself with a 20 CS lead and tries to kind of be aggressive here to stop some of that farm from the Akali. As this is just a lot of greed, right? As Life comes over here, you've got Klid on top. So you're like, okay, we got the Wild Growth angle here, right? But it's used onto the Zeri, who's just chain CC'd. And maybe if they actually ult Klid with that Wild Growth, they get the pick faster, and this ends up being a totally different story where Klid doesn't take that much damage. As a result, he doesn't flash here because he can't do anything against this Akali. Life is just left out to dry with no ult.
Yep.
No sums.
Yeah, no options. Gets a ward down. So there's that. But that is the only real good news story is, all right, the movie adaptation seems to be a little bit more Breon-based, Wolf, to go back to our original conversation.
Wait until Steven Spielberg gets his hands on the LCK, man.
I know, I know.
It's going to be a sick movie.
I just really hope that the soundtrack's done by John Williams. That's all I'm hoping for.
Yeah. That's what we deserve.
Yeah, that's what we deserve.
Well, despite all of that kerfuffle on the bottom side and Henna picking up First Blood, they're still going to lose some plates down here bottom side. Klid does have flash, so it can, you know, use the flash for his Arctic Assault. He has ult, so some respect being shown here while Umpty is elsewhere.
Yep, and, you know, we did have deviation into Action Land. Our players didn't like that very much, so we're going to go back to just chilling. As this Drake is alive right now, we'll see who is going to be able to pick that one up. Right now, it is a bit of a back timer for Life.
A lot of control wards here set up for Breon, so there's a little bit of a lack of vision around Tribrush and bot. Anything basically south of the red buff. Life esports have to be wary that Umpty could be there, so not deciding to take that, even though what we know is they were closer and they probably could have rushed it down. That's the next kind of exciting thing is, ooh, we have a Drake fight. Okay, here's that Cassante angle.
Yeah, I mean, I want to get excited, but Wolf, like, it's a Scion. Morgan's pressing a lot of buttons, though. All right, Flash is going to come through here as he's trying to get out of the way of that Q, but it does not work. And there it is, the solo kill for Morgan. Klid's going to make his way up, and he's like, nah. No.
I mean, I literally made this joke in game 1, like, okay, if Scion is actually pushing the turret and really disrespecting the Cassante, maybe something could happen up here. Like, I was joking, like, the Cassante should not be able to do this to a Scion. But Kingen, he forgot that even though he is Scion, the Cassante kit will let the turret do the talking, as it was in this case.
Yeah, which worked out very nicely for Morgan. That is going to be 1 kill in that column at the end of this game. That is infinity % only good stats so far in that scoreline as the culling going to be used mainly onto Life there. Speeds himself up with the Whimsy and he'll be all right.
Crown, by the way, in this game for Zeka with, you know, the same sort of, I guess, fear that I would say that a lot of Azir players have into this Akali matchup is that you're going to get deleted.
Yeah.
You don't have an extended lead in this game. You don't have any advantages, really. So that actually really hurts the objective setup significantly for this Azir. And I thought, okay, well, you have a Zeri, right? You have a Scion, and when we get to those later parts of the game, you're not going to feel as worried about the Akali deleting you. I thought they'd have the confidence to just still go for the damage build, but because of this Crown build, I'm really liking Fredit Brion, or formerly Fredit Brion's position in this game because Henna, Gale Force, and Dirk here. We have a 2 Drake stacked up lead. It's Infernal this time, so that's going to be great for their damage. And the Azir, not going to be making the same plays as last time in terms of just pushing the enemy mid laner away.
Yeah.
And I mean, that crown almost broken by the belt alone just there.
Not going to be, though, as he retains the crown. Kingin, he just wants to chop trees, you know?
He did break it now, I could see on the inventory right afterwards. So he kept it from the belt, but looks like maybe a 5-pointer.
Yeah. If a tree falls in the top lane, does it make a sound, Wolf?
Not if the observers aren't watching. That's why we always have to keep checking.
Yeah, got to make sure that we keep our eye on it because we can't not hear it.
No trees fallen just yet, as far as Jonas Strong is concerned. He's been just making sure.
Yeah. I'm glad that he's doing God's work there on that one. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Morgan comes on over, thinks about a demolish proc, but nah. That's not what we're about.
He just likes to raise the crystals out of the ground to let everyone know he's taken demolish.
Yeah.
Pretty Giga Chad.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And honestly, like, Morgan's pretty benevolent, you know, when it comes to lording over the top lane. He will let his opponents do some things and, like, have a turret for a little bit more time. Sometimes he wants you to stop your shenanigans. And that is right now is what just happened.
They're trying to hurt each other.
Yeah, sort of. It was very funny. All right, Clid is in this brush. I think Bro know exactly what's going on. Umpty looking to return the favor here to Zeka as well. Much more open rift this time around.
Yeah.
Instead of putting rocks in, we have taken stuff away. And Umpty's moving on over. 3 versus 3 here, or maybe 4.
Clid showing here is really rough. Now they can actually just collapse onto the Azir. Zeka has to be so careful. Look at this trap that's set. They're actually going to fight over blue buff. I love how Brion are playing this game because they have enough advantages here to just say, all right, get out of here, Zeka. You can't win this fight. Clid, we know he's bottom side. We actually have the fast track here. Look at this culling damage.
Well, they are going to turn it there. Henna holds on to the cleanse, actually. Not feeling under too much threat. Can you blame him? As Hanwha, they're going to be able to get rid of this this vision, but they don't get their own blue buff. And the Drake's coming up in 2.5 minutes. So what we're fighting for was only, in fact, that blue buff.
I mean, in a lot of ways, they also were able to pull Viper out of lane. They pulled Zeka out of lane and put him under a lot of threat. Like, if he actually takes a riskier angle to try to go around there, maybe he dies. You know, he ends up getting deleted by the Akali. Henna's there with the culling. Clid did a great job blocking that. That's a crown dead.
Yeah, and now Karis looking to be all in. There's the Emperor's Divide, but not going to be able to get rid of Umpty here as, oh, that was very cute from Zeka. He might still be dead, but it was a cute play. There's the Shuriken backflip. Zeka's just dead. Yep.
Gotta dodge those, unfortunately, but just not fast enough. Well, you know, when I mentioned don't ban the Akali, I was very serious about it, and this has been, honestly, the biggest change up here for Henna. Like, if you ban the Akali, they get the Azir for free. This time they don't, and you actually get to have the counter matchup, and Karas is delivering, right? He already got the crown, so that's a huge win. Like, okay, Azir is building crown. This one's less of a problem in the front line. Now we can find him and execute him. This is a similar idea to what they were trying to do just moments before around the blue buff. This time they actually find the kill. And I hate to say it for Hanwha fans, but I think this game is fast approaching the trajectory for Game 3. Yes, the Zeri has some scaling options here, but the train is well and truly out of the station here for Brion's comp. Last game, they couldn't do anything on the map. They were very passive. This game, plays like this, Zeka's being greedy, way too far up in the lane. He's like, I got ult, I'm fine. No, you're not fine. Not if you don't dodge that backflip. Karas flashes, and nope, didn't dodge it. Nope.
And then Zeka just sort of walking around in circles and stuff like that, I think knew that he was dead. And therefore, Clid not going to be able to save him.
He was like, Clid, please! Clid's like, I can't save you.
Yeah, I don't know what you want from me, man. As Bro, they'll start up the Rift Herald for the second time. Around 39 seconds on the Infernal Drake. See whether Hanwha Life are going to be able to contest for that one. We still need to see a team fight because I kind of share what you're thinking, Wolf, and I also don't at the same time because we haven't seen a team fight. And that's kind of what will decide this game, because they're the same drafts as last time. That's sort of what decided that game. Viper's just been happily farming, Henna equal this time around, but does it matter? I don't know. This is what I'm worried about.
Well, I think Karas needs to play it well. And so far, he has given me trust, right, in this game. Brion once again going to drop this Herald right before Drake, but they have a lot better of a team fight setup this time around.
Yeah. Hannah, dashing forward, may get punished as the ulti is thrown to Narnia. Glid now going to have to get out of there, does so with the Arctic Assault as Morgan taking some damage from Viper, but he sort of just shrugs it off and he's absolutely fine.
Karis is coming over here now too. HLE really tracking him quite well, and he doesn't have a backline access point here.
Kingen almost lost a shield, which was like pretty huge.
10 seconds until Baron. They don't have enough damage to do it with this comp, with this Azir build, and there's vision. So I don't think you'll be able to make this trade happen, especially with how quickly Brion are actually focusing this Drake down. But they're going to try here, it looks like. This is a cool macro choice from HLE, but I just don't think it's going to work out.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to start Baron. They're actually sending Zeka towards the top side. So Hanwha will just give this one up. And Umpty's going to take that one down. So that is Soul Point going over to Bro.
Even though they tracked where Karis was super well, and they kind of made sure that the Scion was always making sure that he was in front of any potential backline targets. We're like, okay, is Karis on the flank? We know he's coming from bottom. He had TP, but he didn't TP in anything that checked. Hanwha Life Esports like, I just can't front to back this just yet. You know, Rosari only has a shield bow, or Azir only has the AP version of shield bow, basically. I mean, I'm being a bit facetious here, but you have the safety items right now, but you don't have the damage, whereas the Akali is accelerated, the Vi is accelerated. It's not a team fight you could take, and now it's Soul Point early here for Brion. And it's uncharacteristically them getting a small lead and then pushing it very hard here. Like, sometimes it's been, okay, Henna gets a lead and the game just kind of is by default against the weaker teams, like Valdez was talking about on the space. This time they've really taken this lead and made the game theirs so well, and so I'm proud of Bro.
Yeah, I'm proud of Bro as well.
A little bit of a change up here, you know?
We still need to see a little bit more, because as you saw in that goal graph, started to taper off just a little bit towards the end. But with Bro now sieging in this mid lane, with the control that they'll have based on their dragon control, that is definitely great news. As now, Zeka could just be taken down. He is thrown into the bouncy castle. Emperor's Divide's decent, but perfect execution is exactly that. And that is Karis on a killing spree.
Yep, and crown value, not too high when you're alone under a turret. You know, gonna stay alive just a little bit longer, but still can't even side lane safely against this Akali now. And Shadow Flame is done, so a lot of extra damage, but it's too little too late, as HLE can't even siege this turret.
Yeah. You can see Kingen trying to tank the culling there, so the minion wave survives, but Karis splitting pretty nicely here towards the top side. He will leave the turret alive to make sure that it kills all of the minions.
Yeah, it's kind of a meme that Brion is the gatekeeping team, right? Because they've only beaten East Side teams. HLE is still currently an East Side team, and if they lose this game, it'll stay that way, even if they win the series. But the macro here from Brion has been really good. They are a strong team here in the LCK. They are an LCK team by default, so, you know, I mean, that means a lot.
Yeah.
And from behind here, HLE playing really scared, and Brion are not just rolling over, letting them scale up. They're just forcing advantages, right? And if they could get this mid turret, Henna has even more of a leash to actually, you know, zoom around and do things like what he just did to Life's health bar there. Might be able to force a flash, might be able to force an ult. He has rapid fire cannon online now. And Zeka is just desperately trying to farm up to items that
allow him to do
compete.
damage.
Yeah, will allow him to compete with the Akali Burst and this Lucian that it has free reign, because if you hit Lucian with the build last game where it's Shadow Flame after Ludens, he's like half dead. Even if you're just like, your Sand Soldier touches him basically twice and it's like, all right, well, Lucian can't do anything now. You do it with this build and he actually can kind of fight back, right? And you have the Akali to then come in and execute the Azir if he's in range of the Lucian, so it's kind of unplayable at this point until you get more damage, which is going to take so much more time.
It is certainly looking a little bit rough. Hanwha, though, they do have the benefit of being in a Bro game, which does give them a little bit more space, a little bit more time to get themselves to a point where they can fight. But Bro need to just keep the tempo up more than they have done in the past.
And they have done that so far.
Yeah.
But let's wait and see, because like you said, I understand the skepticism.
No, I'm not fully sold yet, Wolf. You know, I'm a little bit worried.
History repeats itself, as it mostly did in this draft, but the next Drake fight is one that Brion really wants to win to solidify their advantages here, and it does give HLE, you know, from some perspectives, maybe an Elder Flip angle. But I think as Brion, you just want that Infernal Soul. It's going to make your Lucian, your Akali so much more lethal in upcoming team fights. And I'd say as Brion, even though you could give this up and try to get Baron trade objectives, for example, I don't think you want to in this game.
No, I think you just want to go for a fight, right? Because
Yeah.
you're so much stronger. So opt into any sort of opportunity for that, especially if Umpty can find that flank angle. Similar one to what Clid put together on the Vi in the last game. That is the power of that champion. Decent vision, though, for Harmalife Esports around this Drake area. And Umpty's not going to be able to get that big old wraparound to make this one work. And Clid trying to frontline, Kingen doing the same thing.
Karis, no angle here either. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, double knock up there by the Scion. But he doesn't really do very much damage, so not a lot of follow-up. Things are going to be fine.
Stopwatch here for Karis too, going to give him that extra oomph, you know, in this team fight, but he has to get into the backline somehow. Kingen's positioning is so good on Scion. It's insane how he and Clid could just make sure there's no flank angle here, and Lucian can't hit any valuable targets. Look at the health bars of all the backline. Yeah, like there's a phalanx set up here. Zeka, Viper, Life, untouched here. The Lucian is just trying to find an angle. Karis is trying to find an angle, and HLE have bought themselves a Drake fight.
They certainly have. Karis is unseen, though, for the moment in this area. Life is looking for him. They see that control ward. I think they have an idea of where the Akali is. This Drake, Harmalife Esports, you cannot give this one up. It's going to be a flip for it, though, as it does try to reset. Karis rocketing towards the side there as Clid will tank up the culling. Kingen runs on forward. The Glacial Prison, not exactly fantastic as Morgan. Going to go down relatively low. Into the backline goes the Akali, but she turns into a little critter, and now Clid has to run away. Can he actually get into the backline? The answer's no, but for Karis, the answer's absolutely yes, as the Drake goes over to Clid somehow. Not entirely sure how that one worked. Zeka got the heck out of there. Viper is dead. Bro, massive victory despite losing the Drake.
The big win for them is that Baron is up here and they have enough damage to do it, because otherwise, even with losing the members that HLE have, you feel pretty good about buying time in this game for your Zeri. And they are going to come over here and look for a contest, but this isn't. Leandri's on the Azir, and he has no idea where Karis is.
Yeah, Kingen is a brick wall, but Zeka is not. He takes a lot more damage, as now Karis goes into his Shroud, and that is a very well executed Azir.
Karis is killing it this game, Atlas. Like that last team fight on the Drake, he was so patient. They waited until they broke Crown. He waited for the perfect opportunity to get on top of Lulu. Effort ults with him. That was so clean there. And then here, once again, they turn early. They know, Zeka, you have no survivability with this Crown, and you're just going to get blown up. And even with Kingen on top of him, it doesn't matter. Watch how patient HLE plays. Karis is waiting, breaking Crown. Okay, hold the phone, wait for the culling. Umpty's in. They've isolated Kingen now, and then Karis is like, backline access is mine with this knockup from Morgan, and the tidal wave comes through so no one can turn onto Karis. They can't just turn and burst him down. So beautifully played here, and then it's just desperation at this point. Viper is dead, and that's the end of the fight. And yes, Kingen somehow steals this one away, which might save the game for Harmalife Esports, but it's still going to be Baron. Going over to Breon is Zeka, no Crown.
Yeah, and it's like full desperation for Harmalife Esports, because otherwise Bro gets Infernal Soul. But if Harmalife gets one Infernal Drake, Bro don't care. They don't care at all. And now, well and truly on the ropes, Harmalife Esports, and this has been uninspiring, honestly, this game so far. Bro really turning it around, asking Harmalife to meet them as far as that tempo, and Harmar are like, nah, we don't really want to. We would prefer it if things were very slow again, as Henna tanking up the turret with that culling. Clid going to get taken to half health, as Hanwha going to have to give this one up. Baron buff going to help Bro take that one down, and now the gold lead, 9,000 in favor of Breon.
Remember, for those watching at home, Henna's best champion this season by far has been the Lucian, and in the last game he wasn't really given any opportunities to do anything with it. This game he has pushed advantages. Yeah, his kill score is 1-0-4. It's not the 6-0-1 that you see from Karis, who's definitely going to end up picking up most of the POG votes, if not a unanimous vote. But I think the way Henna took his lead this game and then forced fights where Karis is able to come down because Zeka can't match those rotations, how they fought around Blue Buff, how they fought around those first two Drakes. These are changes that we're seeing here in Breon's playstyle when they have this Lucian available. Henna, just for context, is 4-3 on the Lucian. It's his most played. He just picked up his third loss in the previous game. 4-2 before today, and for like a while, I think it was 4-0 on the pick. He was looking so good on it, but regardless, this is the style of play that Breon wants to play, but they haven't played it perfectly. This is, I think, a big step forward for them, and I want to champion it because, yeah, HLE playing a little bit passively here, playing very slow. Let's not lose. Let's not let the snowball hit, but the snowball's hitting regardless, and yeah, I mean, it's a 10-1 scoreline here where you just can't recover.
Well, Infinity Edge is done, Wolf. If you wanted a bit of the Hopium, see whether Viper can actually make it work, as the culling is just going to be thrown through, and there's no real response. There's no answer for that, as Morgan going to push a wave as well. Life Esports, they're going to move over. They're a bit distracted by the Cassante.
This is a 3,500 Baron power play so far.
Well, Tidal Wave going to come in here as Zeka tries to get out. The bubble's not going to find anything, though, as neither does the Glacial Prison. They use the space to try and get themselves this inner turret. They're unable to do so as the Baron is going to wear off. And Kingen really wanted Morgan to move into that, but it does not happen. 56 seconds on this Drake.
And if you really want the Hopium mask, fully attached, before you give it to anyone sitting
the
next
fresh
to you.
can. Can you bring the fresh can, Wolf?
Because always secure your Hopium mask before the assisting others. That's the policy.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you do that.
Because now, as HLE, you defended pretty well. Morgan was trying to push mid. You get those demolish procs going. He's Cassante, though, so not the fastest pusher that you could have there in the mid lane. The defense was pretty good for HLE. They have a lot of damage on this area. They did get the Drake. If Ting doesn't steal that, we're talking about an Elder here in about a minute's time where, I don't know if they can fight this yet, even with Zeri having 3 items. Not enough damage on the Sazir. But there are other ways now for HLE to have a fight that they probably shouldn't have been allowed to have this game. So no inhibitors down, no open inhibitors, no side laning champ that can push them around the map. So just one more fight they win, and then suddenly they can put themselves on even footing where we're like, okay, Zer's got damage. So if you've got your Hopium attached tightly, this is what you're thinking about. But you have to show up to this Drake fight, and
they can't. They can't. No option. Can't get in there. The last hope, as if it is very well secured, you need to make sure that you tighten the little straps on the side.
They had
blip for an Elder.
Yeah, they had TP, like one TP ward they could use, but with those waves going through and just no vision whatsoever, you don't want to take that fight. But not taking it means that now the damage is even higher. As yes, the observer is showing us that's how you speed up returning from the fountain. As he does pick up Death Cap. That's what they were really showing us.
Yeah.
But it looked like the angle was trying to show you, you could dash to your soldier to speed up your return to lane.
You can rift walk over the Nexus if you're playing Kassadin.
Always E as Ezreal to get back faster after you through. And if your support is pinging you, Ezreal alive, at least you can E there a little bit faster.
The best use of Scion Ultimate is to walk back to lane fast. Which has been the main use of it in this particular game, as Bro are now shutting out vision. Life Esports not really looking like they have very many answers to this, as 30 seconds and then the Baron will be under fire. Bro only 5 minutes away from being able to put together that Exodia that we will probably see. I think there will be an Elder take in this game. Because Hanwha are just turtling as best they can. They don't want to make the mistake to lose them the game, but in doing so, they're giving over everything else.
Yeah, there's a little bit of hope that with the wave clear that Zeri provides, and Zeka now having a death cap, that they could defend a Baron, and then we could see that fight. If Breon also aren't willing to start the Baron and actually look for that fight and that advantage, we'll definitely see an Elder fight, but I think with the advantage they have in vision, I mean, there's no world in which they don't start it, right? That looked really ultimately very sad.
It was. Well, this Baron is likely just going to go over for free. And then Hanwha are going to have to fight. I mean, they don't have to fight. I mean, look, I'm saying that they have to fight a lot. They don't. They can, honestly, just wait somewhere for Breon to kill their Nexus. But they should probably fight.
Well, now they're just confident in their abilities to defend the Baron push for 3 minutes here and then take Elder, right? Like I was saying, okay, you could fight for this, but it's hard. Just like I said, you could fight for the soul, but it's hard. You don't really have good vision. You don't have the ability to teleport in there, even with teleports up, because Kingen and Zeka have been still on teleports for a while, because they aren't going anywhere, sitting under these inhibitor turrets. But there is a world. All right, I'm putting the mask back on.
Okay.
Nobody paid attention until I put on the Hopium mask.
Yeah.
No Hanwha Life fans were paying attention. They were already waiting for Game 3, but there's a world where you defend this for 2 minutes 20, no inhibs go down, Breon not decisive, and then Elder flip territory.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you win that one, and then you have to go through a bunch of turrets. I mean, look at how healthy the outer turret is in mid lane, but you could do it. Okay, it could happen.
I mean, they have a Scion who's very tanky. Morgan also very tanky. As Hanwha, I mean, something will have to happen. There will need to be an exchange of buttons pressed in this game at some point. There's the culling. Does a lot of damage there. Henna also taking a heck of a lot back as Zeka has his crown broken. But that's going to be fine as... All right, I mean, that was something.
Just trying to defend, trying to clear these waves as best as they can. No one bottom side here. Morgan not offering too much here in terms of what he could do to push these waves in, but if he catches someone with a Q3, that's all Brion need to win this game. That's why he's not trying to set up a 1-3-1. He is Cassante. He wants to be the initiation here for a potential pick, but as a result of this, HLE defending mid, no threat bottom side. That inner turret is still up, and the dream is alive. You know, 2 minutes 20 becomes 1 minute 10, and 1 minute 10 maybe becomes 30 here if nothing happens.
Is 11,000 gold enough of a lead to win a game, Wolf? Not sure.
Usually, yes. In this case, let's wait and find out.
Yeah, maybe. Bro, gonna move on over. All right, no minion wave required. They break it open. They will take this first inhibitor. Is this the start of the dominoes collapsing? There's Morgan. He's got a dash. The tagline for Cassante as Viper chasing after Karis. Four items on the
like
Zeri.
One Elder Flip. You know, you're going to have to deal with that first wave of super minions, but...
Yeah, tidal wave, straight onto the Scion. Priority target has been acquired as they focus down the turret. They're not interested in killing the champions here as Umpty crams his face into the Scion as well. Kingen doesn't seem too worried about it. However, he's also not doing anything to win the fight as he's taking a fair bit of damage.
They just cannot get onto the backline. The positioning and the spacing is so good, and Viper and Life are just so well protected that Karis is just like, looking at him, like doing the stare down, like doing the, I'm pointing at my eyes, I'm pointing at you, but... And Kingan's like, me? He's like, you're pointing at me, right? Because you can't get to my Zeri, you can't get to my Lulu, and yes, one inhibitor goes down, but they are going to have an opportunity for an Elder Flip. Everybody backs here on the side of Brion, and they are going to be set up for it with all their items. Serpent Fang for Lucian. Okay, we're going all the way down the rabbit hole. Okay, he's got 15,000 gold, but so does Zeri, and I know if this inhibitor wasn't down, whose side my money would be on and how this 5v5 fight can work, but it's all about Karis.
It is. It's actually crazy now because the game was like 80%. Not 94, 98% in favor of Bro, right? Like, they should have 98% of the time been able to win the game. But now I feel like it's back to 50.
Yeah.
I think
it's a one smite button.
Absolutely. As Karis is going to try and mess with that number a little bit. The split push is very important.
He doesn't have a good TP ward actually behind HLE. Like, he has these over here that the Observer just showed us, but nothing behind HLE.
He's just looking for the back door. He's going to teleport now. As, okay, Viper takes the full culling. Doesn't want to do that one as the tidal wave needs to be avoided. Morgan gets into that backline. Here's the ulti from Viper. He's still alive. The double kill instantly for Viper as he gets over the wall. Triple kill for Karis. Can he find the penta is the question as Henna is now diving onto Viper. And here it is. Never mind. As Viper stays alive, Morgan gonna go down so low, but eventually he finishes it off. As it's 4 of a kind for the Akali. Cassante picks off the off one. He's the high card in this particular game of Texas Hold'em, and he will now take down these Nexus turrets. We are going to a game 3.
All Brion fans holding their breath. Oh, the Hanwha fans tightening that mask. But you know what? At the end of the day, really good tidal wave, a great culling from Henna. And then Karis just comes in for cleanup. He didn't have a great flank ward, but he was able to just walk straight into the heart of HLE because they had to hold the Drake. They had to actually start that one up and be in a rough spot because if they don't, they lose no matter what. Karis is going to end the game by himself. So we're going to game 3, but I think Brion with some good changes here in draft, they basically ran it back with a few improvements, and they were the ones they neneeded. There you go.
Yeah, he's chugging the yogurt. Love that.
He says, I will do a one-shot for every game they win.
He's got a, you see?
He's got one more in his pocket.
He's a Berlin. No, there was one sitting next to him. He had it ready. He had it ready to chug. You're not allowed to drink that during the next game, buddy, because we'll put you back on the camera. It was a very admirable performance by by Breon in that one. Humble Life Esports, though, I mean, we need to start doing some things, guys. We need to start playing some video games.
I think the crown build here and the Akali pick was so critical here. Zeka just not able to do a lot of damage. Viper coming online so late into the game, and that last fight looked beautiful for him, but doesn't matter because you're forced into the Elder. You don't have a front line because your front line is trapped early. The tidal wave was really good from Effort too, with kind of hitting the culling. Like everything just came together for Breon in game 2 so well, and I think Hanwha might still take this series, but some changes in the draft will need to be made.
Oh, absolutely. And if they keep up that level of play, though, I think it's Bro all the way. You can see Umpty and Edgar, both of them looking well and truly motivated here. As, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to a short break. When we get back, the space and that deciding game 3.
홍조 지태 보고.
형주야 이거 만부턴 타줘. 형주야 만부턴 타줘.
많이 살게. 혜리가 봐줄게.
타줘.
살게 이제. 버프 한번 줘봐. 버프 1초.
앞라인부터 봐줄게.
앞라인 보자.
아지로 들어갈게.
아.
나 괜찮아.
세즈 도고.
나 괜찮아.
제리 궁 빼고 하자. 일단 궁 빼고 하자.
아니 그냥 들어가.
오케이.
대디어서 못 이었어.
제리 잘 봐야 돼. 빨리지 마 제리한테.
야 너무 빨린다.
다음 줘봐.
대리 한번 띄워볼게.
이겼다.
제리.
펜타. 못 잡아.
오케이, 잡아야 돼.
잡아줘. 이대로 가자.
다행이다.
까비.
펜타 너무 아깝다.
야 깜짝아. 야 펜타. 까비. 잘했다.
잘했다. 다음 판 잘해보자.
이걸 안 주네. 괜찮아.
얘들아 다음 판 우리 레드 가면 좀 빡셀 거거든. 좀 집중해서 더 잘해보자. 난 초시기를 안 사야겠다.
홍조 잘하네. 좋았다. 그래 형조야 좋았다.
Hello and welcome back to the space where we do have Bro taking the win here in game number 2, getting the upset over Life Esports. They were able to take a couple of fights early on that got them ahead, and eventually that snowballed to their victory. What did you think about this one, Mal? Chronicler?
Either works, whatever you prefer. As you might pay, if you pay close attention, we see there a little red circle around that Victor band.
That's a square.
It's a square. That game really took a lot out of me. It really took a lot out of me. It's not a circle, no, it's a square. It's, the meme where it's like everything fits.
Yes.
Well, in this case, you should not have put Victor into the square because Victor does not deserve to be in the square. Maybe if you're picking Rise, then you can put Victor in his timeout box. But the Akali was very obvious. We have seen that this is a common response, and you will give up some early prio, but early prio is irrelevant in this match. Between these two teams, it's not going to matter at all. Neither of them clearly is able to make game-deciding plays early on. Yes, Brion got a lead, but they don't actually win until we get to one of the highlights where they actually find themselves a decisive victory. But this Victor ban, which you already dealt with very well in the previous game, allowed Kars to pick Akali, which even when he was on Hanwha and his team wasn't very good, was one of his best champions, and he shows it off again.
He had some pop-off moments on the Akali that time. He had it this time as well. Let's take a look at highlight 1 here, because this is kind of how it all gets started. Life Esports getting too aggressive in the enemy jungle as they nearly take out the buy.
And nearly, unfortunately, not good enough, as the CC chain here is crucial, right? It's a combination of wave into bubble, into wild growth, into bubble, and Viper just dies, so they don't have damage. Karvis is earlier on the roam here, and if you're Zeka and you're seeing this, like, nope, I'm not going to be part of that. Already has to peace out, and from this point on, it's Brion, not in traditional Brion fashion, not necessarily snowballing the game beyond belief, but they do get a couple of early dragons, which does mean that with the 2 free gold lead they have in the subsequent fight, they're able to allow that to really tilt them over the edge, because at that point, only 1 Drake has gone to Hanwha, and they need to fight for Soul Point.
Yeah, and
Soul, rather.
Yes, and this game nowadays in this meta, League of Legends, very snowbally. So even Brion, they were talking about it on the cast as well. Life Esports did not really want to up the pressure. They did not want to up the tempo, and Brion were able to hold on. We can take a look at highlight 2 and see where this eventually got us here towards the end of the game in this Soul fight.
Yeah, some shenanigans here, because this is where Clit somehow still gets the Drake, which is very funny and should not have happened.
Well, we know why.
Yeah, we know why. We
slowed it down.
And Umpty's about to smite Clit here, which he didn't really have to, but the key thing is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? Because at this point, in this fight, Kari gets so fed, then even with Lulu, which traditionally is very good, into specifically the Akali, because you can polymorph her and you can keep vision of her, it doesn't end up mattering, right? Like, you have so much damage in side lane, now he's able to pick up a couple more kills. And from that point on, the game isn't really playable, even though they delay that inevitable soul. It still gets picked up later. And very, very clearly, both of these two teams are unable to come back from a deficit. It's hard in the current meta, but both of them really play at a similar pace. That's why they are at the very bottom in terms of average game times, and it shows in these games.
Yeah, and we had, towards the end, we were taking a look at Viper's build as it was coming along. It was like, okay, he finally picked up his BT near the end, and he was nearly able to crit and carry his way through, but it wasn't enough. Let's take a look at the POG, though, because we have to see who is going to get it on the side of Brion. It will be, well, the guy who carried.
Yeah, no shocker there. As Karis had one of the most, in my mind, iconic plays that we saw, I think it was spring last year, where Life was losing, and then he found that one sick Akali flank around like inner turret on the top half of the map. Didn't really have to get a comeback here because he was just running the game for the entirety of it. The Akali into Azir remains a popular pick. The big issue that you run into is that you don't have any pressure early on. The post 6, it becomes a lot more manageable, and due to the early leads that Brion found, even pre-6 wasn't that big a deal, and post-6 there was enough freedom here for Karis. And funnily enough, looking at how fed Viper was, he was fed enough. It was just the rest of his team died immediately to everything.
Yeah.
Always love empty votes when it's Brion.
Yeah, I mean, it's Brion. He set up that first play. It got them ahead. After that, he pressed his R button. He did a good job on the Vi. What else could you say? I mean, but at the end of the day, it was really about Karis carrying, and that's how they were able to get the win. Guys, we do have one more game, a game number 3 between Bro and Humble Life Esports. Let's go back to the casters for that one.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, for breaking down that game number 2. Yes, we do have another game. It is on our hands, Wolf. It's a series that is also on our hands. And we have the player who also had something on his hands in the intro in Morgan, who did not get any votes in the POG, but he got a vote in my heart.
Yeah. Let's see what side HLE goes for here, because I hope we see a red side pick. I think that their counter picks are so quintessential to their playstyle, even though we did see a blue side win here for Breon, and Breon did pick blue. And they will pick red, so
I think they flipped a coin. Because honestly, I don't know whether side selection is that important.
I think it's really important. Because I think that the Scion pick that you're reliant on, that you want so badly, the Orn bands you draw and stuff like this, is just, it's only possible on red side, right? And you walked into this one a little bit with the Azir. You banned the Victor instead of the Akali to try to grab that one, and it didn't go so well. But I think HLE is one of those teams where you're like, okay, solo lane focus. It's definitely going to be a red side pick, and for Breon, let's see what they draft once again, because I think that if Lucian is up, you know, in Game 1, they didn't find that same sort of power with it early. In Game 2, they definitely did, thanks to Umpty. And I don't think they're going to change this draft up unless Humble Life Esports takes that away from them.
Yeah, I would say that just instead of leaving the Akali up, you ban the Akali, and then maybe we'll just return to game number 1. As if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to ban exactly the same champions here as we did in game number 2 on the Bro side, and Humble Life going to follow suit. I actually wrote down Elise twice instead of writing down Caitlyn on my sheet. I'm just going to adjust that from game 2. A little bit silly there. As my first pick, we're running it back, Wolf.
We are running it back. I think the second ban phase is where we're going to see big changes. And this is shocking to no one, because Humble Life Esports didn't lose this game because of the first parts of the draft. It was the second part that we took issue with, the Victor ban that was highlighted there. However, never mind. So there's definitely one way to do it.
Yeah, Lucian, Nami going to be picked up, Bro. Going to shake their hands. Henna, of course, absurd win rate on the Zeri. And so probably kind of happy about having that option, as there is the Silas. I don't like the Sejuani at all. Kind of okay for Clid to go deeper into the champion pool, personally. As long as he steers clear of the Viego, I think I'm pretty happy with a different choice. Zeka is going to lock him in the Sejuani anyway.
Yep.
And so it is the same draft, Wolf. We've just got Lucian Nami on the other side.
Yep. Let's see what HLE want to ban here now. See if they're going to protect an Azir pick.
Could be
Renekton actually might need to be banned on Breon's side this time around, because Kinga would be glad to play it with an Azir here. But nope, they actually ban it first, so not going to be taking a page out of the old Gen G book. No Renekton Azir. Well, I mean, it could still be the Azir, just no Renekton Azir as a combo. Let's see if there's an Akali ban this time that might draw an Azir ban, and we go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Bro will just do the same thing entirely, and Hanwha just have to ban Akali, or pick it, because you can pick it as well. That is the thing that you can do. Rise going to be the ban this time, and so that illegal ban that the desk was talking about is going to be adhered to. Rise pretty strong.
The Rise feels like a little bit of a throwaway ban, especially considering Breon's comp isn't going to love it too much. The Realm War value at this point in time very low. So feels like, all right, so are you know, we have the 5th counter pick here. Are you going to ban away another King and Champ? He has 2 he can play, and they haven't been willing to blind it yet. Okay, there's the Akali ban. So now it feels like a free Azir. Thank you very much. This is why I didn't want to see the Akali ban last game from Breon, right? Because then you take away the counter, and then they POG'd it, right? Now Zeka's like, cool, I can play Azir here, thank you very much, and then we could put King on whatever we want.
I think the Ornn pick is actually fine for Humble Life Esports now that it isn't banned. This is the first game that it hasn't been. I'd prefer to give counter pick to Zeka, because I think he uses it a little bit better than Kingin, but never mind. We are just going to cruise towards this Azir pick. We'll see what Morgan decides to pick up, knowing that it's just probably an Ornn. But Cassante is probably it. We're probably just going to have, like, yeah, it's the same.
It's the same with the difference that the goals of the compositions with the AD carry swaps here are completely different. I mean, actually, we'll see Gnar instead as a result because you don't want, like, your Ornn is going to make the Lucian stronger later because you're going to upgrade his Gale Force, you're going to upgrade the Azir later on in the game. But instead, you're looking for a little bit more control in lane and better team fights early with your Narbar. So
yes, I like Ornn way more because the amount of times we've just cruised to a late game is, you know, 2 out of 2 thus far. And so therefore, you just create yourself the best possible late game. And you also then have a melee champion that isn't just Mega Gnar.
But this time, Atlas,
wanting to work with.
This time the Lucian is on Hanwha's side, it's not on Bro's side, you know? They might close the game out faster, they might be able to take those advantages and push them further. I see what you're saying, because Ornn is also great in those early fights. Like, his ultimate is arguably with Azir the 2 strongest ultimates for early objective fights in the game. So, I do like both, but I like the Gnar for just like, all right, well, I could put some pressure on the Cassante early, I can outlane him, and then we'll have a little bit of power there. And it's also safe if Vi decides she's going to play around top side instead of playing bottom, where the Lucian isn't.
Lord Morgan fan from Vietnam, we saw her in the opening as we were heading towards Lowell Park. Definitely good to see some Lord Morgan representation here at Lowell Park.
It's not Orange Day today, but still got a very orange-headed HLE fan drawing there. That's only on Saturdays. Wait for HLE's next Saturday match. But, you know, in terms of the way this draft looks here, the identity in so many ways is Brionne playing to their slower strengths, right? Like, okay, scaling Victor, scaling Zeri, you've got this Cassante for team fights later on. Whereas HLE need to be the ones to find the tempo this time around. Azir could scale up later, so can this Gnar in terms of what he could do for you in team fights, but much harder if you fall behind.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether it's enough to fix the problems from last game as we hop onto the Rift here for Game 3. Man, the Bro fans are so loud, Wolf. They are just so loud. It's great to see as they are grouped up towards this bottom side, but they're walking on a ward. They'll clear that out as all 5 members grouping up. Life and Viper move on over, but just like ships in the night, no one going to really be found.
Nope, and we'll see if they can get an aggressive trade here at level 1. Should they choose to, they have the brush advantage here. But
man, it is so similar though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's...
I guess the Gnar does give you, like you were talking about, like a little bit more mid-game strength. Maybe Hanwha will use it, maybe they will not. Kingen, of course, has played a heck of a lot of Gnar.
Yeah, in 2021, he was the only Gnar who was getting it done for a little while. As we'll get that a little aggressive trade onto effort, or poke rather, because it wasn't traded back in health.
Yeah.
The ways in which Gnar can save the game for you that Ornn cannot are basically in a huge wombo combo between the Gnar and then the Azir, right, where you do a ton of damage and the fight is saved even though you're behind and the Zeri outscales you. Like, that's one way. Ornn could still do that kind of stuff, but it's a little bit tougher to pull that off. As we always show this stat for Henna because it's such an impressive stat for a player who's been, you know, success-wise very mediocre in terms of his results as a player, but his Zeri, in a meta that's so central to Zeri, is really impressive to see.
This is also pretty good. Viper's win rate on Lucian here in the LCK. This is also including those games where they tried the Lucian funnel, which just straight up didn't work back in the day.
Yeah, only 2 of those wins from this season.
Yeah. And was definitely a long time ago. It doesn't include his LPL stats, where I believe he would have played a couple of games at least. As Henna getting dashed on. Umpty in position as they're trying to fight this one out. Ignite and heal both used. Henna standing his ground. They have Umpty, but he is going to back away. So
it looked like the idea there is to just bait them to chase. When Umpty comes over, he knows he can win against Klid here at level 3, so if Viper and Life were willing to actually just push forward and chase there, then that could have been disastrous, but they read the play really well and just sit within turret range here, so doesn't end up being a successful play there for Umpty. Doesn't get much pressure done.
Well, he's going to get shadowed by Clid as Umpty doing the old walkover. Karras is pretty low as Zeka taking Comet this time around. I believe he was Conqueror last game. Don't quite remember.
It was a Comet in game 1 in this matchup into the area. It was the same thing. Doran's ring into the corrupting pot, like almost exactly the same level. One trades into slight advantage for Zeka early, but then Karras, deals with the ult very well. Like this game is so mirrored in so many ways. Obviously, the AD carry is being swapped on the bottom side, but so much else on the map is just looking the same.
Yeah.
It's wild how this series has just kind of become an amalgamation of itself. It's just kind of like collapsed upon itself.
There's some science we could do about this game, try and figure out, what it all means. As Life's still level 2, Effort the same thing. As Viper pulls the wave,
if this
back from our mid laners.
If this was a best of 30, okay, we'd get into some crazy stuff, like by the time we got to the end of this series.
Yeah, I reckon. I think maybe we should have best of 30s when Bro's playing. I think that's probably the right way to do it. We should set up a poll in Twitch chat just to see whether everybody be into the best of 30. I think that's
a non-binding poll that just gauges interest, of course.
Yeah, just gauging some interest. So what you up to on the weekend, Wolf?
Cast some more LCK. That's what I like to do on the weekend.
Coincidence? So am I.
Sounds like we got a great weekend planned.
Whoa, we're so in sync. Did you like in sync back in the day? Bit of a
I thought they were all right. There's some Backstreet Boys being played in the makeup room yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I want it that way. It was a bit of a throwback for me. I was like, wow. No one in chat knows anything about what we're talking about.
They probably know Justin, because he's still kind of around and stuff.
Sure.
But NSYNC was definitely a while ago. Did you know? You remember the Disney Tarzan?
Yeah.
NSYNC was used. They did one of the songs.
You mean like the animated one?
Yeah, the animated one. The one that Phil Collins did.
Yeah, I was going to say I only knew about Phil Collins.
Yeah, but they also had NSYNC come in for one of the songs. The one where they like trashed the camp.
Oh,
Wait,
I know that. That's a good bit of trivia.
There's something as we got a 3v3 here towards the bottom side. Umpty in the brush. Sejuani also near the brush. Henna taking a bit of damage. Maybe some biffo, but not really. I don't think it's...
This is just so silly.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
No, you punch first.
Yeah, well, Umpty. He punched him a few more times. He did.
Okay. No trees have fallen up here. We did check, but it is going to be Kingan getting pushed in on the counter pick here, and a plate going over to the Cassante. So Morgan feeling very good about the early game here with the chain vest he's picked up, or chainmail vest.
Chainmail vest.
Yeah. It's kind of vest-like.
Yeah. I mean, it is a chain vest, so I like it. Honey fruit, not allowed. Clid has to get out of there. Henna taking a bit of damage from the Winter's Wrath is now Hamwa trying to get into position. The heal going to be used to try and fight life. Great Aqua Prison will stop Henna from moving further forward, but the Drake is now going to be given up. Henna.
Zeka level 6.
All right, let's see whether he can find him. Emperor's Divide gets a couple of flashes, but that is about it.
Good flash timings there. If they end up dying, it's disastrous, and HLE take a massive lead, but will they be able to take the Drake is the question.
Bubble. Well, I don't know. Is
Oil
anyone
in trouble?
Take the Drake?
I don't know. It's just this is going to be the longest scuffle of all time where nobody dies, but the action just doesn't stop, Atlas.
The action doesn't stop.
The play-by-play stream's like, oh, they might hurt each other. Hold on, wait.
Wait. Can the action stop if it never starts?
Hold on, they might hurt each other.
Oh.
Here we go.
Oh, no, Umpty. Oh, he got hit by the ability.
Not permafrosted. Pog.
All right. Well,
okay.
Umpty is going to get taken out. He doesn't have flash, remember. He's just going to get taken out. Oh, no. Lured into a false sense of security. He will be taken down. Effort and Henna.
They're trying to get a plate here.
I mean, it's a similar situation, though, isn't it? They're holding onto the wave, and now, with the wave crashing, Effort's just dead. Henna's also just dead. What is going on? Well, he's not dead yet, but he eventually is dead.
They're dying. It happened. 3 kills. to Viper. And you know what? The war of attrition, it went on long enough. Zeka gets 2 flashes, and those are the 2 most important. He wins the fight. He wins the fight, the next fight, I guess you could say, unless we're just calling it one fight. We could call it 2 broken up fights. Yeah. The next fight is won by those flashes being down, and then the AD carry and support, Henna and Effort, just trapped there, trying to clear a wave to try to secure that turret, you know, advantage. But it's not going to happen. And Viper had no mana. Doesn't matter. Still does a ton of damage. His Ignite is what takes down to kill Effort there in the end. 3 kills and a Gale Force. I mean, you know what? The Constellation Herald doesn't feel too great right now. Not feeling too good about that one, as it looks like we might try to set up a dive and a lane swap here.
Yeah, King, I think, has gotten wind of this. Zeka finally makes it back to the mid lane. As you can see, slight advantage for Karis, but really, like, that was a couple of waves worth of time that Zeka spent towards the bottom side, so not really punished for that one. As Umpty picks up this this Krug here that was sort of left wanting.
Life, if he gets Tidal Wave, I mean, he's going to get it pretty soon here. Like, this dive cannot go off, right? They have to be super careful how they play this. King and also very close to Meganar. Opportunity here. By the way, Viper, he is getting so much gold bottom side on the map here.
Ooh, Karis has found Zeka. It's a bit of a thumbs up for his time. Not a lot of mana on the Victor, who's just going to try and do some auto attacks. As Viper's gotten two plates, so therefore Herald kind of mitigated.
Yeah, instead of a lane swap, it was more of a lane vacation, a lanecation, so to speak, here for Henna, who will just not be getting minions on top or bottom, as this is the very extended dive where there is no flash here for Umpty. He's dead. And then Karis is just not here, and Viper, no mana, but doesn't matter. The autos, it's Henna who burns down last year with the Ignite. Just a one more auto there from Zeka to make sure the Ignite burns him down. That's the end of that. So Zeri doesn't want to be in the same lane as Lucian.
No.
But she kind of has to be, so feels really bad right now if you're Breon. And like I said, you know, last game we were like, okay, similar draft, right? Like, how does this work? Breon being a little bit more aggressive than usual, but not hyper aggressive. The game still went to almost 40 minutes there. This is why I said, we're like, okay, Viper's got the Lucian this time, though. And this is Hanwha Life. This game is really accelerated. It is very much in a positive game state if you're a Hanwha Life esports fan or Hanwha Life player.
I would say that you're onto something there with it definitely going better, and they are utilizing. Clid just going to steal that one away from Umpty. Lunch money as well. As Life Tank's turret shot isn't too worried. We'll see with the Viper. Yep, he will be able to collect yet another turret plate.
Clid making it baseball, man. He slides for the steal.
Yeah. Need to get on that base. And now, moving on over. And also, remember he was on, like, the Poro skin, the really cute one? Now he's on, like, the battle skin. Like, I'm playing this is some epic Sejuani.
Serious Sejuani.
Serious Sejuani skin mode.
By the way, Clid had not won any Sejuani before today. 0-5 on the champion.
Well, this may be his first. We'll see. So far, Vi's 100% win rate in this series. Coincidence?
No. I'm just going to say no.
Yeah, I think
I'm just going to go with your narrative. I'm going to say no.
It might be. But I'm glad you helped me out there.
I want to support you. As Viper's going to get the whole turret, and nothing but the turret.
Mm-hmm.
So help him God. So help him Faker. There's no minions to get there, but he gets the whole turret, all right?
Yep. And now it's a 2.5k gold lead. As Morgan is looking to try and dive King in here. He's going to flash and then die. Very dead. As he got Cassante.
Good interrupt on the hop. Just trying to stop him from getting that Gnar. Forces him to flash and then deletes him before he can do it. That was clean. So a turret for a turret.
Well, Zeka's moving up as well, but he's a little bit late to really get anything done here. He smells minions, and he'll be able to take those down. I don't know whether Hanwha Life are too worried about Morgan getting massively fed. He is Cassante after all.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is not a equal exchange. But I mean, you get something.
Well, there's the culling, and Viper says, Henna, you should go home. And Henna is like, okay.
He's trying to get more plates. He's like, look, I just have to ult this annoyance that's preventing me from getting more mid plates. And maybe I can get this one. He's like, oh, only 3 caster minions. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
This is a really nice interrupt on King and top from Morgan. Nope, no hopping. Not going to happen. Pulls him away. He has to flash in. Doesn't get his Gnar bar. Doesn't do enough damage during the interim. Really clean stuff from Morgan, but again, not equivalent. And now Zekka's up here, putting the pressure on. A plate did go down mid.
Managed to get one of them. And now Life is going to be there to support him as well. We'll see when Viper...
Look at the gold difference
Yeah, I
in
know.
held items.
But look, yeah, it's so silly. It was like Vamp Scepter and shoes to like a full, really cool bow that makes you do dashy things, you know? Like, it's the item gap is absolutely absurd.
He's got the really far shooty gun.
Yeah, he's got the fast shooty gun as well as the dashy bow. Oh. Or rapid fire cannon and Gale Force, depending on whether you want to say it correctly or not, which we don't.
We don't right now, honestly.
No. Viper is, how many plates is that? 7?
7 plates.
That he's eaten so far? Wow. Oh, God. Mandate also now in.
In 5 seconds, we're going to get the plate gold thing. It's going to be, it's not going to be happy.
No.
It's not going to be happy.
It's not going to be happy bros. Happy Hummel Lifes, not happy bros. As, oh, no. Morgan also just getting ripped to shreds by Viper.
All right, do it to us. Show me the plate.
Yeah.
Show me the plate money.
Give him that plate.
Show me that plate money, Graph. They're like, oh man, there's a lot of Brion fans watching. There are a lot of Brion fans in the audience.
Are we allowed to show this? Oh god, okay. Well, actually,
because of the top plates, I wanted to see individually how much he had.
Yeah, how much money?
Because all 7 plates are his. Like he got 2 plates in mid, but there's 7 plates on a Lucian.
I thought we had that graph that
we
showed.
usually do.
Ah, but maybe that's the illegal graph. We're not allowed to show that amount of plates going into one Lucian.
We're changing the narrative here at the LCK. We're like, no, see, it's not that bad.
Yeah, could be worse.
It's Ocean Soul, it's okay.
Yeah,
it's Ocean
see?
Soul, it's okay.
It's actually fine. This one doesn't matter nearly as much. But it's still pretty rough times. As Viper going to be, he's got the core fields built up. Might be some quick blades action. Let's see how that one's going to go.
By the way,
the Essence Reaver as well.
Just a serious topic for just a moment, just for just a brief second. Zekka, hold on. I'm trying to talk about your items.
Well, Split is going to throw a prison in, and Henna is going to survive. Oh no cleanse. I know Hooney's working today. Not sure he's going to be very happy about the lack of cleanse.
Yeah, but he also would have been concerned about what would have happened given the game state here to a Zeri that doesn't have barrier either.
That's true.
You know, you can't go flashless, so.
Yeah.
But I was going to say the Leandri's build here for Zekka, you'll see that he's much more oppressive this time because he didn't have to go for the crown just like the last Victor game. And he won the War of Attrition in those setup fights around objectives. And he also has a Lucian that can go in and pop a Zeri or a Lulu or honestly a Victor.
Or all 3.
Possibly, yes.
Yeah, Viper is very, very strong. And the accelerated, like, we didn't actually see this last time, right? We actually saw more of the handshake Lucian, which we have seen, right? Like, we're talking about both of these bottom lanes, very similar ranges. The culling does offer you a little bit more in that department for the Lucian. Zeri has those big Zeri certification moments where she can get a lot of damage done in teamfights, but Lucian in a teamfight, you know, actually does pretty well, you know, and will still build very similar items, moving to 4 of them and stuff like that. And that's sort of what Henna was relying on in Game 1 and in Game 2.
Zeri's ultimate provides you essentially team fight damage to the entire enemy team, whereas Lucian's gives you single target damage. It can hit multiple targets, but generally you're trying to either force one target out of the fight or kill them with Fallout Gale Force and your combo. Zeri isn't going to be able to do that anytime soon.
Yeah.
And the fast rapid fire cannon, and oh man, this turret down, you just get full control with the Sun Disc. Zeri can't be anywhere near a team fight, but if you just let Hanwha have everything, then the map gets completely opened up even more than it already is. Hard to imagine. So this is why we're not breaking this game down too much, because it's just all bad news. And there isn't a lot of like, but, however, like you can't even put a Hopium Copium mask on this one.
Yeah, my mother always said that if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So,
but we're casters, so we're like, so what are you doing this weekend?
Yeah, no. So like that way, like you're not supposed to say it if that's all you've got to say. But we've got so many things to say, Wolf. We can say all of the things. Like I've got a lot of words in my brain, like grass. I know that one. Flowers.
You're just reading the things you're seeing on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a play-by-play. That's my skill set.
Is that a torch at the entrance to the river? Like, what would you even call that? Like,
I think it is a torch. Yeah.
But it's like it's kind of hex techy, almost looking, or like a little bit blue flamey.
Ooh, blue flamey hex techy torch.
Yeah, hold on. I want to take a closer look at
Yeah.
that. Please pan up.
Oh, I think Jonas Strong was like
It's water?
nodding off.
It's like a lava lamp on the
A
rim?
lava lamp? What? Like 60s themed? I'm into that.
Uh-oh.
That's a teleport. Okay, so Karis will survive. As Viper walks up, they do manage to get that blue trinket down.
They're like, push turret, push turret.
It's like oceany vibed.
Yeah, it's like
Bit oceany vibe.
it's Ocean Soul, so it's the Ocean Soul lava lamp.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul lava lamp. Love to see it. Shirley going to, just
This is definitely not the biggest. We're definitely not giving this the seal of approval in terms of macro. Like almost kill the enemy mid laner and then group as 4 and let a Cassante take a free turret while Zeri free farms in mid. Definitely not the best way to push your advantage here as Hanwha Life Esports. I don't think they care. But if we're going to be a little bit critical and say like, ooh, Brion got like a little bit out of this. Morgan got the whole turret. Zeri got some free farm time. Like, just trying to look at the small angles here.
yeah.
Got my protractor out.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
Got my telescope out. I can see it.
I mean, you're doing
I can see the win.
yeah, there's some like cartography liberties being taken here, I think, by what you're mapping out on this one. However, I'm not very good at orienteering, so I guess I can't really tell you whether you've done a good job or not.
The contours of the wind conditions, Here for Brion, the later the game goes,
Yeah, you
they
gotta-
become more wide because they're very narrow right now.
You have to pay attention to the latitude of the gold advantage that Hanwha Life Esports are working with currently.
Yeah, Brion a little bit close to the equator, so to speak.
Indeed.
Kind of closer to getting on fire.
And the more tropical in nature your gold lead, the less reliable it is for taking a victory in the late game, as we all know. So,
Common knowledge.
yeah, common knowledge when it comes to the orienteering of the summoners.
Over there, by the way, is Shadowflame almost done here for Zeka. He has TP, so he can back and grab it. He is just pushing this Victor out. Karis doesn't have teleport because he used it to escape from that topside play. So right now, Hanwha can basically make sure Baron is not being taken, take a Drake, and also threaten the Victor in the bottom side of the map all at the same time.
Whoa!
While also trying to put pressure on Zeri a little bit.
Get you a team that does.
Hold on.
Oh, as okay, the Nara's really dead again. It's going to take him a little while to die, but he is going to die. There he goes. Morgan goes all out and then all in.
Kingan's like, Atlas was right, man. I should have played Orin in this game.
Well, you never know. Teleport out, as Clid's going to take about 15 years to get this low enough, but Karis...
Ocean Rift power, Karis!
Okay. That was the most excitement this game that has been. I swear.
Secret ward. Okay, maybe he doesn't smite because who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Karis has been so long.
Luden's proc could steal it away.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Quick Blades up, 2-item advantage for the Lucian. 2 items up now. 1 item up was pretty cool, but now 2 items up is...
That's more cool.
Yeah, it's a bigger advantage. We might even get that graph that shows the itemization and where he bought the 3rd item before Zeri had the 2nd item.
That is a big item lead. Oh, 21.5 minutes. Umpty's going to secure his blue buff.
This is one reason why I've detested this meta is because it leads to one-sided games like this so often.
Viper takes a cue.
I don't mind the interactions between Lucian and Zeri and what they mean, but I don't like when games just end this early and you're like, well, that's what it's going to be like.
Yeah, this game ended with, like, there was a dive level 3 or something, dive level 2, level 4, whatever.
I think it was 4, but yeah, it was a triple kill for Viper early on in the game, and
then it was over.
Yeah.
Is what it feels like. But only 2,000 gold the advantage, as this inner turret is going to go down, so that is more of an advantage. And Hanwha Life Esports are going to turn around again, so potentially more of an advantage. Culling just going to be soaked by Karis. The entire thing is Gale Force used by Viper, and they will just back off towards the Baron they prepared earlier.
Yep, that's the kind of... Yeah, is it single target damage or multi-target damage? If the first target's about to die and gets out of dodge, the second target takes all of the health bar, so ends up essentially killing 2 people, making them back. They're not dead, but they have to back, and their health is low, so effectively dead and can't contest. HLE, even with this Leandri's build for Azir, don't feel comfortable starting the Baron up just yet because they did not, in fact, die.
Clid gets out. Stendo Beam does some damage.
Yep.
And Hanwha's going to go home. And we're just going to calm down a little bit.
Here, you're going to get a blue buff. Zeri going to get a red buff.
Yeah.
And we are going to reset. You know, Breon losing this Ocean Soul not going to be the backbreaker. And, you know, the big win condition for Breon, historically speaking, Elder Flip maybe. But 3,000 gold behind means even if HLE get them the fastest Elder possible, you know, the Zeri's not going to be online. I mean, she would like to have a little bit more time, but I don't think you can win this fight in 2 minutes' time. And can you even contest this Baron? At least you have vision for it.
And items-wise, that's close to a 4,000 gold lead.
Umpty using the Cloud, or rather the Ocean Rift again. Hiding in the brush.
Yeah,
He's got a flank angle.
Really like that. Clid is going to ignore that because it's 2 minutes until there's anything of note there towards the bottom side as another culling comes off cooldown, and Viper doesn't like that. He's going to press that R button. Does get pressed. Damage does happen.
All the wards bought here for Breon, very expensive, but you need to try to fight your way back into this one and kind of leapfrog your way into a potential pick. Umpty seen here. He wanted so badly to maybe grab somebody, grab a straggler, but now look at the lack of vision. They could be on Baron for all they know.
Yeah. As Viper, Ical's Blessing going to be used. Ooh. Zeka presses Q. That was cool, and in goes Umpty. He looks for it. Zeka pulls himself so far away, though, and the follow-up is going to be so difficult. Clid tanking a heck of a lot. Emperor's Divide's going to get rid of Umpty. This could just mean Baron. If Umpty dies, as the Baron's going to get upset, but Zeka, he's the one that's mostly angry.
Kingen has an R-bar, and he doesn't even need it to win anything. All the while, Henna is still trying to farm. I'm just farming. I would like to be at least just one item behind the Lucian. Please let me... 2 items behind is a bit much, so I'm just going to be down here. This is not a fair fight. It's not. I mean, look at the damage here from Zeka. Leandri's burning, and Umpty is like, I've had enough sitting around. Okay, I'm going to make something happen here. The defensive tidal wave here is enough to kind of zone everybody out. Zeka's going to win this 1v1 easy, no problem. Takes Umpty out, and then Henna's just like, all right, I'm farming. I'm gone. There's no contest here. There's no angle.
Yep, because Umpty was a little bit too deep. Got caught out by Zeka. There was no way that they could actually get over there. Zeka now, Henna is going to just jet set radio over the wall. Keep himself alive. 8 seconds on this Ocean. Baron now going to deliver Hanwha a fair bit of control of that area as Kingen. This is a familiar location, overextended a bit towards that bottom side, but this time it's going to work out. Look at this from Hanwha Life.
Yeah, if they commit to him, the advantages you gain are massive, and if you just go for Drake, you know, this is going to be an inhibitor, so...
And
also, even looking for the steal.
1 Ocean Drake? Whoop-de-doo! It's not all that important. As our effort, well, I think they might get it anyway, as Morgan's going to pull him out. So there we go. Some bounty gold as the Drake falls.
The base?
Ignore the base. Ignore the base.
The base?
No. Ignore the base. Jonas Strong, go back to the Drake fight. Yeah, there we go. Morgan's going to find a Q. Back to the Drake fight. No, I mean, yeah, I get it. The base is being destroyed. Here we go. Morgan, can he actually turn this? Can he turn it is the question. He finds a blast cone. Oh, he's not quite over the wall. Morgan, can you do it? Can you get out of there? Effort, save him. Oh, he's not able to do so. Oh, wow, would you look at that? The base is in shambles, Wolf. This is very unexpected. As now Karen's throwing some autos out, and I mean, we jest a little because it feels like this game really fell apart very, very early on. As Zeka looks for an Emperor's Divide, doesn't find it. He'll find a victory, though. That 50 gold inside the Nexus is absolutely going to be there. The POG is going to go to Viper 100% of the time. He played amazingly well with the advantages that he was given early. There was no way back in for Hanwha Life, for Breon. And I get a little bit confused after games like that. It was not, you know, we've had series that are different to that.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest series we've seen from HLE, but when they decided to opt into the Lucian side and they made that aggressive play bottom side and got 3 kills for Viper, that was the beginning and the end of the game. And again, it feels like we got robbed of a Game 3 in a lot of ways because of that, and it was a clean play, but there is no coming back from that. It is just not going to happen. If you play it as well as Viper did, which is about as close to perfect as you can get with advantages like that. Your team is playing around him. You have the Azir with the damage build. You can't side lane anymore. And, I mean, there's not much to say about this one. I feel really bad for the Spacers. But for Hanwha Life fans, there were some problems in this series, right? There were some back row issues even in that third game where Kingen was left out to dry a few times and they didn't actually utilize their advantages across the map very well. They used their damage well and they forced fights around the objectives and got the Baron, but I think they could have done it even cleaner, which is hard to say. Like, it's hard to say that out loud, but I'm going to say it out loud. Like, it could have even been cleaner than the win we saw there. But look, a win's a win. Their tougher matchup is against D plus Kia later on this week.
Yeah, and that is after this series and after D plus Kia losing to KT just a couple of days ago. That could be a doozy.
It could be.
But it also could be the kick into gear for both of those teams, right? Either Hanwha Life Esports has to up the tempo because D plus Kia plays way faster than Breon does, and you're not going to be, like, if they try to do this again, they lose instantly in a heartbeat. Like, there's no way you can play like this because it's way too slow and you will lose control exceptionally quickly.
Also, the other thing is that, you know, D plus Kia are a team that prepares extremely well and reads the meta really well. I think Breon did what they wanted, but D plus Kia is the opposite side. We talked about this before the series. D plus is going to be a team that will play against the strengths of Hanwha Life Esports and will try to put those down. Whereas Breon is just like, no, we want to play Henna on Lucian. We want to do that, and that's what we're going to do in this draft no matter what. Then it was taken from them.
Yeah.
Problems ensued. Whereas I think D plus Kia will try to potentially exploit the weaknesses of Hanwha a little bit more around Scion picks. So I expect that series is going to be a good one. It's definitely the one I've been looking most forward to this week, especially after KT 2-0'd D plus Kia. But taking a look back at this one, I mean, this is the moment the game ended. And, you know, arguably, you could give a vote to Klid here. You could give a vote to Zeka because he played with the lead too, and all of those players were involved in getting Zeka getting a triple kill. And so when the game ended, I voted for Viper because he did a lot, and he was the one who got the 3 kills, and the game was defined by him.
I liked it when he pressed R and did damages in the mid to late game. That was pretty cool.
This was Umti just being like, I don't know, guys. This game is doomed. Let's try to make something happen. You know, and you're trying your best to be the initiator here, but I mean, there's not much even in these highlights. Like, notice that there's not a whole lot of gameplay to show here. And we're already in the ending mode.
Yeah, this is already the end. As we'll have a listen in to Hanwha Life in these last couple of moments. As, yeah, they were kind of just distracting around the Drake while the base went down.
얘네 빠진 거 좀 체크해줘 거기. 제리 도공이야 여기는. 바이는 제리 도공. 정면하죠. 제리 도공이야. 정면으로 와서 봐줘.
The calls here are so tight, and so information share even from the Drake fight is actually pretty advanced here, because they want to make sure they can't back and that they slow down their advance. And there is a world in which this Victor could defend, right? Like if he's given enough time, but they just shot called this super well. Life trying to zone Hannah out, he's dead. That's the end of that.
Yep. And this was Viper in his happy place, getting that Gale Force kill, and the Nexus goes down.
You could see that even though this game was very one-sided and we were kind of riding it off, like, down to the wire in terms of HLE shot calling, they are not going to mess this up. They're not going to lose this opportunity. More than triple the damage here for Viper, more than triple the items at several stages as well.
Yeah.
This game, that's what happens when the Lucian gets that far ahead. That's a new level of tempo advantage.
Certainly is. The thing that really stood out to me in that one was the fact that Hanwha Life did not look like they were celebrating at the end of that game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, all the way down to the wire, like, make sure we call this perfectly. We're not going to mess this up.
But also an understanding maybe that, you know, dropping that game 2, not good enough for the expectations that they have of themselves. So let's throw it back to the space though, so they can break down the Hanwha Life Esports 2-1 victory.
Thank you, casters, as always, for that wonderful cast, as you were a little bit worried about us, but we actually do have a pretty fun segment ahead of ourselves. Yeah, Hanwha Life Esports able to take the pretty straightforward win. It ended up being a dive in the bottom side. They got 3 kills. They got massively far ahead. And Hanwha Life Esports are a good enough team to not drop it from there. So we did have the draft. It's pretty straightforward, but what did you think about this?
We have seen both of these drafts win when the right situation arises. There's, to me, the Vi B1 I don't love. I think that the Vi, even though it's a very strong pick, really shines when you build around it, when you actually utilize it, not just as, hey, we can engage with this, but when you make sure that you actually play into its strengths, which is as a pick and dive tool. And that didn't really happen at all. Maybe they were expecting that their opponents would go for the Zeri instead, because that is what we've seen Hanwha do. And in addition to that, well,
if you pick Vi, they're not going to pick Zeri,
well, yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like,
So it's
come on.
yeah. And then the second half of the draft, I don't even want to discuss because it's very uninspiring. We've seen these drafts a million times. We can talk about, yeah, Sejuani would like 2 melee lanes, but those were banned. Well, we know what the drafts do. We know where they're strong. Because if you've been watching the LCK, we have seen this exact draft. The only thing is that there's no Heimer and Yuumi bans anymore, but we know what it does. We know how they work, and we know that a lot of it just comes down to how well do you play it out.
Now Kassadin is in the first phase of bans, and Elise gets banned, and Wukong, I suppose, on the blue side did as well. And Humble Life Esports was forced to ban Caitlyn, I suppose, because that was left available by Brion's final ban. But those are the bans. I mean, we talked about this a lot, but at the end of the day, as you mentioned, it's pretty straightforward. So we do have a nice little segment ahead of us for highlight number 1, which is going to be a big focus on the bottom side of the map, which is essentially where this entire game started and ended, which was a great setup from the side of Humble Life Esports. And of course, we did have Brion just a couple of steps in the wrong direction that began this.
You might think that this is just a funny clip, but this is actually meta commentary on the state of the meta right now, because bot is a 3v3 lane.
Yes.
We are straight up 3v3ing. You know, there, of course, there's no camps on the top half of the map. It's not the end of the world, but it really highlights it, especially between these two teams in the current meta. Whoever gets bot ahead wins. That's it. Get your bot ahead with Zeri, and you snowball and you win. Get your Lucianami ahead. We know what that can do. And what's really important here is in the setup, after we've been kind of shenaniganing around for what is at this point 2 minutes, Zeka finds an angle, right, takes the blast cone over, and is able to get a shuffle. He gets 2 flashes, but that in of itself isn't really enough to win the game. What's crucial is what is going to happen here, as Karis is choosing to go for a back here. And that back in of itself might not look too bad, but he doesn't really get a lot out of it. The only thing that he is going to get is boots. He gets Merc threats, right? Instead, but Zeka is making his way back towards this lane. So as we continue, Zeka is going to come back to his lane. You know, happy camper, doesn't have a lot of golds. Both of them have also used that teleport as well. And Zeka's going to shove out this wave. So he has all the time in the world because, again, Karis is backed to just shove this in and then do whatever he pleases. And now, crucially, what we're going to see here in a little bit is that here, for Bro, the read is Zeka is backed. He's a back behind. And we assume that he went base as well. But that's, of course, not the case if you have watched the game, because Zeka just ran straight towards bot. And at this point, unfortunately, in the current state, it's kind of a GG situation. As you get your bot lane ahead, you get a bunch of kills. I mean, that's the reality of it. That's the current state of the matter, right? Because what happens now is you get all the kills, then you can zone them off of another wave, you can get a bunch of plates, you accelerate your Lucianami with the power spike, and yeah, Karis here, unfortunately, not even able to really get anything out of this. And to me, this is a combination, right? Karis going for the back there is his mistake, but the team not identifying correctly that the Victor is, or that the Azir rather is, still there is not ideal.
Just having a great time as the cameraman has to follow you walking back to your seat. But yes, a very good segment, and we only had this highlight because that was the only thing that happened in this game. After that, the snowball was gigantic, it was an avalanche, and Viper was too far ahead, and it was over. Let's see who the POG was for this game. I think there are at least 3 options. Viper is going to pick it up, 5-0. He got ahead, and he played well with his lead.
Viper, both in terms of stats and in terms of individual performance, has been playing incredibly. He had a bit of a muted debut in weeks 1 and 2, but a lot of that also to kind of contribute or can be seen as Hanwha Life as a whole not looking too good. And the only thing that I'm asking for is Hanwha use this guy more as it's the bot lane play.
The bottom.
We go straight to the end.
And we're just here killing the Nexus. Oh man. This is a very straightforward telling of the current meta right now.
Wonder about the votes. I went for Zeka.
Hey, you in media.
Yeah, great. I think
Nice.
Zeka, had that roam and then they won the game. So maybe I should have just given it to Viper.
Well,
I stand by it.
he did a lot of boom boom damage. He had a lot of
And he played
boom gold as well, if that's a thing. Guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Clint Viper from Hana Life Esports for the PUG interview. Congratulations, guys. Thank you. Hana Life is definitely on the up and up, and now this is a 3-match winning streak for you guys. Clint, how are you feeling about this? I'm so glad about our winning streak keep going, and also I just want to continue our winning streak until the very end. Just like always, winning feels great and amazing. I want to rewind all the way back to game 1, Viper. So we had so less action in game 1. Like we had, first 2 kills at about 25-minute mark in the game. Was that part of your plan, just slowly going into the late game, or was it just not able to make any kills? We had a very good late game comp, and also looking at the bottom lane matchup, Zeri gets her priority heading into the later stage. I guess Hana Life was waiting until Zeri gets her power spike, and Klid, your initiation on the mid lane was so on point, and that was the turning point of this game. You made all the way back to that wall. What was it on your mind? The bro was pushing our tier 2 turret on the mid lane, and no one was able to actually block me, so I just wanted to make a big flank and looking for this angle, and it worked really well. I'm so happy. Well, at this moment, Cloud Templar actually said, watch out for that Vi. So who actually makes call for this kind of rotation? And also, is that why you took Aftershock? Because you wanted to soak up a lot of damage? I tried out a lot of different runes and builds, and I kind of figured Aftershock is the best fit for Vi. I guess that's why Cloud Templar called it the bulletproof Vi. And also we had red side selected by Hana Life in game 3, and we had Gnar for King, not a tank champion this time. So we secured Lucian in order to make the opponent to play Zeri. So we had some adjustments towards the bottom side. And Klid, I have another question. In game 3, your performance in Sejuani was also so on point. But this is your first Sejuani win of the season. You were a little bit struggling on that champion. So do you have some good feelings about Sejuani today? After game 2, I was kind of wondering, whether my Sejuani actually affects the result, But my coaching staff kind of told me it has nothing to do with your Sejuani. They made sure that I feel confident about that pick. Then how would you like to rate your Sejuani performance on a scale of 10? I would say 7 out of 10. Looking forward to seeing 10 out of 10 Sejuani on the side of Klid next time. And Viper, I have a question about the bottom lane matchup. We had Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami matchup all 3 games. A very, very popular, bottom duos in the current meta of the LCK. What do you think is the turning point when it comes to this matchup? Who wins at what point? Zeri is very weak in lane before she actually hit level 6. So if Lucian makes any points, Lucian gets ahead early, but you have to be really bold in order to, go aggressively early on. And Zeri should also be really good at, going safe before she learns her ult.
근데 또 이제 궁극기 배우면은
So as soon as Zeri, learns her ult and hit level 6, she starts to win this matchup. So I cannot really say, Lucian is about the early game and Zeri is about the late game. So it depends on the situation, I would like to say. And we had about 3k gold difference down on the bottom lane, and you finished your Gale Force at about 8-minute mark in that game. I think the last game, I think Bro made a big mistake while they were starting that Drake, and I got lucky over there. And Clid. Clid is finally back. The old Clid we all know is finally, showing the best form right now. Do you also agree with that? Prior to the Spring Split, I was feeling pretty confident. I knew I could play better, but I had a bit of a slump early on in the season. However, my teammates, my coaching staff did their best to help me out and feel a lot better. Viper, what do you think about Clid's form right now? I mean, it was like unlucky prior to this kind of weeks, early on. He just got lucky and he stepped up so much finally. And this Sunday, you guys will be playing up against D+ Kia. Clid, are you ready for that match? D+ Kia, they are dropping some games and matches recently, but still I think they are a very strong team, so we will prepare for that match thoroughly. Regardless of our opponent, we will not let our guards down and we will always prepare as hard as we can. And this will be the end of the interview from the Hana Life Esports POG. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation, as we are now going to take a look at the standings and see where we stand, Chronicler, at the end of that match.
Hey, good joke. Good joke, fellas. Great job.
Make it every time.
If they would have 2-0'd, Hanwha Life could have actually equaled KT here, but not going to be the case. Crucially, Brion, even though they are not able to get the series win here, these type of individual games can matter because Brion isn't that far behind their contemporaries fighting for 5th and 6th place, right? And we know that this team can in fact make it the playoffs. They did last spring as well, so not impossible. And if you're KT or Hanwha, or at this point even D+, Brion still hot on your heels.
Yeah, we'll have to see how far they can go, as our next matchup, of course, is going to be Live Sandbox versus DRX. Should also be a close one, but we'll have to see how well DRX can play and if Live Sandbox can return to that great form they've been having at the beginning of the season. But either way, guys, we'll take about 30 minutes and we'll be back with the second match of the night.
Challengers roster from last year moving into the LCK.
Quantum Breaks as well. They've taken on CV Max.
Sinton, he did get below half health, and that's it. He gets a double knockup, massive play, jumping a billion times. God, I love this. 2-0 for Quantum Breaks.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 목요일마다 찾아오는 리뷰 데스크의 헬리오스 신동진입니다. 그럼 바로 오늘 함께 해주실 T1의 캐리아 선수와 구마요시 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. T1 원딜 구마요시 이민영입니다.
안녕하세요. T1 서포트 캐리아 류민석입니다.
구마유시 캐리아! T1의 바텀이 굉장히 핫하잖아요. 다양한 픽도 굉장히 많이 나오고 있고, 근데 캐리아 선수 부담이 되지 않나요?
좋다고 생각했던 것들은 부담이 안 되는데 오늘 이제 트위치 같은 경우는 뭔가 좋을란 안 좋을란 항상 제가 말했거든요. 이제 10킬 아니면 10데스다 할 때 좀 부담이 됐던 것 같아요.
구마요시 선수는 이제 캐리아 선수가 POG를 계속 받고 있어요. 부럽거나 뭔가 좀 불만 같은 거 그런 거 없었나요?
바텀은 한 몸이니까
네.
민석이가 받은 POG도 제 거라고 생각하고
그러면 이제 본격적으로 리뷰를 시작해야겠죠? 3주차 T1 선수들의 경기 영상을 보고 누가 가장 지분이 높은지 MVP를 선정할 겁니다. 첫 번째 영상 바로 확인해 보시죠.
빅토르가 유치한 전멸 빅토르라서 전투력이 상당하고든요.
거의 맞어요. 페이커. 자 비행 한번 뽑고 부작이 아픈데요.
부작이 아프고 정말. 그래서 그냥 쓸려 나갔는데요.
네, 이 영상인데요. 설명을 해주실 수 있을까요?
캐리아의 피드백이 흔치 않은데 한번 보자면은
캐리아 롤강이 간다.
일단 앨리스가 여기에 한번 찍혔어요. 내려오는 게.
네.
그래서 이제 전령을 얘네가 포기하고 아펠로스를 키우러 오겠다. 이제 상대가 아펠로스 핵심이라고 생각해서 저희 입장에선 얘네가 전령 안 치고 있으면은 용을 치고 있을 거다. 근데 저희가 여기서 라인을 쌓고 이제 집을 가요.
네.
이제 용 치면은 바로 막으러 온다고 하면서 이제 여기서 싸움을 보게 된 훨씬 전부터 설계가 돼 있던 장면이라고 말씀드릴 수 있습니다.
굉장히 너무 좋은 피드백인데요.
그래서 이렇게 매 한 번 시원하게 던져주고 상대가 이제 굉장히 약한 타이밍이었거든요. 챔피언들이 지금 타이밍. 그래서 이제 과감하게 걸어도 된다 하면서 이제 미드 정글에서 과감하게 이렇게 했던 장면이 기억나네요. 제 생각에.
이렇게 정글 미드가 그냥 구도를 잡을 수 있었던 건 나의 콜 덕분이다.
그죠? 이제 바텀 라인전 플러스 이제 콜.
바텀이 다 했죠.
바텀이 다 했다.
제리도 되게 많은 디테일이 숨어 있어요 이 장면에서.
그러면 한번 보여주실 수 있나요?
제리의 시점으로 보면은
네.
여기서 벽을 완벽하게 넘습니다.
오.
진짜 길게 최대로 길게 넘은 거예요. 그리고 상대가 용을 친다. 제리가 여기서 라인을 먹다 말고 대포를 버리고 합류를 합니다.
이거 흔치 않은데.
여기서 이제 압박을 느낀 상대팀이 위쪽으로 뺄 수밖에 없죠.
여기서 한 번 더 디테일. 애쉬가 이제 5렙인데 5렙이 얼마 안 남았어요. 그래서 빨리 가면서 이거 두 마리를 먹어야 되거든요. 더블 평타 하면서 지우면서 6렙 빨리 뛸 것 같다.
미친 디테일. 이러니까 T1 바텀이 POG 받는 거예요. 미친 디테일. 사실 그리고 또 얘기는 안 나왔지만 또 애쉬가 1레벨 때 기여 엄청 많이 했잖아요.
이제 왜 그런 장면을 하게 됐냐를 얘기해드리고 싶은데 이건 전략 노출이기 때문에.
기밀인가요?
기밀이기 때문에.
이거 너무 아쉬운데 사실 저도 그 부분 보고 굉장히 놀라가지고 이건 캐리아가 1렙 때 다 했다. 군대에서 보면서 그 생각했거든요. 1경기 POG 캐리아 선수가 받을만 했네요. 네. 그러면 바로 연달아서 두 번째 영상 보시죠.
이기는 라인 계속 페트롤 미드 바텀 페트롤 어떻게 할래? 이거 알아?
그래도 반격. 하지만 반격 가자. 그런데 먼저
이게 딜량 그래도 어떻게든
견제 안 하나.
교환이라도 하면서 결국
있다.
이기는 라인에 똑같이 페트롤하면 누가 이겨? 이기는 라인이 또 이겨.
루시안이 부시를 체크하는 장면이 나오잖아요.
네.
근데 이때 어느 정도 50의 위치를 좀 유추를 하셨나요?
전령에 와드가 돼 있는데 50이 위에 계속 보이지가 않고 바위가 적 와드에 보이게 되거든요. 근데도 상대팀이 빼지 않고 맞대는 모습에 이거는 무조건 50이 숨어 있겠다라는 콜이 나왔던 것 같습니다.
혹시 그 콜은 어떤 선수가 있나요?
사실 여기서는 이제 제가 얘네 안 주는 거니까 무조건 직선 있나 봐.
50 있긴 한데.
오케이.
상대 칼부도 있어. 아닌 것 같아.
나 탑 세게 할게 그러면은.
얘네 여기 미아핑 찍으면서 제가 지금 핑 찍혔거든요.
네네.
얘네 여기 이거 쇼부밖에 볼 거 없다. 이거 위에 절대 안 보인다. 이거 쇼부 본다. 여기서부터도 뭔가 이러고 있는 거예요. 상대가 지금 템 차이가 이렇게 심한데.
말 안 되죠 이거는.
바텀 이거 동방 예의 지구에서 지금 이거는 말이 안 되거든요.
예의가 없다.
예의가 없었죠 이거는.
A가 넘치는 라인.
어쨌든 사실 여기서도 와드를 지웠는데 상대가 절대 안 빼고 있어가지고 여기 있을 거라 생각했던 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. 그러면서 또 이제 멋진 교전 구도가 나왔었죠.
사실 MVP는 전령 시야가 있고 이렇게 시야가 다 있는 상태를 만들어 준 거는 이제 탑 미드 라인전을 생각해서 MVP는 뭐 여기서가 아니라 위에서 나올 거라고 생각합니다.
약간 겸손함까지 동의하시나요? 이거 지금 여기서 끝내면 안 돼요. 지금 빨리 저항을 하셔야 돼요. 이대로 가면 안 돼요.
글쎄요. 원딜은 그렇게 중요한 라인은 아니어서.
그러면 오히려 역심리로 이 사람은 아니다 없을까요?
그럴 수 없죠.
저라고 생각합니다. 아닌 건 저는 생각합니다.
저 하겠습니다.
저는 마음이 굳어졌습니다. 누가 3주차의 MVP일지 좀 선정을 해볼까요? 자체 부금을 깔아야 돼요, 저희가. 3주차 T1의 MVP는 캐리아 선수. 혹시 예상하셨나요?
사실 2세트에도 할 말이 많았는데 네. 3세트는 사실 전부 다 잘했다고 생각하고 1세트에 이제 가산점 얻은 게 크지 않았나 생각하고 너무 감사하게 생각합니다.
바텀은 한 몸이다. 그렇기 때문에 캐리아 선수가 받았다는 건 우리 구마유시 선수도 같이 받았다. 그게 맞는 거죠. 이렇게 해서 오늘 리뷰 데스크는 끝이 났는데 혹시 두 분 함께 하신 그 소감 좀 들을 수 있을까요?
캐리어의 이 피드백, 게임 디테일이 이렇게 쉽게 알려지면 안 되는 건데 유익한 시간인 것 같고 좋은 것 같습니다.
생각보다 굉장히 재밌었고요. 근데 뭔가 더 풀어드리고 싶지만은 이제 돈 주고도 못 듣는 강의이기 때문에 아쉽게 생각하고 이런 디테일 잘 살려가지고 남은 경기도 열심히 잘 해보겠습니다.
두 선수 오늘 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사하고 진짜 많이 궁금했던 부분들이 이제 오늘 리플레이를 보고 같이 얘기를 들어보니까 해소가 됐기 때문에 오늘 너무 좋은 시간이었습니다. 저희는 여기서 인사드리고 다음 주 목요일에 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 안녕.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe as we fall. I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting So can you
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here to bring you our final series of the night. This one could definitely go either way, Wolf. It's very difficult to predict, of course. Kwangdong Freaks pushing Liv Sandbox the distance last time they met up, and DRX really struggling recently.
Yeah, DRX though, bouncing back a little bit, let's say.
Yeah.
And Liv Sandbox versus DRX, a matchup that has historically been very up and down. You just don't know what you're going to get. And if you haven't been paying attention to the season, you're like, wow, this could be a 3-game banger. It might be, just based on the history of these teams. Liv Sandbox stumbling a little bit, DRX slightly looking up. But probably, if you're a betting man, which you shouldn't necessarily be, you're probably looking towards Liv Sandbox, right? They are the favorites.
Yeah.
And you'll see it in the standings, -3 versus 8.
Or the standings in front of us,
right
as
here.
they are here. No, exactly. On opposite sides, one could say, when we're talking about the East and the West, bang in the middle for both of them. And it's all about the game score here for Liv Sandbox. They have been 3 games, 4 out of 5 times, and that means that +3 could be much closer to the +8s that Gen G and T1 have put up, because of course a lot more 2-0s, a lot more consistency. That is something that Liv Sandbox has been struggling with. DRX been struggling with a lot more.
Yeah, and as we get closer and closer to the end of that first round robin, as Liv Sandbox, you are hoping for some 2-0s here, because you want to make sure that you're as close to top 4 as possible, because that is the big cutoff for playoffs, getting that double elimination, skipping that first round where you could be eliminated straight away. So it is pretty important as we take a look at the Worlds Qualifier Finals rematch. This is where Prince and Liv Sandbox were denied from going to Worlds, and if that game had gone just a little bit differently, the whole history of Worlds would not have been written the way it was. DRX wouldn't have even gone. These are completely different rosters, of course, but the last time these teams fought against each other was in that critical match.
Yeah, and it sort of feels a little bit like Beryl versus Closer, right? Of course, Kyle is still there as well, but the bottom side of the map looks very different without Prince, like you mentioned. Of course, both of these top laners playing for 2021 Gen G. Of course, Bertle was behind Rascal on that roster. Did play a couple of games here or there, and it really didn't come down until Worlds, really, that Gen G decided on Rascal as definitely that definitive top laner. Before that, there were whispers of, oh, is Bertle going to take over and things like that. As Croco versus Willer. Of course, Croco really did bring a lot of the Liv Sandbox energy to Liv Sandbox last year, and is now representing DRX and is not necessarily having as much success as I think a lot of people were expecting this season.
Yeah, I think the synergy that was built through spring 2022 for Liv Sandbox last year really hit its head in 2022 summer, where Croco's aggressive tendencies did shine through and were a great shining light, and we still haven't gotten there just yet. For the side of Liv Sandbox tonight, the cool kids who never panic, shouting out their sponsor, of course.
Yeah.
Always got to shout out your sponsor.
Yeah, I've got to do that, especially when sponsors are very similar in this particular match. They'll get the first laugh, though. We'll see whether the last laugh for DRX is going to be a better one. But yes, a lot on the line here for both of these squads. And this was a matchup last year that a lot of people were pretty hyped about, right? Yeah. Seeing who was going to be the better team. And it was Liv Sandbox winning out most of the time then. It should theoretically be Liv Sandbox winning out now. We'll see whether that is actually how it's going to go. Because honestly, it'd be very Liv Sandbox if they just straight up lost here.
It certainly would be.
Yeah, and DRX, they did manage to take a game off Harmon Life Esports, but so did Bro in our last series. And so how do we necessarily know where to put this team as far as that is concerned? Well, I think they're probably pretty firmly in 7th now, and we'll see whether they can actually move that needle at all after this game.
Yeah. DRX here, a team that's still trying to find its footing, similarly to how Hanwha struggled in the early parts of the season, but they really have turned it around. DRX, not yet. They have not. And like you mentioned, Croco against his former team, and Liv Sandbox found their identity in later spring, early summer with Croco. DRX haven't been able to figure out how to turn Croco's aggression into a positive thing in this roster. The top matchup is where we're going to zoom in on a little bit here, and despite Birdall in the eye test having some shaky moments, looking a little bit upset and frustrated, he has been extremely consistent regardless, especially just alone here. You see is actually just 1 kill behind Rascal right now, the solo kill machine.
Yep.
No participation, still top 3. And yeah, Rascal has better stats overall, but only slightly.
Yeah, and not necessarily in that KDA department either. Rascal has sort of been winning lane and then joining the rest of his team and then not having that coordination, that cohesion yet, and it kind of falls flat at that point in time. So you could, approach that problem in a couple of different ways. Maybe leave him in a side lane, go for more of that split pushing style, or you work out in practice how you can fix that. And I don't know what the thought process is going to be. I liken Rascal and Keen as relatively similar players, very strong in the laning phase, have had some synergy issues, but are generally very, very powerful, at least mechanically.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I think that's a really good comparison. I liken Birdall more to a player like Doran, right? Or who's inconsistent, but has some flashy moments every now and then. I think current Birdall, right? Because previous Birdall in the past, like when he was first making that debut and he had that really big explosive start and everyone was like, oh, this could be the guy who takes Rascal's spot, right? Not so much. And interesting that he played under Rascal and has a lot of similar tendencies, but I think has kind of gone down more of the Doran side where he likes to split pushing, he likes to be playing alone. Sometimes is played around depending on the champion. Yep. But, this matchup is really interesting one to look at based on what these two players have accomplished and in terms of how they like to sit in sides, how they like to take 1v1s. Jungle attention is not there. But let's be real. I think this meta is about from mid to everything that's below mid, right? Mid and bot, right? Mid, bottom, support. These are the three most important roles right now in this meta. It isn't always top side. So, even though the stats look pretty good for Rascal, it's Ducktop and Barrel that have stuck out like a sore thumb, and Barrel in particular, it looks like a thumb that's been hit over the head with a hammer because he has been so aggressive. He has made some extremely questionable decisions this season, and everyone's saying, stop Barrel from cooking, like, turn the gas off, all right? And we've seen so many crazy picks from this guy, and it has not led to consistency. It hasn't led to success. So as much as we love Barrel for what he brings to the LCK and how creative he is and how aggressive he is and how good his shot calling is, something is going to have to change because he's #1 deaths right now in the LCK. And the eye test could have told you that before you looked it up because he has been really sacrificing himself and not getting anything for it.
That is absolutely true. Let's hop into the draft here, though, and see whether Barrel can tidy up that play. In fact, Micro had something to say about that as well. He didn't want to, harp on about Barrel's mistakes. He pointed out Barrel is a veteran, 2-time world champion, and he knows he done messed up. So he's just going to say that Barrel's going to look at it himself, and he won't make that mistake again because he knows it's not the right thing. And speaking of mistakes, we're not going to have the Ash mistake made. Liv Sandbox going to ban that one away.
4 for 4 today. Ash
you love to see it. Look at this.
I do love the Varus ban here too. As we've seen, Envy, it's his most played champion here. So you don't want to give him that gold.
Any Maokai's?
Not in this game, only in the bans.
There it is. All right. Well,
so Lucian,
what does it leave?
Zeri, Varus. Now, if you pick Lucian into this Zeri here as Liv Sandbox, you can play this out very well. 2-0 for Envy on the champion. He knows how to take those leads and snowball them. But I think they prefer to play the Varus here and poke through. I say that, and I kind of said it hopefully too, to be honest with you, Atlas, because I don't know how many more Zeri games I can cast today.
Yeah.
We've already done a few of them, haven't we?
Lucian, Zeri, Lulu, Nami,
Sejuani,
Sejuani, Lulu. Ah! Oh, God. All right, it looked like Croco was also losing his mind as well.
He got the English commentators in his headset for a second. He was like,
yeah, yeah. He was like, no. I think this is a sentiment felt across the world,
but especially in the LCK, where the rest of the world has kind of moved away from this a little bit more.
Oh no, I'm saying that like the sentiment towards the LCK drafting is felt across the world. Whenever anyone is watching the LCK, they're like hoping that we're not going to have exactly this. So sorry. On behalf of people doing drafts.
The Korean research base on Antarctica, the Sejong research base is like, oh no!
Oh no!
Stayed up all night to watch the LCK and I just got more of this Lulu by Zeri, Nami, Sejuani, Lucian.
Oh no.
It's cold and I'm on a research base and this is the one thing I have. This is
not today! Maybe in game Game 5? Is it Game 5 that's coming up after this one? Yeah, maybe in Game 5 we'll get that.
All right, well, let's zoom in on these solo lane bans just for a second here as we see the Cassante rise, so no Rascal Cassante. The Akali's taken away here, might be fishing for an Azir pick if it's left open. Silas is taken away, but now Closer can just play Azir if he would like to. Going into this draft, it's his most played and his highest win rate. So, you know, you've banned some of the best responses to Azir, and you've left it to Live Sandbox here for a potential R4, could save the R5, and man, the more these drafts look the same, the more they look the same.
Yeah, it's like the more they look the same, they are still those champions again. I tried to say it differently, Wolf, but it was the same, so it had to be the same.
The more things don't change, the more they stay the same.
Well, for something new, we've got a Gnar being hovered.
Yeah, blind here for Rascal, but it's a pretty safe blind pick.
Ooh, I think a different choice would be Victor to be locked in for Fate here. We'll see whether he does consider it as that off-the-wall option. It is a bit out there.
Yeah, he's 0-2 on it, but it is...
Syndra could be another off-the-wall crazy pick. This is a bit different.
LeBlanc, all the Korean commentators just start hooting and
Yeah,
hollering.
they
Like,
lost
oh,
their
that's
minds.
not a Victor. Okay, all right. Well, now this comp has some pick power. That doesn't LeBlanc necessarily work well with the rest of the aspects of this comp. We'll talk about that in a minute, but...
I mean, yes. I mean, like, Vi LeBlanc is kind of similar to, like, Ari Vi, you know? Like, kind of the same vibes of, like, single target lockdown as...
Okay, well, I was going to say, you can't counter this with a Vex or anything like that, and I think we're just going to see...
It could have been more interesting, like in a Zeus style of Yone interesting top lane situation, but instead it will be the Jace, which still does fantastically well into the Gnar in Korea.
So some curveballs thrown here out of our normal 5v5 comps here is the LeBlanc can set up for some backline picks and can make Lucian trying to harass the Zarya and trying to put that poke damage into the front line very frustrating, where he's just chipping away. I say poke not in the traditional sense of like, okay, I'm poking as Lucian, but he can Gale Force forward, do his combo, and then that has chipped away at a large amount of the health bars. When you do that, you use your dash and your Gale Force aggressively, and you don't have those cooldowns, LeBlanc may punish you. You also have the ability to lane decently into the Azir. The top side win condition now that's unlocked, though, with this Jace pick into the blind Gnar is terrifying. We've seen our top teams right now, by the way, like we're taking a closer look at some of our bottom teams today, our east side teams. Our top teams just don't let Jace through. They just are like, that's not allowed. And sometimes they do, and it's a horrific experience. Now you've picked Gnar with Jace up, and yeah, they will absolutely take the gift you've given them.
Yeah, they will. And this is, once again, very similar drafting to what we were seeing in our previous series. Very LCK draft. We're going to try and team fight you, but the difference, I think, is the willingness to go to battle in the top side of the map. And Bertel has definitely decided to fight fire with fire up against this Gnar. We were talking to Huni. Huni likes to think that Gnar is about a 51-49 in favor in the matchup against Jace. But we've seen good Jace players just destroy the Gnar.
And it's not necessarily going to be really a true 1v1. There's going to be some jungle activity up here. Jace has a lot more agency in that regard.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly how this one is going to go. DRX, they're the ones that threw the curveball. LeBlanc is there. We'll see if it works. We hop onto the Rift. All right, here we are, Wolf. We're onto the Rift, and I will just remind you briefly that this is a new game and a game in a match that has only just started.
Yes. And
not a very similar game to the one we had in the series prior. So all of that prior knowledge that we did, you know, get out there, we need to make sure that we ignore the fact that we basically said a lot of the same things that we're going to say right now.
Yes.
And this is fresh, brand new broadcast, okay? That's
if you missed the first series, I'm both sad and happy for you.
Yeah.
Because you missed the LCK, and what are you prioritizing over that? But also, Game 3 in particular was a bit of a wash. Now, going into this, we do have the Ignite lane here. No barrier for Duckdom, actually, so a little bit less power here for this area Lulu to actually make plays. Barrow loves his level 2 all-in. He loves it probably more than any other Lulu player in the LCK.
And definitely more than he should.
Yes. And with no barrier here, going to be a little bit tougher to pull that one off, but they're going to try to rush to 2 as fast as they can. Nice little glitter lance there. And, you know, it's first strike here for Envy. Very common. Try to get some extra money.
Yeah.
Showing some respect here, though, before you hit level 2.
Doesn't really need to take something like Cleanse this game into the DRX comp, because there's lots of, you know, cease and desist, which is largely more of a knock-up, and it's difficult to get out of the way with that. So doesn't necessarily need it. If the chains land, then, you know, he's close to a LeBlanc, so probably just death would happen there. Exactly. Cleansing death, a difficult thing to do. As Doc Dump's dashing forward, Beryl actually nailing it this time, getting a level 2, walking towards the opposition and not dying.
Good stuff. Good stuff. No Ignite committed. Yeah. Just going to be happy to push this one in, grab a ward.
And level 2 claimed here by Envy and Kyle, but great use of tempo for DRX so far. And as we have a look at the minimap or at Willa, as we can see right here, going to be pathing towards that bottom side. Both him and Croco should converge relatively similar times, as 25 to 23. This is a matchup as old as time. Of course, came into a lot of popularity around 2015. Faker was playing a lot of both of these champions.
Yeah, it's funny when you see that matchup. I'm just like, yeah, Faker was on both sides of this a lot.
Yes.
That's the first person that pops into your mind. I mean, Faker's been around for all time, but you think about both of these champions, you instantly associate them with Faker, and the matchup in particular, too, is... See Croco as we hover over him, 8-3 on this big barrel.
Uh-oh. He is burning down. Has he successfully baited them in? The answer is no. A lot of minions now to be picked up by Kyle and Envy. And with them moving forward here...
I mean, double flash still up barrel. You got to be careful of backing in that brush.
Yeah, and also now the wave is going to get pulled. And so it is going to stay in a rough spot for DRX.
Yeah, this is really annoying. And the idea here to bait the chase and potential flash follow from Envy and Kyle so that Croco can make something happen is something we saw also in the previous series in a very similar way, but a lot of experienced Lucian Nami players, since it's been meta for so long, are just not going to fall for that trick. And I don't think, unfortunately, for Duck Dump and Barrel here, without barrier, you can actually force that any further and look for a kill. So, yeah, just a close call there is all you get.
Yep. Nice little chains going to connect there. Fate winning out on that trade with his Electrocute. Closer has taken the Electrocute as well. Trying to go toe-to-toe with the burst damage availability of this LeBlanc. We'll see whether it is going to be the Lucian's Echo build that I believe Faker kind of has been defaulting to more often than not.
Yeah, this is the 5th game of LeBlanc we've had this season. It's been Faker and Showmaker that have really been the ones playing that one. As Showmaker's found some limited success on it thus far. As this wave in a kind of awkward spot here, and be missing a bit of those CSs.
Yeah, takes out his frustration on Doctor's shield, and is therefore otherwise not going to find too much value. I'll try to help out with this farm, but has actually ruined a couple of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
shame.
MB's going to be like, Kyle, can you...
Man, you've been playing super well this season, but I will not tolerate my cannons going missing. I don't know whether that's what he'll say. And he'll definitely say it in Korean, so he wouldn't say that.
And also just based on the player cam we just had a shot of, I don't think he's saying any of that.
No.
But he's feeling a little bit annoyed at missing some of that gold.
Yeah.
But it will ultimately matter very little here in this lane. It's Chemtech to start us off, so we know that that soul stacking that Lucian comps like to do isn't going to amount to the worst possible outcome, at least in the case of Live Sandbox here.
Yep. We'll see whether it's an Ocean next, which makes things real spicy. 4 phenomenal options that you love to see is Doc Dump's dashing forward. Aqua Prison not going to find the mark. But really, we're just trading. And Jungler's now going to come down. Croco going to clear out a ward. He'll probably then place a ward, and then you know what's going to happen? Will is going to come on over, clear the ward that was placed, and then also leave.
You know, I think you might be onto something.
Yeah,
hold on. Let's see if that happens.
Wait, hang on. Is Willa?
Last cone, ward
clears
clear.
The ward.
And then is he going to leave?
Oh, but
without 6, I think so. I think he's just gonna back out. However,
did he place a ward? And then he doesn't have a ward. Difficult to place a ward if you don't have a ward.
Plus 75. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, Croco coming on over as well as Rascal and Bertle fighting one another. Here's the dash in, and there's first blood. Bertle picks it up.
Vintage Birdall Jace, all right? And this is why when you pick Gnar, face up into the Jace, there's a little bit of variance, there's a little bit of kill pressure. Birdall finds his mark here. Will be a flash committed. Rascal does not flash and will be taken out. So, meanwhile down here, Croco, no ward aspect to this one, but still just isn't able to find anything because Envy and Kyle are just reading this play super well, playing defensively under turret, holding this wave in a very annoying spot, so they're never really under any threat.
Yeah, and now Willa is going to leash the Scuttler. But now Envy's going to come in. Bubble is going to miss, as now Doctor wants to fight this. Is going to be able to get the slowdown with the Extendo Beam, but Live Sandbox, they just back away.
Heal and flash down here, but they're not going to commit any further. Just taking too much damage. As the mid lane here, we're just going to take a peek at it, but I think we're not done yet down here on the bottom side. There's still a little bit more power you could look for, maybe try to get Doctom's flash.
Oh, Croco's going to get slowed down by the Winter's Wrath. Does try and offer some back. Denting Blow's helping out. But Envy's going to dash forward. Doctom's standing his ground. I do like that, but he's completely out of mana now. His Extendo Beam's not going to be as available. Willer is still here. Still sticking around.
I like this from Willer because this basically guarantees you get the push through and you will be able to make a Drake play. Spade's just coming over here to grab some honey fruit. And this is just Live Sandbox getting full control of the bottom side, and that's going to be Willer saying, all right, thank you guys for pushing it down as hard as possible. I say that, looks like he's considering going up here and helping the mid-wave.
Oh no. Yeah, that was really strange. Rascal just hops over, Birdall unable to quite make it over there.
No flash, or excuse me, no teleport rather. So this is a really annoying spot to be in.
Yeah, Birdall is just smashing this lane, and we mentioned top lane being an island. If this happens, this exact moment here, then that island becomes a really rough place for one team to be.
Just a huge misjudge there from Rascal. Nobody's near to help him out or anything. He's nowhere near an R-bar. It was very peculiar there. You can't trade against Chase W like that.
No. Well, Control Ward in position here for Birdall. See whether Fate has actually made it over that, as you can see, heading down towards his mid lane once again.
Yeah, Willer just he went back mid and grabbed some of the wave that Closer was missing teleportless, didn't actually commit to the Herald. They got that really nice exchange topside, and all they really got was a control ward place, but there's no way for DRX to actually contest this. I mean, the ward line here.
That's a lot of wards.
But how late will his support item be? No, but there's just a lot of vision on this Drake, right, for Live Sandbox, so they don't want to give this up. And they're also making sure to track very carefully as Culling does come out. Whether that Herald is being taken, there's a ward in the pit there too. And Rascal had to back and is taken a long way back here to the top lane where the wave is pushing against him. And Birdall's advantages are just compiling upon themselves up on the top side of the map. Hiding something from us, the observers. I don't see a Sejuani on the map.
Well, there it is. The barrel is dead once again. Willer is going to lock down that kill. Docton just has to watch as Croco just a little late to the party. I think he was invited, but he was trying to be fashionable.
And Beryl losing his flash in that previous exchange is why he's the target selection here for Live Sandbox. They know he can't flash on the play. And it's just a really nice play from Willer. Doesn't even flash for this, just dashes out and gets his ult to hit the Lulu. That's all he needs to do.
Yeah. Well, nice little chain's going to connect there onto Closer. He cares about zero about what's going on as he's just shoving this wave.
I mean,
we'll
look
have a
at
look at this over once again.
Oh, he stands in the lane here, dashes forward to get the range he needs, and just an instant deletion there of the Lulu.
Not a lot of counterplay available there for Beryl with no flash, so I'm going to let him get away with it for the moment, but still.
Kill also doesn't go over to Envy, so small victories here, I guess you could say, but
yep.
Feels bad for Beryl. Does have level 6 now for a potential contest of this objective.
See whether they can actually offer enemy back here, because of course we have to remember that this Zeri was first picked. This was the priority, right? This was the prize that DRX picked up from the blue side.
Yeah.
And so we'll just have to see whether Beryl can actually live up to that. Because right now there are fires to be put out all over this rift, and we know that that is a difficulty for Croco, right? He can't be everywhere at once. And yeah, Rascal not going to win out on these ones, as my goodness.
He's now picked up a 10 CS lead.
Yeah, Eclipse is done, and there is just like a small knife thingy for Rascal. That's all he's got. And some shoes.
He has to hit autos on a Jace to get the movement speed from that.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not really... The Hearthbound Axe not really going to be doing you a whole lot right now. Okay, this could be a successful dive.
Well, he's just going to flash for it. Envy taking a lot of damage here as Doctom. He's all the way past the turret and is going to be able to take down the Lucian. Beryl in a bit of trouble. It's close against the Emperor's Divide. Kyle still alive as well, so they trade 1 for 1. Fate looking to come over, though. Can they actually get an extra kill to make this worth it? The answer is going to be no.
Scale Force for Envy picked up now. And with the assist picked up here. And he does die for this, and this should be the first Drake. Going over to DRX, but a kill to the Azir, and Live Sandbox with a lot of commitment to this. And actually, Willer's not just going to let this one go.
No, he's just going to walk on in. Closer does have that control wood in the back of the pit, and now Fate. He wants to stop Willer from being able to do it. Closer gets here as well. Nice little chain going to connect as Fate snaps back to the distortion.
Thanks for the leash.
Yeah, they'll take it. Live Sandbox, they're going to collect everything. Really nice defensive play on that bottom side, and then Willer doesn't even give up a Drake.
Yep, and Fate's just trying to root him here, but who cares? He's Sejuani, he's got Aftershock, he's not going to die, and with the timing of this, with Envy dying as he did and returning to lane so quickly, you basically lose nothing here as Live Sandbox. A little bit of money going over to the Zeri, sure, but you're back in lane, you're back online, you have Gale Force, a much stronger spike in the game for you than Zeri picking up this Immortal Shield Bow. And he's just trying to get more first strike value here. Top side of the map, we still see a lot of control here for Birdall, and no Rift Herald take just yet, so there's no cross map or anything like that, but Tidal Wave here, used downwards, so it doesn't actually catch Duckdom. I think if that catches Duckdom, he dies, and this situation is even worse. But really nice play from Closer to come over here and scoop up the kill. Because Fade is here, they can't actually chase and get a second one. But Duckdom's back is significantly delayed. It's okay.
Oh, God. And a flash going to come in, and Bertle's just going to flash and kill the Gnar again. That is the second solo kill that Bertle picks up. He's now tied with Rascal for solo kills by killing Rascal twice.
Yep. I thought he was only 1 behind. Is he not?
No, I think it was 4 to 6. Was it not 4 to 6, or am I out of my mind?
I thought it was like 6 to 5. But either way, you're probably right. I'm just gonna trust you. Let's just, you know, let's not draw the curtain back on this one. We'll just trust you. As Alice like furiously like looks up the information.
It might actually be on our sheet, but no, it's not. So you'll have to just take my word for it.
As Rascal just up here, man, super greedy flashes, and Birdall's like, well, flash acceleration gate. Checkmate. Willer. He's like actually in the middle of calling something else out, and he's just like, nice Birdall, by the way. Like,
yeah.
Side note, Birdall is fed.
Yeah, Birdall pretty good. We do have a lot of reports saying 6-5. So now 7-5. Birdall has overtaken Rascal there towards that top side.
This is 2 plates also as they fall.
Oh my God! Is he going to do it again?
No flash?
I mean, why not? Yeah, you may as well slam dunk. Easy peasy.
I mean,
what happened, Rascal?
This is becoming a game-ending phenomena. Like, first kill was like, all right, you can recover from this. DRX?
DRX is going to all in on a Sejuani as Doctom's going to get knocked up, and she will die. So Willa will go down.
Birdall's like, can I get more out of this? Because they went for 4 on the Sejuani. Like, can I get a whole inner turret at 15 minutes? Like, not quite. I don't want to do blue buff. That's going to take too long. But I'll get half a turret, you know?
I mean, Rascal has no teleport, and he just respawned.
Yeah, he is 30 CS down now.
My goodness.
I mean, this is such a lead for this Jace that the rest of the game doesn't even necessarily matter. Like, your Lucian win condition, that's very cute. When I could just take the health bars away from everybody with 1 accelerated shock blast. Speaking of Lucian, no flash and no vision.
Yeah, well, in goes Croco, catches him as Envy, Wild Growth going to be used, gets the knock up. Beryl helps knock him down as well. And that is Croco grabbing that kill. No assist for Doctom, who couldn't close the distance.
Yeah.
DRX getting work done on the bottom side, but this top side of the map, man, it does exist in this game.
It's kind of messed up. We're putting Rascal on the spot like this, but I mean, you're super far behind. There's a cannon wave here. There's nothing he could do. He's like, maybe I could try to get some vision in this brush to make sure there's not a dive coming. And all the while, so 4 players commit to kill this Aftershock Sejuani, and he just gets 2/3 of a turret on the top side. So, are you really winning? Now down here, Kyle once again with this Ultimate doesn't quite catch Croco. Does stop Duck Dom for getting the assist, so pretty significant, but Barrel can help get the additional knockup with the Wild Growth. And that's, you know, kill going over to the Vi here. Is that as significant as the Jace situation? No, but it's something.
It is. And I actually think that the Jace is very significant in this game. And
yeah, like
just because of this huge number, but it's Jace as well against DRX that don't have any counterpoke. They don't have any way to stand in the neutral and try to challenge outside of Fate putting his face into the opposition. If he puts his face anywhere near Bertle, it gets torn off. Like, this Jace does way too much damage now and is already, you know, on 2 items. That third is going to come through very, very soon. And this top side is just under his control entirely. The Culling going to push Docdom all the way out of this mid lane as immediately Shirley going to hop down in this mid and push this one forward.
So remember when I said, like, I mean, it's a key player matchup. Both these players are really evenly matched. Yeah, might not matter. Oh, okay.
Docdom is dead. Oh, he's going to flash. There's the ulti as well. He's out of the fight as Envy as well is very, very low. This tower still under fire.
They're just getting everything. They're just getting everything. That's a mid-turret and inner turret here for Birdall. And that's a Azir setup here, so the Sun Disc is just going to prevent anybody from doing anything. Like, you can't even have your Raptors, but I was like, oh, it might not be the one.
Oh, no, not again, not again, not again. Oh, God. Rascal, don't go back. Okay, well, Envy's going to die in the mid lane. Rascal will live. At least for now.
It is the matchup, though. The key player matchup ends up being the most key one because they played Gnar into Jace. And Croco, hopeful denial, I guess you could say, is it will be Hex Tech Soul, so it's stacked up against further.
That's a really, really nice soul for both of these teams, technically. Very thematically good with Zeri as well.
Envy felt safe with the Sundisc turret here. Good option for Fate to pick this one up. Fate has picked up now 2 kills in this game, so 4 Dark Steel stacks. And he's going for Shadow Flame next, so there's a lot of damage on this LeBlanc. Maybe potentially a win condition here because there are 3 great targets to blow up with the LeBlanc. Problem is, the Jace is just kind of free-firing at you from range, and in order to get into the distance you need to actually make this LeBlanc work, you're going to have a hard time. And look at this.
Oh, he was trying to catch it. That was actually very cute there by Bertle.
Verdant Barrier picked up for closer. He's like, no, this LeBlanc can't get me, though. That's all. I'm not trying to win super hard in terms of damage. I just don't want to die.
Yep, and I kind of respect it. As Bertle here on this bottom side, look at how much damage he does to these turrets. Just a few autos, and that's going to go down. Presses W, most of it goes. And yeah, he's just a gigantic problem. Top lane hasn't been as relevant as it is now all season, Wolf.
Yeah. Our producers really know how to pick the key player matchup, you know?
Nailing it. And of course, this lore-wise, LCK lore-wise, is just huge for Bertle actually proving himself against the guy that used to play in front of him a couple of years ago.
It's so true, and he's had a pretty consistent season. We showed his stats earlier, we talked about it, especially in team fights. The guy just hasn't missed, but there have been some shaky moments, and he has looked like a player who doesn't have his confidence fully, right? Even though in what we could see, the guy is actually really good. And what we've seen in the past for him too, even pre-Live Sandbox, you're like, okay, Birdall, like up-and-comer.
Yeah.
And he was super nervous on Damwon Kia last year, and you know, Nuggery ended up taking the starting spot, etc. But
it was also a really rough time for him as well on both of the teams when he started, right? It was a Gen G that was struggling, and he was supposed to be the answer to their topside woes when Rascal wasn't having the best of times. And then on Damwon last year, he had to step in front of a Noggery that was probably going to come back anyway, and like I don't know how you're supposed to like mentally be okay during that, as far as like knowing that you're about to be replaced, right? He's just finds himself in these really difficult moments. So now
it was him
starting, and he is the guy on Live Sandbox, and I think this is the most healthy we've seen Bertle as far as his positioning.
It was Birdall who was also replaced by Hoya for a little bit as well in that playoff series, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Oh man, yeah, it was too.
Like, because Birdall was under so much pressure, right, during that series that, like, the coaching staff was like, we got to put Hoya in because I just don't know if he can handle the pressure, right? Like, that was one of those crazy moments where Hoya was on the bench the whole time. I believe it was a spring season. And it was just like, all right, well, Birdall, you're benched because you can't keep your mental straight, so to speak. And he has had some of those, you know, you could see it displayed physically on his player cam in some of these moments, but like, it's hard to believe when you watch him have games like this that the guy could ever be nervous, that the guy could ever be under a lot of mental pressure and stress, because he's playing this game like he's in the playground.
Yeah, he's a man possessed in this game.
It's insane, and we just have to give Bertle so much credit because, yeah, Rascal has shown a lack of respect and did blind pick the Gnar, and there's a lot of problems with where he was in the lane and stuff like that. Bertle, he's just going to punish you. He's going to take a lead. He's going to balloon it. He's going to snowball it. And this game is no longer about, like, will Lucian be accelerated? You know, is this Lucian pick going to get ahead? Like, is Zeri going to catch up later? You know, what about the Azir? Azir's just itemizing defensively. Envy just going to be coasting through this mid game. Stack 2 Drakes, and the game's about Jace now.
It absolutely is. 4,000 gold is the lead for Liv Sandbox. Most of that is Bertle. That's what we saw in the gold graph just before, and these 3 kills were enough for him to really accelerate this game. They've taken all of the outer turrets so far. You can see 4-0 as far as that score is concerned. The inner went down on the top side of the map. Got that work done early. Banshee's Veil now completed. Ghost Blade done for Bertle. That is 3 items. I was wondering whether it was going to be Cyrilda's or whether it was just going to be a different lethality item. As Bertle, I don't know whether you wanted to do that as he's flashing again. There's a wallop. I don't know whether it keeps him alive though, because there's no turret there, and there is another solo kill for the Jace. Teleport to come down. Closer just wants to make sure that Fate doesn't answer. And how many solo kills is it now? That's 4. So now he's on 9. He's almost got the most here in the LCKs. Another team fight is going to break out. Good bubble onto Beryl, who gets permafrosted. Croco in the backline going to get caught down by Envy, but in the meantime, there's the shutdown. That is a lot of money to Fate, who manages to close out the kill on the Jace.
Gotta be careful. Closer still has ult here and a Sundis turret. Beryl flashless now. Needs to get out of here. Take that shutdown on your LeBlanc and hold on to it tight, because yeah, there's some magic resistance being built here. The Banshee's Veil is done, but you really don't want to give anything else to Liv Sandbox here. Now you have to give this Hextech Soul Point, because there is no contesting this, unfortunately, but at least you get 1 kill on the Jace. Is Bertle, Hextech, he's like, you're on a ward? You think you're safe over here? You silly Gnar. Look at how far he chased him. He's like, you think you can clear a ward on my rift in my side lane? I don't think so.
And also, like, Rascal looked like he was going back to a turret, and he's like, where did that thing go? As I'd like to see how he actually dies here. As
he just teleports in and dies. Okay. I mean, Willer missed the ult. Kyle missed his ult. It was very messy, and he's like, oh, guys, come on.
That was a rush of blood to the head type situation here. Is all right, Closer's dead as well.
All right, so how many solo kills?
4-0.
Yeah, how many does he rack up here?
Okay, so now this game has turned into Fate versus Bertle. That's all this game is about. Currently, Liv Sandbox have the advantage, but you can see DRX thinking about a Baron. And there is a Quick Blades completed. Second item on Doctorm. I like it. Patch notes seem to have been read.
Oh, man. Fate is just like, I'm going to make this my game.
Oh, dear. Rascal, not exactly the tankiest. Rides the wave, though. Looking good. Hang 10.
This is not
like that.
This is not the first game this season. Fate has been in a losing game state and then just put his team on his back and build him a Jais and have a perfect game.
What is it with players? What is it with players from Kwangdong and being like put in these sorts of situations? You know, it was Bulldog, and now Fate is suffering from it again, even though he's on DRX now.
Okay, so he flashes here and just decides to back, and Croco goes all in on the play. Even though he hits this, just gets all to the wall.
Very cute. There is some stuff happening in live with the Baron.
How did Fate not... Okay, so never mind. Sorry, my bad. I was like, I thought that Croco didn't get the assist for that. But he did, of course.
Yep.
Just looked really weird on my screen for a second.
It's okay.
It's been a night.
It has. It has certainly been a night. This is a little bit more interesting now, though, because we have our first LeBlanc of the day and our first Jace of the day, and they're being very impactful. And that's great. That might encourage people to pick more of those things and less of the other things that we have been seeing.
Well, this is going to be another siege up mid. No outer turret this time, but Liv Sandbox can just push this one in with another Sun Disc and then push it back towards Baron. See if Closer wants to put this one up right now.
Well, Shock Blast does a lot of damage. 4, 1, and 0 Jace is certainly going to do that.
He's got his last Whisper. He's ready to hurt. And there's not a lot of armor here. I mean, it's plated steel caps and Sterax here for Rascal.
I mean, he might have Cyrilda's done before there's any other item on Rascal.
Yeah, I know. Like, and I think he will. I think you're definitely right. Right, there's a very good chance that's actually going to happen. They don't actually commit heavily here to putting the Azir turret up or anything like that. Just going to look for a back timing here. Nice try, Dum.
Yeah. Fate coming over and clearing out vision. DRX doing the same thing.
DRX do not have the damage to try to rush this one down, but they could make it look like they were. Clear that Drake pit and then maybe set a trap here. Dum going to push this wave and then... Nope, just going to back. I don't think Liv Sandbox would have fallen for the bait, but certainly could have tried something there with a back timer. Just going to sit back and try to survive, try to scale.
The counter reset, exactly, going to come through. As Liv Sandbox back out onto the Rift and might be able to head over towards this Baron themselves. They will see that their ward gets taken out. But Fate dashing forward, has the Mimic Distortion in order to do so. Gets back to safety afterwards as Envy holds on.
I love LeBlanc into Lucian for stuff like this because Envy needs to be up in the front lines to push those minion waves in mid and also to threaten people, and that's when you're most vulnerable as a Lucian who doesn't really have any defensive items against that type of first mage. So you can see Fate knows his win condition here in this game. If he can kill a Lucian, that could just be an objective unlocked right away. Because then you could put that same threat on the Birdall. You know, half the damage is gone. In terms of the AD variant, there are 3 big and strong damage dealers on the side of Liv Sandbox, but you take the Lucian out, maybe then you can threaten the Jace, make him, you know, defensively back away, and then you can put the threat on the closer.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, Fate picking LeBlanc here, it looked like, okay, we'll see how it goes, and then it looked like the game was over, but maybe, just maybe, if he can get a pick.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, Dum lost half of his health bar, does have some lifesteal in the build, so it should be alright. As DRX, they look like they're posturing to trade Hextech Soul for Baron. I don't know whether I'd recommend that. Hextech Soul's really good.
Yeah, and there is a ward on the Baron pit. Birdall has teleport, so you're really playing with fire, and if you wait too long, oh man.
Yeah, well, Glacial Prison comes on in here as there's the cease and desist on to Closer. Good flash, gets them out of the way, but Closer is looking to be pretty close to dead. Shifts some sands, tries to get out as they're running the wrong direction. However, he is going to be all right.
That looked really bad for Closer, but now it looks amazing. Flash committed by Dum and Croco here, and they're just going to try to do the Baron.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox moving into the river. Fate able to poke. This is actually important, being able to have this level of control of the vision. Beryl takes more than he can deal with, though, as Willa almost gets one shot. The chains, they do go off. They don't have too much more to offer up.
Birdall is just so strong right now, but they know acceleration gate is on cooldown. They're going to say this is our opportunity.
Yeah, Closer's come back, though. No Emperor's Divide, but does have Flash. As Rascal hits Meganar at a decent timing, it might be able to get them this Baron. But the health bars are so high, and Beryl is just food for the Jace. If another Shock Blast lands, Beryl dies. Croco dies. Dum dies, maybe.
There's the reset, and that should be Hextech Soul going over to Liv Sandbox. Bit of a gamble here for DRX, but what can you do in this game state? You have to try something. You have to look for a pick and then try to trade Baron for the Soul, and or at least try to rather pull them to Baron so you can't trade, because a trade is a losing trade. But now you get neither, unfortunately, because you're unsuccessful. And Liv Sandbox will take the Hextech Soul buff and then turn that into a Baron take. And DRX just don't, unfortunately, have, with this 2 items area, the ability to rush this Baron down. Like, you can clear vision here.
Well,
but no, I mean,
Croco's hitting it. Willer is over here. He's taking some Raptors first. You
look
know,
at how
priorities
slow.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just so slow here. Kyle has ult.
Birdall has teleport. We'll see whether he is going to use it in order to get into this potential battle. There it is now. As Rascal throwing some rocks around. Can he find a big flash? Gnar is the question. They are stacked up, but this Gnar is not in the greatest of positions as Glacial Prison is going to connect closer. Finds a phenomenal sweep onto the Zeri. Croco going to be taken down as well, and Liv Sandbox will obliterate DRX in that fight. The desperation Baron is absolutely that, and they're punished for it. A triple kill for the Jace, and Liv Sandbox will put this game to rest.
I'm not sure if we have enough space on our post-game graphic to show how much damage Birdall did.
Yeah.
It is only a 31-minute game. It could have been much higher, but the 7-1 and 2 Jace defines this game. Nice attempt from DRX and good play from Fate. Realistically, man, threatening this Azir on multiple different angles, getting that shutdown on the Jace, but it just ultimately isn't enough. Yeah, and look at Willer, man. He's so hyped. He's grabbing Birdall right away. He's like, that was a game we just dominated.
And you can see Birdall. He's got so much nervous energy in him right now. Of course, Bertle and Willow were actually on. I think it was Lolly Night as well as doing some shows. And the two of them are actually just really good friends by the looks of things from what we've seen. So really, really cool to see the amount of encouragement from his jungler, especially when Willow just didn't go there at all. It was just 3 solo kills, one of them under an inner turret.
And
then the game was over.
This is the kind of supportive player you want on your team, though, if you're Bertle, where Bertle is always really harsh on himself. Remember that last time he like traded a kill and he was just like kind of insulting himself? We had that calm of him.
Yeah.
You need a player who actually needs to like slap you on the back and be like, damn, dude, that was a good game. Like, give yourself some credit, man.
Yeah.
Because he's got that nervous energy, like you said. He's not having his pop-off moment. But Willer will be like, I'll have it for you, man. 24,000 damage on this Jace in a 31-minute game. Fate did his best. I mean, he really did, but having your jungle player just say like, hell yeah, man, after a game like that is sometimes what you need. I'm glad Bertle gets to have these pop-off games, so many solo kills. How could you be hard on yourself after a game like that?
Absolutely. And look, Bertle's had his ups and downs so far this season. But honestly, I feel like the more that we see out of him, the better and better he is getting. And I think so much of it comes down to the fact that this is a much better environment for him. He's a starter on this team, a lot of players similar age. Just really, really good to see him coming into his own. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2.
왼쪽 천천히 뚫어볼래?
아지한테 버프 줬어 일단은.
가보던가 이거 확인해야 될 것 같아. 텔 쪽 볼게. 야나 체리 볼게. 개인형
봐줘.
체리 노플 바이 스파 이겼다. 가자 미드 끝내자.
야 대황장돌.
미드 해봐 가자 끝내자.
근데 뭔가 이거 뭔가 불편한데? 내가 좀 못 따라인 건가?
야 근데 태연아
라인전 되게 잘하긴 했는데.
태연아 그게 너야 태연아.
그거 갱당한 게
맞아.
그러니까 물품. 다음 판 내가 라인전 이겨줄게.
내가 근데 바텀을 잘 안 봐주긴 했어 이번 판.
레드 사이즈라서 좀
베이스라서 약간 시간 덜 쓰긴 했어 내가.
오케이. 괜찮아 이겼으면 됐지. 괜찮아.
나 정글이 임전력 꿀쩔인데.
대돌.
야 대황돌.
맞아.
나이스.
방종하지 말고.
Decent scatter is going to come through as now Dudu taking control of Cuz. He's very tanky, but Bulldog is keeping everybody else locked down. And yeah, Cuz is there to be tanky, but it just does not work out. And now Dudu can do what he wants. He finds the Q. The final chapter comes down, and this could be a penta. We've got a Quadra already, and there it is! Pentakill for Taeun! Because Bulldog's teleported in. He's finding free autos now, and he's shooting so fast with the rapid fire cannon. Enforced Alcove Gaming is just limping away from this fight. BDD is going to die as an afterthought as the reset comes through. Bulldog grabs the pickup. He's going to let his team take care of the rest of it as he's just jumping a billion times.
It's an official T1 Baron. A lot of damage will come through, but here comes a massive knock-up. The 3 of them just sitting against the wall. Owner will take the Baron down, but the rest of the team goes down and no cash-in. Oh, Duck Tom in a little bit of trouble. Zeka goes forward. He's going to get knocked up. There's that gnaw. It's going to help him. A massive knock-up from Kingin, trying to zone them away, but everybody jumps in, and it's a steal from Flynn. They get the Elder, and we see Viper now.
Before he gets here, though, and the answer is no, as Pace gonna flash to get out of the way of the chains. The Emperor's Divide gonna be picked up. The Gnaw is not massive, but the Emperor's Divide is! And Closer will tear them all up! He's gonna bounce on top of the Renekton, goes golden beautifully, and Chovy is still alive. Can he get it done? Another Emperor's Divide!
That's where the fireworks are really going to be, as one more time.
Another one, and this time it's going to connect on to Peanut. As cease and desist comes in, but Bertle's still going to be able to grab that kill. That is real comfy.
This just isn't going to work.
Oh, Wallop, Gnar into the wall. Closer taking a lot of damage. Petrifying Gaze. And he escapes! Now pays off to the side, but he presents a huge target. But maybe he's exactly the target that Gen G wants, distracting the rest of Live Sandbox. There's the Prowler's Claw we were looking for, and the triple kill for Gen G. Gonna flash, as there's the final chapter. Morgan just pushes them away, tries to get them out of the pit, gets in there, Harris, he locks down the Elder, bro! They have the big buff, but the big damage belongs to Keen! And KT say we need no dragon! If you're in the death chamber, you still lose!
Hello and welcome back to the space. We just had game number 1 there, which was kind of a stomp from the side of Live Sandbox over DRX. There was a couple of moments where DRX were trying to break out of their misery, but unfortunately it did end up being a Live Sandbox victory in the end.
Unfortunately, unless you're
DRX.
a Sandbox fan, but even if you're a Sandbox fan at this point, you gotta feel a little bad for DRX, because looking at the drafts here, what we see is, again, early pickup of the Zeri, then we get the Lucianami. First half of the draft at this point has been done to death, and we know that this matchup can go either side depending on how the bot lane goes. And it wasn't actually that bad for DRX, but we have circled one champion with a big red frame, and that's of course the Gnar, because
square, by the way.
Again, yeah, I don't know why.
You really want to call that a circle?
It's a diamond shape. Yeah, I don't know why. Again, because we're trying to fit stuff in there that doesn't fit there, and in this case, the Gnar blind is not it. There are picks like Jax, like Fiora, where yes, you can try and counter them, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as bad. There's also the Jace, which, even though there are counters, they're not really being played in the LCK at the moment. And we saw the Jace, which is one of the best top lanes at the moment, but there is also Irelia and Yone, and Bertle's Irelia, if you think back to Worlds, has not always been great, but his Yone was literally like the one champion that even last year on D+, when he wasn't that good, his Yone, he would carry and then it would get banned, and then it would kind of be in an unfortunate position again, but that would have been completely fine as well. So that Gnar, to me, really solidified that even in a... I didn't expect it to be this bad, but that was always going to be a sore point.
Yeah, and we are going to take a look at highlight number 1 because a lot happened here in this first highlight, by the way. It was not only Birdall dunking on Rascal, it just turned into this massive macro lead to the side of Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, that first kill was okay. This one is where the game is kind of over. He's full health. He just comes off of a base. We've seen Cassantes get a first kill and be fine. Now, obviously, Jace snowballs a lot harder than the Cassante, but he then immediately gets a turret by himself, no jungle attention, and then another one. And yeah, on the bottom half of the map, you know, there've been a couple of kills. Envy died a few times, and it's really tragic for me, as even if he doesn't get the kill, it doesn't matter, because this is a really good commentary on the game state.
Yeah.
And it is really tragic for DRX that there kind of seems to be a law of what. There needs to be a certain amount of mistakes made. Because Rascal, up until this point, was the best player on DRX. Like, by a large margin. He was the most consistent, he looked good in almost every game. And then the one game where, yeah, Barrel dies a bunch of times, but Fates get fed, Croco's playing aggressive, their bot lane snowballing, and then Rascal completely gets bonked, and they have zero grip on the game.
And in that first highlight as well, the mid turret was going down at the same time. So not only was it Birdall getting massively ahead, it was just his team using the leads that they had to just push it forward. They were getting every single dragon. We can take a look at highlight 2 as well. This is kind of just the last fight of the game, which it's pretty much a done deal at this point. We just felt like, you know,
it really already
highlight the desperation of DRX, I suppose, and the desperation of Fate, who is super fed, but he can't do it all alone.
Oh, what can you do here?
Yeah.
Really nice ultimate from Closer, and DRX have to try something. But there was one big mistake, right? We had Birdall teleporting in. They took a couple of awkward fights. Fate was really trying, got a lot of early kills. That's all nice, but none of that is going to take away how incredibly fed Birdall got single-handedly. The rest of the 4v4, 3v3 was pretty even. It was back and forth. It was leading slightly to DRX, and if top was fine, that could have been enough. But top was, in fact, not fine. Top was very, very bad.
We do have the POG ready to go. I think you guys know who this is going to be. It's going to be, of course, Jace on the Birdall. Birdall on the Jace.
I love this.
That is going to be the second time now that he picks up the POG.
And I love it because, look at this. This is adorable.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah, and very well deserved, with no pressure from his jungler, no help whatsoever, just single-handedly ruining Rascal's life. And it was the Jace that was as fed as he was. That meant that in any neutral you were losing by default, even with a fed LeBlanc. When you're DRX, got another solo kill here. Then he had a teleport, of which we will not speak because it was not very good.
Just cut that one out, yeah.
Yeah,
We don't want to see that one.
That doesn't matter. And I was really happy with what the cast highlighted as well, is that Birdall on a team like this feels like a much better fit, where this player coming into the LCK in 2021 or 2022, or at the end of 2021 rather, was a fairly hyped player, but it was also very clear that he could not deal with the pressure either on Gen G when he played at World was kind of a disaster, and then on D+ as well. So seeing the player have the ability and knowing what he's capable of when he is feeling confident is super, super cool.
Yeah, it's great to see him go off, and maybe DRX said, well, Birdall's been struggling, let him get strong side. I don't think we can see that again, not in this series at least, because Birdall really clapped back. Guys, that was game number 1. Let's take a look at game number 2 through the eyes of the casters.
Whoa, they're going into our eyes, Wolf. Into our eyes. Well, our eyes are here. They're yours to gaze on this beautiful game number 2 that we've got coming up. And we'll see whether there are going to be Jace bans or whether DRX has another plan.
Yeah. They won't see that, like, occasionally I will check some of the champion stats, and Atlas is going to occasionally peek at the collective and look at some solo queue information, but mostly it's like almost exactly what we're looking at. We're looking at the whole time. Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there are some bottles, like some water bottles and stuff like that.
Sometimes a message from the producer on the teleprompter. But
there's some pages of stuff here. Just ignore those. Let's just look at the monitors here as we hop into the draft.
I am pretty shocked that DRX, after that, the game went that way, where they banned the counters, the traditional counters to the Azir, gave the Azir over, and then blinded Gnar, that did not choose red side, and just gave Birdall R5 counter pick again. I am pretty baffled by this choice, and if your game plan is just play Zeri, which has historically been a fairly weak matchup, into Lucian, if it's strong players, okay, at least going to ban the Lucian, so at that point we could take away. But I was going to say, if you're just going to pick Zeri here, then I'm worried about the strategy going into this best of 3. But big adaptation here, at least making the Zeri more powerful in that regard. Would be really interesting if Live Sandbox just take it away now.
Yeah, I don't know whether the Lucian ban to try and get another Zeri pick here is like it's very, very strange. Draven going to be banned here as well. Both teams angling for that Zeri pickup.
Yeah, see if a lot is left open here for Live Sandbox and the other matchups they can play bottom side here if DRX do first pick it. As Ashe also, you know, if DRX want to first pick Zeri and Live Sandbox left the Ashe, that's a problem. So there's the Ashe ban. And now Live Sandbox can, if they want, just ban Zeri here.
Yeah, banning Ashe, though, is very interesting, especially considering the fact that Beryl's about to have a skin on the champion.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like you could have just
picked
Zeri or Ashe here with some of these counters removed. Varus ban.
And so now without Draven being available, they'll pick the Maokai. I like the Maokai a lot, but now Zeri feels like an easier pickup alongside an Elise.
Yeah. There are other lanes you can play to push really hard. Like you could play a Karma lane here. Still feel very good about what you could do in the lane and what sort of dives you could set up, but the Elise is going to have a lot of power. And if you save that R5 pick for Birdall, the Elise absolutely can play topside too. Like you can have a really strong Yone pick here when you have this much magic damage on your jungler. So this is why red side is so good for this team, who are so reliant on their solo laners to get power. I mean, Envy is doing much better this season, but he's not the player you think about and get scared of. They're just going to prioritize the Jace.
No, I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic because DRX didn't really have a way to deal with it last time around. Of course, this time, Rascal can go towards something like, you know, a Scion or an Ornn that really can ignore the Jace later on. But I think Birdall will still have a good time in the early game.
The Jace pick is also flexible. Closer can play it.
True.
So Jace is one of the safest blind picks we're very happy to have in terms of solo laners. Is Zeri and Lulu back on the Rift here for DRX. And this is, of course, open right now. You have the Maokai to support this.
Oh, they're going to Samira it, aren't they?
I would love that. We'll finally see some Samira in my LCK.
I reckon they're going to Samira it. I mean, it's Envy's best champion. It was what he was sort of known for when they first came into the LCK. As
much less known for this one. Much less known for this one.
This is
that was
less
Ice's,
exciting.
That was Ice's champion.
Yeah, it was. It was. Well, 200 years on the way back into the bot lane one more time. Of course, support's going to be banned away now, away from Kyle. But he's got deep pockets. He should be fine.
The Aphelios we do like a lot of the time. You know, we've seen Aphelios into Ashe, for example, just fall flat on its face. We've seen like the Aphelios Alistar from Nongshim, right? That was very weak. But into Zeri Lulu, you have some power in the lane, and you also have the Jace follow-up, right? You have an Elise to kind of protect this pick. The IE second is very strong on Aphelios right now, so even though it feels like a weak pick on its own, it has its own part to play in this draft. And there's no way to really target Kyle's support pool here.
Yep. I also kind of like Jace Aphelios together because a Shock Blast hits and you follow it up with a Moonlight Vigil, and you can get a fair bit of damage there. As Tryndamere going to be banned away. Very cute one.
That's a really interesting one.
The classic anti-Jace pick. But we haven't actually seen it locked in. We've seen it hovered a few times.
Yeah, it's one of the ones Rascal found a lot of success on last year too. So.
Yep.
Do like this, taking away the Kassadin as well from closer, leaving the Akali up this time if he wants to just play the Azir. And you have a fallback. Renata very strong with the Aphelios, especially into a comp that wants to collapse.
Nautilus being considered, of course, targeted, unavoidable CC for the Zeri.
Wow, we've really gone back to early summer in this draft in a lot of ways.
Well, it's going to be locked in. Nautilus's win rate here in the LCK isn't actually terrible. And
very
Zeri Lulu doesn't offer the same kind of, pushing power and threat as other bottom lanes that we've seen Nautilus unfortunately picked into, such as, Ashe Caitlyn and Ashe Varus and things like that.
The mid laner that Fate picks up if they lock this Scion in needs to be able to also play against Jace, because Birdall can play something else here and the Jace can be flexed mid.
Oh, Birdall's last pick, like
Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath.
I mean,
into Rascal, who Cho'Gath the last one. Whoa!
I think the Azir will do fine into Jace if that is going to be the flex that we do see here. So fairly safe calls. We might just see a Kali to come in here. You have a lot of damage to soften up these targets for closer, but as we talked about, the Yone is so strong right now in this meta. You can do a lot around the map, and they have so much magic damage in this Elise.
And it's Bertle. And he could be taking it into the Scion potentially. We'll see exactly where things are going to be going as the Yone is locked in. I just have a feeling this is Bertle's pick because he's feeling himself right now, and he may as well go back to something that he can once again really get some work done on.
Looks like you may be right. The big difference, you know, in what the top Yone is going to do versus mid is the mid Yone is going to be able to have an impact on the map very easily. We'll see. It's still 10 seconds left on that swap. It looks like it is going to be the top Yone, so not going to be as much power to do stuff like what we saw BDD do on the champion yesterday, where you're kind of impacting all lanes all the time and getting some early prio. But Jace is going to be able to get a nice amount of poke done to the Azir in the lane, and then the Yone in the top side is never under any threat from a Scion and can eventually wear him down. And might actually even force some topside jungle assistance, because the bottom side, if you guys can remember a time before Varus, before Lucian Nami every game, it doesn't always have to be jungle attention to the bottom side. And in this draft, it might just be a boring game of farming down there where we don't see a lot of attention given, and more attention given to the Jace in mid, where he can get ahead. Jace going to be able to, if he gets an advantage there, then snowball. Same to be true of the Yone, just constantly pushing that Scion out of lane and getting a massive advantage there can be huge for this comp. On the other side, doesn't feel like ganking a Yone or a Jace is going to be very successful necessarily, at least in the early game. Post 6 for the Azir, post 6 for the Scion. There are some opportunities in this draft, but I like overall what the Sandbox will put together more because it's comfort. It's strong. You know both these solo laners are feeling themselves right now.
Yep, and also it spikes a lot earlier than this composition on the other side does. I think if this game gets to 40 minutes, it's like 90-10 in favor of DRX, but Liv Sandbox have been accelerating games. They've been doing it well. Let's hop onto the Rift and see whether they can do it again. All right, here we go. Making our way out onto the Rift for the second game of this series. Envy bringing out the Aphelios once again. I'm glad that you gave Ice the shout out. Of course, in spring of 2022, Liv Sandbox didn't have a great time. But Ice did manage to get that pentakill, and it was in a Mad movie, and it was pretty cool.
I mean, it's just one of those unforgettable moments. Like, a lot of people will forget Ice until you say that, and they're like, oh yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah.
It was perhaps the most iconic point in his career.
I think it was.
You know, probably, I mean, you know, I'd say he definitely thinks so, but, you know, who knows what he'll do in the future. Like, I don't want to say it like this is going to be his peak. It could be, but regardless, yeah, just some shout-outs to some old Liv Sandbox players. His closer looking for some aggressive trading here with the Electrocute proccing.
Yeah, Spade taking a bit of damage here as he gets the thumbs up. There's a Crab Rape, like that response. As, yeah, Jace, fair bit of power, especially level 1, because he just has more buttons that he can press.
It's not fair.
No, it's very unfair. In fact, 2 Transformer champions in the Elise and the Jace. So many buttons at level 1.
Yeah.
Absurd.
Just too many kits.
Very
Wait until they have 6 buttons.
Whoa.
Ultimates.
And I guess there's one less button for Envy. Like, as the game goes on, so they're making up for it.
True.
I kind of like that.
True. Didn't think about it that way, you know?
I mean, Envy does have a potential of more different buttons over the course of a game.
Yeah. His maximum buttons total is very high, but at one time, very low.
Yeah. It's just an interesting point.
He can't switch as easily as Willer and Closer can.
Also, Rascal is going to be very difficult to kill as this game goes on. Elise, not exactly a tank-killing champion. Envy will be able to get there eventually. You know, Aphelios has been pretty good at, you know, killing tanks in the past, with the right guns, of course. Chakrams can be very useful there. But I don't think that is the part of the game that Liv Sandbox is going to be looking for, as already Kyle
accidentally losing the game right now.
Oh god, this is not what you wanted to see, as Dr. going to have to flash to get out of the way here, but the repel is in range. Oh, great little bonk away.
But Jace is here.
Yeah, Closer is wrapping around, but is he actually going to be able to kill Dr. Kyle is chasing after him, and now Closer should go down. There we go, it's 1-for-1. As the Cocoon does not land, that might mean that Fate has an opportunity to get in here. As Envy just chilling on the bottom side of the map, just wondering why all these shenanigans are going on.
Well, he wants to push this in super fast so that Zeri actually loses some CS, so despite Duckdom not dying here, he can at least get that out of it, and he's super low range, he's super early game Aphelios, not going to get too excited about a fight like that early. He thought that his help wasn't needed. Teleport traded here in mid lane, but the way that all shook down is just really rocky shot calling there on the side of DRX, and this could have been a lot worse, as you go over as Duckdom there at level 2 versus an Elise. He buffers the Cocoon, gets over the wall, and then decides to just go straight into the open arms of Kyle there in the tri-brush, and if he doesn't go there, he loses tons of minions. So like, just being out there in general as Zeri, I was jokingly saying, like, accidentally losing the game right now, because that could have been the end of the game. If he dies there, Envy pushes that wave in, Jace gets a kill. I mean, there's almost no coming back from that, but it did go a lot better for DRX at the end. Duckdom.
Yeah, being able to actually get the kill onto Closer was really important, and Duckdom was able to get back to lane pretty quickly after eventually falling down. It took him a long time to die.
He lived so long that essentially, the pick of the Zeri ended up kind of coming back to bite Liv Sandbox, and they spent a lot of time.
Bit of an overextension,
yeah. Although not for Envy, I guess, Takes a 10 CS lead by pushing that one through. Closer also flashed for that, so there's a little bit of power here. His level 6 is coming up for Fate. He still has his flash.
Bertle. Almost takes another turret shot there. That would have been real bad.
Yeah, the enemy of the strong side top laner is the turret.
Yes. And also Sion.
I mean, I'm sad that we didn't get all the exchange happening before this too, because that's why this has to happen for Duckdom, because he was so aggressively out there against an Elise when the Elise wins the early parts of these matchups, right? And Duckdom buys such an insane amount of time here. Kyle also, the one who picks up the kill here, has to expend flash. Closer also dies for this. It's kind of disastrous. It could have been really bad for DRX, and then it ends up being pretty bad for Liv Sandbox. Still getting an advantage here for the Aphelios, but it's only slight at this point, so...
Yeah, they need to get more leads like this though. So DRX very happy for the game to just continue to play out neutral, and then they'll just be better. Their champions do more things in teamfights late game, all that sort of stuff. Generally, they'll just have a better time. Maybe poke is something that they don't have, a great time doing, but their hard engage options are everywhere. In this game. We've seen how this composition works, the DRX has put together, because we've just seen it so many times so far this spring.
I like DRX. Okay, hold that thought. We're having a fight over this Drake.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, Duckdom, no dashy left available, but now Croco might have to get out of there. No flash available, so he just can't get out. He's just dead. Kyle's going to pick up another kill for himself, as Envy with Crescendum, some Chakrams are built up. The health bar is relatively low, as Fate looking for an opportunity. Control Ward in a great position for Liv Sandbox. So the Azir not able to find his angle to get himself in there. Closer even able to get back to this wave and not going to miss out on anything.
I keep mentioning this because it feels so, it just feels like a foreign concept at this point, but if you think back to melee support era...
Oh, Kyle's doing it again! Red, white, don't fight! Is DRX back away?
I was just about to sing his praises, and then he hits another hook. I was going to say, you might have forgotten, those LCK fans who watched then and those who didn't watch might not know, Kyle on melee supports like the Nullis is fantastic. He's really good at it. He was one of the shining points and one of the reasons why Prince was so good across a multitude of champions, not just the Zeri. And, his Aphelios was amazing, his Ezreal, right? And Kyle is a big part of that, and he's been so good this game so far on the Nautilus. Once again, just want to showcase... we go back in time where these champions become relevant again. You have to remember, Kyle and Hollis, that was pretty sick before, and it's pretty sick now, too.
Yeah. Bertle actually having a pretty good time against Rascal at this point. Rascal needs to build some more armor before he's really happy about the whole situation.
I like that they give him the Scion because it's good against the Jace, and even if you flex something else over here to Birdall, like nothing beats Sion super hard, like so insanely hard. I mean, yes, could have been
Cho'Gath, but it's only Rascal that plays it.
Yeah, it could have been Cho'Gath, I guess, and Rascal knows this and is very familiar with the matchup, as the action just does not stop in this game.
Yeah, we've got a lot of rotation happening here as Willa takes a lot of damage. Croco lying in wait, shows himself. Cocoon misses his barrel. He'll come through as well, but Birdall is going to be the target for all of these players. There's the ulti, he gathers them together, but not a lot of people actually here to support Rascal because the Nature's Grasp is going to stop any sort of engagement. So they are just going to go their separate ways. As Envy just standing at range, will be able to shoot Doctom a bit here as he does close the gap, but are not able to land the Q.
And he's got to be careful too because Doctom's getting 6 and has Ghost, so some respect needs to be shown here. Doctom is actually significantly behind in experience, almost a full level here.
Yeah, it's actually crazy.
We're not going to be too significant here as Envy hits level 7. Kyle rotates over. But yeah, I mean, remember last game when you think about how egregious an Gnar pick is when you consider Birdall's champion pool and what he's famed for is like all Gnar counters.
Yeah, every anti-Gnar pick he's pretty good at.
And then he gets to play the Yone in this game where he can put some pressure on Rascal, but it's not going to be game losing, even in the best case scenario.
Yeah, I think a 20 CS gap, honestly, like Rascal
pretty best case
isn't
scenario.
worried about.
Yeah.
As Croco's just going to get a bit of a love tap by Shelly there. And Birdall, are you going to go home, is the question. And the answer is no. Rascal, the supply depot, is going to go home and going to do it again. Sets up the supply depot one more time. Does look like a Thor from the Terran race in StarCraft, and so it does kind of make a lot of sense that that is what the back animation looks like as well.
Kind of looks like he's going down the chute the Evangelions take.
Yep, that one too.
Come out, except he's going down. I guess that they eventually, when the Evangelions come home from their missions, they do go back into a similar chute. I guess that's never really shown.
Yep.
They just show him leaving because that's the cool part.
Sion versus Cho'Gath with the correct skin choices is basically like watching a Pacific Rim movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
As another gonna land once again. There's the knock-up as well. As, all right, Kyle, not going to quite find that one. Looked a little bit like Depth Charge was being cast like 16 times.
I mean,
he hadn't actually leveled it yet.
Yeah, it's crazy because this skin kind of put the little like crosshair on the ground.
Yeah, I got very, very confused. As Birdall is going to dash after Rascal here.
Bottom is not done.
Be there.
Bottom is not done because he hits level 6 during that exchange, and Jace is here and Willer is here. This is going to be Zeri losing a lot of farm.
Yeah, Extendo Beam, not going to quite be enough here, but now the Nature's Grasp comes through and Envy has to cleanse immediately. Fate coming on over as everyone's in a choke point. This could be a great opportunity for Fate, but there's the flash out from the Aphelios. Moonlight Vigil flies forward, but I don't know whether it found any of the targets. The Zeri going to pick up her first kill. There's the second as Doctom's starting to pop off. Make it a triple kill, and I think we may need to get the papers ready. The certification may need to come out. As Will is going to get slowed down, but the Extendo Beam is not going to be enough to kill him, and he will be allowed to walk away.
You've just given all of your advantages away by forcing this fight, and Fate didn't have teleport, so I understand the reasoning behind, okay, let's go deep, because Fate can't come down to defend. He's not going to be able to sit on this turret. If we go behind this, we could just walk out, right? We have cleanse on this Aphelios, like we're not that overstand. Like if you just freeze frame it right here, you've already done enough. But then, here comes the ult, and Azir is coming, doesn't have teleport. Closer walks forward here, finds Fate because he wants to zone him out, and then Envy keeps pushing forward, gets caught by the root, flashes the wall, holds back in after his polymorph. A little bit too late. If the polymorph actually doesn't hit him there, maybe he does a little bit more damage, but ultimately I don't think it matters here. And you can't do this against Azeri because her chase is so insanely good.
Yeah.
And kills.
Live Sandbox need to keep pushing, right? Their composition has an expiration date. DRX, theirs doesn't. And so now Live Sandbox are going to try and get themselves closer to this soul point. They're not going to be able to get there. As DRX just pick it up, they say thanks for the leash. And honestly, it feels like there are turns in games, right, that don't necessarily matter as much. This one matters a whole lot, as Kyle is at least going to stop Envy from taking too much damage there. Possibly an opportunity as the dredge line gets him out. Man, Kyle is really good at Nautilus.
He is insane! Closer, by the way, the big winner of this, because they are, even without this flash on the Aphelios, still able to get away, and Closer's actually pushing mid right now, so taking away a lot of the money from Fate, who went all the way bottom side for this. So ends up being really nice for Closer to catch up. He's 0-2, but picks up some of this plate money. in the mid lane and should be able to get out no problem.
Yeah, electrocute there onto the Azir. Not too much to worry about as Envy tidies up the minion wave. Has still a gigantic CS lead, right? So there's 3 kills. Those 3 kills very necessary here for the Zeri.
The Zeri getting 3 kills in this game is not like the moment where the game is over. It's not the moment where the game is over, but it means that the time in which it would have normally taken a Zeri that's this far behind to actually get 2 and 3 items is now significantly shortened because she's picked up all that extra money. Gonna TP back here.
As he's not going to miss anything, but plate gold going over to the Scion, who's just, as the game goes on, right? He just has a better and better time. It's going to take like 1.5 items before Rascal is able to stand in front of Bertle and just say, what are you going to do to me?
And we've talked about this a lot in past metas, right? Where Jace falls a little bit behind, but you're like, okay, still going to do Jace things. Aphelios, only 1 death on Envy, still had a massive lead in CS, still picked up some plate gold, is going to be doing so right now as well. On the bottom side, I think he's about to grab this plate. And this is, again, if you think back to how Zeri versus tempo-based leading champion Varus, sometimes, but mostly Lucian, right, goes, it's like, oh man, Zeri has 3 kills, game's over. Aphelios still scales really well too, right? And Envy is by no means, despite, you know, the faster shield bow here and stuff like that, is by no means out of this game. We actually have a game of League of Legends where it's like going to 15 minutes and it's a pretty close game, you know? Zeri's got 3 kills, but it's not over. You know, there's a win condition here. There's a really nice team comp for Live Sandbox where they can team fight around this Yone ult. Front to back here, really good for DRX. Rascal's positioning is going to be important against Jace Shock Blast. Like, the complexities in this game is the kind of League of Legends that I grew up casting with this game, you know, I'm kind of liking it. It's not just about like, okay, Zeri has 3 kills, it's done, or Lucian has 3 kills, it's done. And some good League of Legends here. Nautilus
It's definitely feeling better. It's feeling better. This is an upgraded version of what we've been seeing in every other game today, to be perfectly honest, where things have kind of fallen apart very, very early on. And yes, Zeri did get a triple kill, and DRX's composition scales gorgeously into the later stages of the game. But like you say, not over yet. And Live Sandbox right now, if you have a look at the gold, they're only behind by a little bit, despite the 3 being in front of the deaths column on the Zeri. Level 11 now complete for Fate. Closer a little bit behind in that regard. 0-2 on the Jace. As Bertle back towards his top lane, does manage to find an ultimate, as Rascal, of course, going to pick up turret aggro because he has a Sunfire cape. And Bertle just trying to chase him down. Really? Down Soul will pull him back, and Rascal says, cool story, bro.
Yeah, Willer's on the top side of the map, so this is kind of annoying. He knows that Rascal didn't have ult there, so he's like, all right, I'm just going to push the advantage here now on the top side of the map. Jace just farming mid under turret. It's going to be a little bit of farming, right, in this game, and Bertle just trying to get some advantages, proxying waves. Okay, hold up.
Divide onto Closer. There's the flash as Closer uses Fate to taxi out as Doctom is looking for it. There's the extendo beam. My god, the damage, and Fate's locking down the kill. Oh man, Doctom with a lead. We haven't seen this in a long time, but it looks good.
Yeah, when Doctom gets ahead like this, he is just not afraid to ride in and ult. His kill gets stolen, but I think he's happy to share the gold around in this one with the stacks picked up here now on the Dark Seal for Fate. As Bertle is now a little bit in no man's land.
Yeah, not sure how he's going to find his way out of this one. He's not. In fact, he is just dead. Croco are going to Bramble Smash him on the noggin.
When
will take him down.
I mean, Bertle made that moment about him, right? He pushed Rascal's health bar down super low. He decided, I'm going to proxy minions. That's my goal, that's what I'm doing. But in all of that, forgot the rest of the game state, and the fact that the rest of his team was falling apart elsewhere meant that, wait a minute, I'm going to get collapsed on. I've got no way out. His ultimate is just now coming back online, so doesn't have it to escape. And now Willer's going to have to come up here and pick up the pieces. Rascal's almost taken out this whole turret. This Scion is going to become so tanky so quickly. The Jace is behind 0 and 3, so this is already a problem that Closer's going to have to deal with in upcoming team fights. It's Mountain Soul, so super significant. The more of these you give, the Jace situation gets even worse.
Yep.
And DRX, man, I mean, right now in firm control of this game, even though, you know, the Aphelios had a lead earlier, it's all kind of fallen apart.
Yeah, and Zeri gets another assist on the back of that one as well. Very close to 100% in that regard. And DRX already getting to work on this Mountain Drake. And it could not be a worse soul.
Yeah, it could not.
For Live Sandbox to play into.
And you can't fight this Drake right now either. You don't have enough control over the map, so you have to give at least this one solo Drake, and even that is something you're like grimacing at. The thought of a soul is just, you can't let it happen. You will lose the game before you let that happen.
You saw Bertle was actually trying to stop Rascal there, but Rascal was able to turn it, get out of the way of the Yone.
Good driver.
Yeah, it was well driven, well navigated. As we're going to have a look at this replay one more time. Fate finds the Emperor's Divide, and it almost looks like Closer is in a good spot, and then you remember that Zeri's super fed, Maokai exists.
He just got caught on the edge of that Nature's Grasp as well. So sad that he gets picked there, as Bertle was proxying minions and will pay for his transgressions. Because the rest of the team was already pushed up to mid to grab that kill, and so they're like, well, might as well just turn on him. He's greedy.
Well, Bertle looking for an ultimate here, doesn't find it, and that interaction based on the physics of the game was very, very funny. But the snapback going to work out even mid Emperor's Divide.
Yep. So good flash there from Beryl. Those are the kind of flashes we like to see on his Lulu.
Yeah. Gets out of the way of Bertle's ult, so not able to seal that fate this time around. Still, Live Sandbox, you can see they're still playing forward. They're still playing aggressive because they know that it just doesn't get better. The news doesn't get better.
It does not. I mean, Night Harvester on the Elise, you're trying to chase, you're trying to proc your Electrocute, you're trying to do anything you can, burn through these health bars, but Mountain Soul against that, Mountain Soul against Yone, Mountain Soul against the Jace, and then the Aphelios angle, we're talking like 3-4 items, but Zeri's already going to be there before you, so... And we all know about how she does in late game team fights when she has a front line, which they have an immense one. Like, they have a Scion and a Nature's Grasp.
Yeah.
Arguably better than Scion at frontlining.
And now look at this. Like, Bertle is fighting Rascal, and Rascal's saying, he's got frozen heart.
Frozen heart.
He just doesn't care.
He doesn't care about anything.
Has a bit more money as well, as we can see. 300 in the lead. Bertle was okay. Closer going to get scooped up and polymorphed and killed. Doctarm's going to grab another one. That's 4-1 and 2 for the Zeri.
Wild how this game has just been such the opposite of the previous one, right? And that you have this Azir who's extremely fed. It's not Bertle's Jace, but the Jace is 0 and 4. The Jace is getting picked. The Jace has to try to make proactive plays and is punished at every turn. If he sits back and waits, then, as you say, he's going to be losing out, so he has to be proactive, but then keeps getting locked down and punished because he's squishy. He doesn't have enough money and damage to try to turn these into trades even of kills. He just can't do anything but hope and pray that he's going to get out, and he doesn't. He dies, and 6 stacks now on that Dark Seal as the Azir gets further and further ahead. Doesn't need to build Leandries in this game because nobody's tanky. You just go straight loot and just burst these people down.
Yeah. Oh, Cannon goes to the wayside. Little zoom. Unfortunately.
Sad.
Going to emphasize it, yeah. Bit of sad. That's all right. And it feels like Live Sandbox didn't quite get the memo, right? Like, they didn't know that we're handshaking on 50-minute games today. That's just how it works. And so this, a lot more tempo-based early game composition isn't really working out here. And the experiment with the Aphelios, like, man, if they did go like super early game, like grab the Samira comp, you know, and like went like a Mumu or something like that, like really went all in.
Or if that, you know, play that happened at level 2 actually ends up killing Doctarm instantly and they get out, and then further ahead. I mean, this game is totally different, right? But that's not the reality we're living in.
Well, there's the ulti from Doctarm. Moonlight Vigil goes entirely wide, but Envy's still actually trading quite nicely here. Gets into the brush. Rascal is just going to drive a train into him. Gale Force is good, as Bertle is over here. Teleport is going to come forward from Fate. Emperor's Divide immediately used and going to taxi him in to a kill. As, okay, Bertle was unfortunately just stuck in between a wall and a hard place, as we like to say here in the LCK.
I think that this game is now just completely off the rails. Like, the fact that Aphelios is trying to save the game by 1v1ing a zipping and zapping Zeri, he misses his Moonlight Vigil like completely, and he's still staying even though they have no vision. Just really says like how desperate this entire Live Sandbox roster is in this comp. Like, he's like, hold on, I have to kill her, or like we're doomed, and like we're probably already doomed, and I'm gonna try, and then he just dies, and there's no hope, and he's Gale Forcing away, and like this is the tragedy of it all. He doesn't have vision in that brush. The Emperor's Divide, the Moonlight Vigil completely whiffs. He dashes past the Scion, but There's a teleport. They have no control of the map. Bertol's like,
the teleport flank is just beautiful. Then Bertel unfortunately gets kind of stuck.
Liv Sandbox want to skirmish, but they're so far behind they can't. So DRX is like, oh yeah, we'll skirmish. Yeah, we're ready to fight. please keep giving us more of a lead.
Mountain Soul Point, Wolf. This, for the DRX composition, needs no introduction, as we've spoken about it before. But that is 2 of the Mountain Drakes stacked up. And Bertel gets himself an Infinity Edge. And Rascal, again, says, I don't care. I've got so much armor, it does not matter at all. And the Frozen Heart, also just such high value. At the same time, now has the Bramble Vest, which also gives him so much utility.
I mean, the Azir is so fed too that, like, Willer is building Banshee's Veil. So he's not going to have a Void Step. He's not going to have any damage in this game.
Yep.
So you're basically all AD and at least Cocoon Bot.
Well, they might be able to kill Croco, or can they? No, they can't. Emperor's Divide is going to push Bertel back. He's going to go back to his Unbound Soul, but he's going to need a Band-Aid. As Kyle, he gets out. Willer, not so lucky. Spider going to be squished. And, yeah, they threw everything at Croco, and Croco will just now go and walk over the Baron.
Yep, he's still alive. His smite button is not off cooldown just yet, so I don't think he's too worried about it, but if there was a contest, maybe he'd be nervous, but guess what? Willer's dead.
Yep.
So Lulu will take it. Thanks, Barrel.
Barrel, very nicely smited. Love to see it. Envy walking over a ward, a little bit dangerous. But,
perfect game for
everyone's
Barrel
gone home
so far.
Yeah.
Good flashes. Played out that earlier exchange pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, did Kyle actually hit the wall? So it's turned into wall dredge line, not CC dredge line.
And also the wild growth on the Croco is what really buys him a ton of time. He has the mask build here. Now he has his Radiant Virtue online, so I think just kind of built that one out right. And it's looking like this one might be done and dusted. I think Fat Lady's already sung. I think the...
Yeah, no, she's actually refusing to go back on again. At this point, she's like, no, I am not required. We'll see whether she's going to be around for Game 3. Because I agree with you, Wolf. I know it's only a 5,000 gold lead, but DRX's comp so elegantly moves towards the late game. Look at that. Croco gets hit by all of their CC and says, huh.
Look at his look at his sapling damage comparatively to these weak members of Liv Sandbox. It's like, he's like, I'm ready to 1v3. Like, my ult's up. You guys sure you want to stick around?
Yeah.
He heals off the damage. He's like, I dare you to auto me.
Yeah.
He's like, you actually do negative damage to me. My Bramble Vest is actually hurting you more than you're hurting me.
It was definitely the way that this matchup goes, but not the position that this game should have been in if you are a Liv Sandbox fan. Especially after what we saw in game number 1, right? It was absolute dominance. And it looked like a DRX that were really struggling, but this kind of turnaround, absolutely fantastic. Because DRX have won some game 1s, but then been unable to close. Losing game 1 and then coming back actually shows a lot of mental fortitude, which is really, really good to see from the young squad.
Really good draft adaptation here, picking the Scion, taking a page out of Kingan's book here. And
yeah, as we may have cast a curse him, let's see whether Bertel can actually get anything done. He may need to go back, as there it is. Unbound Soul is going to come through there. Some damage was done to DRX, but nothing that they can't just mitigate. And they're going to continue pushing. Baron still available for another 40 seconds. Still, not a lot of sieging available, as this is odd.
They could TP in with bait.
Yeah.
They're going to do it.
Rascal is just going to tank this turret up. Oh my goodness. That is a lot. As Envy not going to be hit by a train this time around, but Kyle is. And Bertel's not going to be able to offer anything. That is a kill going over to the Maokai, as Rascal trying to get some revenge on Bertel here. 2 inhibitors are going to go down. 27 minutes in this game, and DRX are looking to close it out. They're looking to finish it up.
Really close early game, but ultimately Liv Sandbox mess up the execution. So much gold is given to DRX early. 3 kills to Duck Dom. He fed Azir. And Bertel can't do anything. Only dies once when he proxied, but just can't do anything. He's trying so hard to do something.
Yeah, it's not really working out. Rascal's going to go golden, mainly just to celebrate, as this Nexus turret not long for the world. Duck Dom going to take that one down. They're going to leave a naked Nexus and back away, so it's not end of the game just yet, but it's 10,000 gold. It may as well be. So let's see whether Rascal dies. My money is on no. As there's the knock up onto Kyle, he's real dead. As the Nature's Grasp is just death for all of Liv Sandbox. Envy walking in front of a Scion. He's got red and white guns, but that's a flash forward, and Rascal's getting his revenge. Croco locks down the kill onto the Yone, and DRX were only faking it. They weren't going to go back. They were going to win this game, and they were going to get an ace first. There it is. 28 minutes on the dot, and DRX bring us to game 3.
Just some really great skirmishes early game for DRX, punishing the aggression. Like, they handled it so well. I don't think this is a game that's really about draft. It's about execution, and so many of those early moments were so close to being amazing. I mean, the Nautilus play from Kyle was great.
Yeah.
Duckdom walked face first into it at level 2 and barely escaped with his life. This game was on a knife's edge of being a completely different reality, where actually Aphelios is insanely fed, this Yone is very far ahead, Jace ends up having a better early game, and it's a smashing 2-0, so you could tell the DRX player is very relieved with how this went, but they've still got a game to play.
They definitely do. I think the Maokai definitely a huge difference maker in this game, and blind picking the Jace just because, you know, you're feeling yourself, you're like, we can flex it between Closer and Bertle, it's going to be great. But it priced them into this very early game composition that required a lot of things to go right and for a lot of snowballing to begin. Otherwise, nothing really that they can do. And we saw that that's exactly what happened.
And the beauty of this game is that Liv Sandbox played it well, and they played it right, and DRX still came out on top. They played it out exactly the way they needed to. They punished very hard, and if Liv Sandbox had just kind of botched the execution horribly, you know, we'd be like, oh man, this looks bad for Liv Sandbox. But instead, it feels like more so this looks really, it's a good look for DRX. They handled the comp well. A big curveball with bringing the Nautilus, the Aphelios back, flexing the Jace, and everything about this from draft responses here from DRX and the execution defensively. It's a good look to bring us to game 3.
Definitely is. Rascal getting the tilt-proof honor from me as well. But we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then that deciding 6th game of the night.
여기 아래 몰린다. 나 치는 중. 타워에 있긴 해. 타워 칠게, 타워 칠게, 타워.
노틸 나왔다 이거.
타워를 밀었어, 타워 밀었어.
한번 더
아,
해줘.
상태야,
키남, 상탄 줘, 키남, 상탄 줘. 천천히 하자. 빼.
걸면은 노틸 봐줘 이거. 내가 봐줄게. 봐줄게. 빼봐. 나 공도 천천히 싹 보자 이거.
궁대 앞으로 질러도 돼. 앞에.
요네 블랙
앞에 피. 요네. 천천히. 앞에 피. 나이스. 에고. 제이스.
요네 잡았어. 나이스. 이거 잡아야 돼.
잡았어.
나이스.
잡았다.
막판 잘하자.
Hello and welcome back to the space where we talk about that game number 2, which was very interesting. Liv Sandbox trying to really push their advantage, kind of got caught out, and DRX actually finally finding some success, at least in this game number 2. Chronicler, what do you think about this draft?
I don't love it. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. The problem for me is that more and more we're seeing this trend where teams on red side just try to do increasingly wild stuff to figure out something that works, and nothing really does. And this is just the latest in one of many curveballs in an attempt to win on red side. That just doesn't seem to be happening a whole lot. So the comfort throwback is there with the Aphelios and the Nautilus, and then the Yone into the Sign allows him to skill for free. But there's a couple of prerequisites to that. With Elise early on, your bot lane, you have Elise, Nautilus, and Aphelios, right? You can't lose early game. Like you're not allowed to.
It's illegal.
It is, yeah. Well, we haven't said that in a while, but it actually is.
In this case, I think it is.
And the moment that happens, it means that your Yone won't have time to skill, so you're gonna have to fight around Yone before he's ready. Which in that lane, like he will have a free lane, sure, but he's still not gonna do anything until 2 items. And then they completely get boomed in like the second skirmish early. And even the first skirmish didn't really go their way. When you pick champions like this, when you pick a bot lane like this into Zeri, Lulu, and Maokai, you need to snowball. They didn't snowball, they lost the first 2 fights, and from that point on your comp is kind of bad.
Yeah, because then you're going into a Scion who just stacks armor and your Elise isn't ahead, so you're just kind of
do nothing.
Yeah, you're just kind of screwed. So we can take a look at the first highlight, which is really going to showcase kind of, you know, they knew they had to go for it, right? They were trying to go for aggression on the bottom side, which is the name of the game nowadays, but it didn't quite work out in terms of the execution. So why don't you pull us through this one, Chronicler?
I don't want to, but I will nonetheless. The power of champions like Elise is that you are able to zone people off turrets because your dive is so good. But Elise and Jace in straight up 5v5, you don't really win here, right? Like when you're clumped up in a choke point against Zeri and Lulu and Maokai and Azir, you're not going to win. And that's why you can hear the desperation in my voice. If you have space and you isolate one target, you hook or you cocoon them and then they go down, or you can throw Jace damage on top, like that works. If you actually hit your Aphelios ult, even though this early on it doesn't do much, maybe you win. But they took the worst possible fight for that 4v4, and from that point on the game is just over. And even the first one, where like the trade at 1-for-1, you need to do better with these champs.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too messy.
They knew they wanted to fight, and then they chose not.
They tried. I think that DRX, they felt the pressure, they waited, they kind of, to speak about, they took Liv Sandbox's mistakes and they were like, okay, we can fight them here, we're gonna use the Maokai and Azir, we're gonna clump them up, and we're gonna make stuff happen. And we can take a look at highlight 2 as well, which is around the Baron. And as, like we said, right, when you get behind, missed hook or not, I'm not sure it's going to matter. I mean, they nearly take out the Maokai, but then again, you know, you've still got the Scion, you've got the Fed Zeri, who had her moments very early on in the first highlight. And even if that fight goes perfectly, it's still very difficult for the side of Live Sandbox to win from here.
At this point, you're also playing into double Mountain Drake, which as far as individual Drakes goes, like already nuts, especially when you have a champion like Scion that skills as well. Also, Croco went for a more tanky build, so it's not going to kill them. And we talk about the mistakes from Sandbox, but simultaneously, DRX still having the confidence to keep going for these fights when so many of them have gone poorly is a great sign of development for them.
I feel like Fade's had a pretty good day as well, right? He got the LeBlanc pick into the Azir, which it seems like they were trying to bait out in game number 1. He got like 4 kills on that, and then now he was able to be in position and have a much bigger impact. Like, we talked about what Live Sandbox had to do, but like, Fade was doing a good job with what he's been given, and I think, you know, DRX at this point, anytime any individual player or the team is doing well, like we need to highlight that, right? So that's been cool to see.
Really has been, and looking at the final game, blue side, unsurprisingly, picked by Sandbox, should be a lot easier to draw from here, and I wonder if DRX are going to go for a curveball, or if they're going to try and keep it standing.
That is the real question, but another question is who was the POG from that game here for the side of DRX with the win? As we had a couple of names in mind. We went for Fate, but Croco was the other name, and yes, he had a great game on the Maokai. All of his ults were pretty much game-changing.
Yeah, Croco and Fate, to me, were the early heroes, and were really what cemented the early victory that really they were able to pick up, right? It wasn't an early victory, it was like, what, 28 minutes? But the game was won after this fight, and unsurprisingly, in a small choke point, Maokai does an expert job, dodges the Graviton, or the ultimate rather there, sets up very nicely for the rest of his team. I'm hoping for a split vote. I think there were a ton of people that did a good job on the side of DRX. And overall, I have been known to be a bit of a Croco fan, so I'm not complaining with this one. The Biwa Maokai working out very nicely here.
Well, let's take a look at the votes, see who went where. And yeah, we did also have one vote for Rascal. And I mean, while he wasn't one of the two names, he did stand there and build a lot of armor, and he was pretty much unkillable. Like, there were a lot of fights where he's like, you can't kill me now.
I am here.
I am doing
Acknowledge
this.
me.
They put a lot of damage into Scion. It's like, well, what are you going to do now? It's pretty
broke
much
his
over.
shield, like
They
twice.
did, like, a couple times. I saw that. Guys, we are done here on the space for this game number 2. Let's go back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, for breaking that one down. And we'll see how Live Sandbox are going to go now with side selection on their side.
I thought the Fate votes were great. I actually told Atlas right after we went to break, I was like, you know what, I have a lot of regrets for not voting for Fate. Croco gets it in the end, but also surprised no votes for my man Duckers in the bottom lane, because he had some really good punch plays. Obviously some questionable decisions in the early game, but that backbreaking moment was so early because of him. Let's go into game number 3 here, Atlas. It's the full games, the full amount of LCK for the fans who tuned in tonight.
Yeah,
I'm the epic conclusion.
I wonder whether we can get the full 6 into tomorrow, full 6 into the next day, full 6, and then the full 9 on Monday. Because that could be a lot of games. That will be really exciting.
More likely than you guys think.
Yeah.
In this meta.
Well, Maokai is going to be banned this time, as Live Sandbox do pick up blue side. Certainly will be powerful. DRX with counterpick is definitely going to be an interesting one, because they have Rascal, they have the ability to pick up things like the Cho'Gath if there are any of these tanks picked, but it hasn't really been Birdall's way so far, so I don't know whether we'll be running into that situation.
Fate has had such a great season, but because DRX is 1-5, I feel like he's not getting the proper appreciation. He's looked so good even in their losses. And yeah, when you consider it's Rascal and Fate, who's had amazing performances. We saw as LeBlanc in that loss earlier, popping off. Having strong counterpicks is definitely the way to go here if you're DRX. And
ooh, okay, so sticking to solo lanes and jungle for the bans here on Live Sandbox's side means that we're not going to be banning away enough 80 carries to stop the, Caitlyn Varus type situation that we might run into in the bottom lane.
Varus, Caitlyn, or Lucian, They could take one of the three.
Yeah.
2 of the 3 will be open. And they're thinking that Caitlyn is going to be the one they definitely don't want. So, in the past, we've seen NB prioritize the Lucian here. And considering how it's been kind of a Zeri series, I would imagine that is probably the way they're going to go. But, that being said, you know, VAR is still very strong here if they wanted to pick that one up. But it just hasn't been how the series is going. That's not what Liv Sandbox prioritizes. So even with it open, it will take the Lucian. No shocker here. And we might just have another Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami, Sejuani.
Oh,
Vi.
God. Well, I mean, Vi is up. So maybe it's the Zeri Vi angle for DRX. They could do it. The Nami and Draven.
Nami Draven
could be the other cool one. So Nami Vi going to be locked in instead. I like it.
All right, now you go Wukong, Draven. You're like, okay, what are you going to play Nami with? Draven support.
Yeah, Lucian mid lane. Bringing it out again.
You know, here you're going to see another lane that we've seen in the past. You see this one coming. We've literally seen this already this week. We play Lucian Sona and try to push in the same way. And I wonder if DRX have a different answer to this, because you've already locked in your support. You can't change the way you sustain the lane. Or if they're just going to feel like they're priced into the Draven. I actually like this Zeri a lot here. This is the same response we saw last time, where you're like, okay, no, we should stave the pressure off. And then we will really have both a great initiation tool in this Nami with a tidal wave that outranges Sona's ultimate, but also just have better scaling in terms of the damage output in team fights. Later on, Sona's very vulnerable to Vi.
I like it. I like what they're putting down so far. See how Liv Sandbox are going to round out their composition. Fair bit of AoE CC already built up on their side. A lot of pick potential for DRX with the Assault Battery that is now known as Cease and Desist. But the Tidal Wave does offer a lot of disengage options, you know, paired up with the bubble and things like that. So
Cease and Desist is about to be what you get in your mailbox for calling it Assault and Battery every time.
Yeah, I know. I definitely need to Cease and Desist from the Assault and Battery. I don't know. Anyway, the Kali going to be banned. There's the Jace ban as well.
Okay.
Banned from Liv Sandbox.
Yeah.
As they also don't want to deal with Rascal getting some revenge there.
They won't have counter pick here on blue side, so just don't want to deal with that. Might be a Gnar angle if Cassante comes through. Perhaps like, okay, Rascal, you can have Cassante, we'll play Gnar. And I just want to make sure they can protect that pick, because Silas is taken away from closer. So 2 of the great Azir counters means that Liv Sandbox could now just ban the Azir. Would, of course, give over an opportunity here for DRX to have that strong Cassante pick. Then they have the Gnar. See what they want to do with this one. Wouldn't mind a Fiora ban here, or a Jax ban either, but with both of them available, you know, you get the other one if DRX want to play that style to get to the late game.
Thing I would really like, Wolf, is Twisted Fate. That's what I want. Because
you've been wanting it for a while.
I have, and we did see B2D play it, and it worked really good. And now Fate could play it, and it could be good too. As Cassante finally makes it through the bans for the second round, and will be snapped up.
Well, this means Liv Sandbox can grab the Azir. And it might be a Yone game for Fate, potentially, here, if he wants that to be the answer, as the Gnar is pretty obvious. The Silas banned, and, you know, the fact that you've already shown the Cassante, it becomes really easy for Liv Sandbox to just pick this one up for Birdall. See how well he plays it here. Has been, you know, really on a bit of a high tonight in terms of his performance, even though he did not find the success he wanted on the Yone. His laning phase was dominant. Maybe in a few weeks, we'll be talking about this one.
Yeah, which looks completely broken at the moment, but not going to be the case. It will be the LeBlanc once again, and if Rascal holds it down on that top side of the map, which I have a feeling he might be able to do, then we could have a repeat of game number 1, where Fate had a really good time into Close's Azir.
Yeah, this time the game is really going to be about what Envy and Kyle can do individually in this lane and how much pressure they can put on. You see the Ghost here for Duckdom, heal for Nami, so playing a little bit of both sides here in terms of what you could do. You could heal and try to sustain through this lane, just sit under turret, but then of course chase with Ghost if Vi comes down. A lot of pressure on these players. You can see it on the DRX side. You know, you've been so close to victory so many times, 1-5 this season. And like you mentioned, it's usually a start of the series where you find that win and then it all falls away. This time they've brought it back, and going to this third game, it's a high-pressure draft where one small mistake can open this all up. But it's not a game where Birdall could just take this matchup here with the Gnar. Yeah, it's a good matchup for the Gnar, but it's not one where you just get 3 kills early and the game is decided, right? They will need to find more value in the solution. And I'm going to be honest, I like the comp of DRX more. We'll see if they can pilot it well with these players, but I think they have a stronger draft that is more meta and does scale very well. And the onus is really on Live Sandbox to find a massive advantage early. If they cannot do that, we know how the story ends.
Certainly do. Less egregious than game number 2, but still definitely there. And with Zeri Nami stealing it away from the Lucian, mixes up that bottom lane. It becomes less annoying and less repetitive for us, which is pretty cool. Seeing this Lucian Sona lane for the second time this week, when beforehand it had been how many years? Like 9 years since we saw it.
It was a long time.
Yeah, last time we saw it was 2014. Definitely a different time, but there are certainly some champions that weren't around then. In this game, top into game 3. Ooh, DRX fans making themselves known here in LoL Park. Very raised voices. Fun fact, I believe the Lucian Sona was played into Captain Jack, who is currently on the desk, which is pretty cute. It was Arrow versus Captain Jack. Like,
all comes full circle.
Yep, Lucian versus Twitch in that particular game. Twitch Nami used to be a combo that people would very much enjoy. Tycaller's Blessing, plus the Spray and Pray, as it was known then. Oh, it might have gone to Rat-a-tat-tat then, actually.
It was, I think that was the Rat-a-tat-tat era.
Oh, dark times. Very dark times. Thankfully, that got reverted.
That's like do you know the movie The Great Mouse Detective?
Yeah.
That's like, Twitch is actually like Ratican. He's like, do not call me that. What did you call me? Basil's going to have to solve why like Nami's E actually empowers the Twitch ultimate.
Yep.
It's got a crazy invention. That was a crazy movie, man. Thinking back on it, I'm like, should kids have watched that? I don't know. I was a kid, I watched it. I turned out okay, but I think.
Well, Kyle is going to be charging up Envy here to the best of his ability on this Sona. It's cool actually now, like, that Sona's come back, because she's got a whole bunch of skins since she was played last, because she just hasn't been meta for a while. So I get to check them out. I personally haven't played a lot of Sona either. So kind of cool. We're seeing a few of these represented. Is that the Pentakill one that was updated?
That seems right.
Or maybe not.
No, wait, hold on. No, that's not it. It's the really cool like technology, like she's got all the buttons one.
Yeah.
It's got the thing that like Mao is practicing these days. Chronic is working on some like
the finger drumming type situation. As Willa's wrapping around. Already they're doing well in this trade though. As Ignite goes down onto Dr. Arm, he's gonna back away. But Willa, can he actually catch them trying to push this wave forward? And oh, that is beautiful from Croco. Going to interrupt and get the flash out of Closer there.
Trade of flashes though. Willer having flash still up, doesn't commit. Bottom side there. There's a control ward he's standing on right now, so not as strong as he thinks he is, and uh-oh.
All right, well, Croco just going to push him out of the lane. All right, gets over the wall. Willa's going to make his way in, but Closer doesn't have flash. In goes Willa to try and save him, and there we go. Fate is going to be able to lock that one down in the end. Willa answers it very, very quickly, but still, first blood to the LeBlanc is fantastic.
That Q extend to get the kill onto Croco is why that's now Valdez's new favorite champion. No blast cone for you.
Haha!
But yeah, I mean, that was really scary when Closer went up like that. I was like, you don't have flash, and you can just stand on your Sand Soldier, and you're probably dead. But, he felt like he didn't have any other options, wanted to buy enough time for Willer to rotate up there, and will be a trade of kills, but first blood going to LeBlanc versus a pickup of a kill here for Wukong. Definitely favoring this for DRX.
Yeah, so far, as Beryl taking a lot of damage. They're actually standing their ground and going for a fight, because Croco is making his way in. The flash out. As now Dr. Arm, he can't join the fight either. Croco's going to come on over. No flash available. Kyle has to block the Vault Breaker. We'll see whether he actually can, as there it is, but he is just going to back away. No vision available. Wasn't going to risk it against the full health Sona. especially with the heals available.
Kyle really wants to push this even further and stop it back, but be able to push this wave in instead. Cannon wave.
What's the StarCraft 2 unit that Protoss has that shoots out those circles?
The circles?
Yeah, Cyclone? Is it Cyclone?
You mean the Disruptor?
Disruptor, yeah!
Yeah.
That's what the
AOE
Sona
thing.
looks like.
Yeah, she does look like a Disruptor, it's true.
Looks like a Disruptor.
She's got a little, like, spherical thing she's floating around in.
Yeah, very disruptory. I haven't actually watched any IE.
Disruptors? Oh, I've been watching a lot. It's been great.
Yeah, I need to catch up. It's been a little bit of League of Legends.
Tastos is back at IM.
I know, it's super good. Got to support our boys. As let's check this one out one more time. As yeah, good positioning here from Croco, making sure that Closer didn't have an opportunity.
Yeah, he's basically doomed when he's up there because.
Oh, was that an airy kill?
Minions helping out as well there, I think a little bit, but yeah, I think it was the airy to come through to finish.
Or did he take electrocute? Not entirely sure. No, it was an airy kill. There we go.
You're right.
Love to see it.
And look, I mean, that was really well played from Croco. He died for it in the end, but even Flashless makes the play work. Closer giving a kill over to his opponent this early feels really bad. Fate has taken those leads, as we saw even in Game 1 in a loss, and pushed them very far. Bottom side here, by the way, we talked about how this was basically what the game was mostly going to be about. There's been a little bit of action everywhere. It's going very well for Envy and Kyle at this point in time.
Yeah, doing a great job as Dr. and Beryl really struggling. Another Ignite goes down. Envy just using it off cooldown,
I mean,
as if it gives him extra AD.
He went PTA, too, on this Lucian. He's looking for kills. He's not looking for first strike gold.
Yeah. And this is actually what we saw last time when the Lucian Sona came out. So going for a little bit more of that lane dominance. I kind of like it.
Yeah, just pushing them out of lane. Getting a kill or forcing them to back is what you really want, because that's what's going to delay this airy.
All right, Emperor's Divide misses completely. Chains connect. Gets the extra damage there as well, as Willa has started getting to work on this Infernal Drake. Crocro's going to come over. Oh, is this another leash situation? Yeah, hate to see it. They're just going to do battle in the Thunderdome. And Willa's feeling pretty happy about the whole situation as he's following him up. And in goes Closer. He's pretty low. Fate also pretty low, as Croco is going to have to get out of there, and it's not going to work. Willa grabs that kill. Really beautifully done, as now Bertle, my goodness, almost killing Fate underneath that turret. There it is.
Rascal was backing. They do take the Drake here, so Infernal going over to the side of Live Sandbox, a really huge win for them. Really nice speed up there to come through from the Sona as well, as Kyle is just like, all right, we're chasing this, we're playing this out. Willer gets on top here. It doesn't have red buff, I don't believe. Yeah, he does not. Still, Croco getting caught here. Willer gets on top of him, gets that extension. Fate misses the chains. A little bit of extra damage there from Kyle. A lot of summoners down on the Rift after this. We can take stock. Fate, no flash. Kyle, no flash. Birdall, no flash because he flashed mid, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's real messy at this point in the game. And of course, it's getting pretty late at night, so you can understand why the players are certainly looking like they're taking a few more risks than they otherwise would. But, of course, no excuse. As Rascal going to be just making sure that Rift Scuttler does go down. Haven't had a look at this Narcasante lane for good reason so far this game.
Yeah, Birdall pushed Rascal out. He teleports back. Birdall using his teleport too, and he actually bought a Cull after that flash. He's like, you know, probably should just sit back in this lane and let it happen, because not going to have any kill pressure this time. Even though Wukong is ahead, he wants to play around mid and bottom. So just picking the Gnar into a safe matchup and playing it that way too.
Yep. Level 6 is now being hit for Croco, which is good news for the Vi. Cease and Desist going to be very useful trying to lock down, especially this bottom lane that is struggling. As you can, 74 to 46.
Yeah, 30 CS up. It is pretty huge, and trying to even further that lead right now. Some of these minions crashing through, so it's not quite the 30, but it is significant.
Oh yeah, this is massive.
And this is before Kyle hits 6, where there's even more all-in potential. And stop showing this.
Yeah, speaking of all-in potential.
I know this has been very, very exciting. Like, is Birdall going to pop? Like, he's not going to pop in this matchup.
Yeah, right? No, I don't. Well, you never know.
Willer also has 6 here and flash, so this is a very scary moment. Potential dive with the Sona hitting level 6, but not quite yet. Kyle, a few minions away from that one.
Fate also struggling a little bit here in this lane, as Closer has moved into about a 12 CS gap.
Okay.
Mitigated slightly.
Willer is like, I'm going to do something with this flash ult.
Yeah.
And I'm playing both sides.
Yeah, Croco doing the same thing as Kyle throws out the crescendo, and that is a full culling to the face. You never want to take one of those. Croco is going to learn it the hard way. 0 and 3, unfortunately, for
That
the
was
DRX jungler.
So cool how Willer played that, because he knows that they have prio in mid and top, or excuse me, mid and bottom.
Ooh, Emperor's Divide thrown into the abyss.
Willer is playing between lanes, and Doctom and Barrel are under so much pressure. With Croco there, they're like, all right, we have to try to make something happen. And Willer is like not even done with the pressure, by the way.
Yeah, Fate is still struggling. There is a mimicked chain as Fate's taking Sand Soldier damage forever. Oh, tried to catch it with the E damage there, but Croco not able to find it. Still, no cease and desist available, and so Closer is going to be able to offer some damage back as Croco doesn't have enough to finish off the Azir. You can see a bit of frustration in the way Croco is playing, understandably so.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, barely dying in that initial play, getting picked there after trying to get to hold the lanes together, because Willer is like basically like, checkmate, bro. I have flash ult. You guys cannot win this fight. Level 6 for my Sona is up, so if you guys try to come over, we're going to kill you, and that's exactly what he did. Then tried to make something happen because he didn't flash ult there for the play in mid. Does backfire a little bit, but he just has so much power and so much control in this game, and him just walking between those two lanes is pressure alone. Now, he still has ult, no flash, but you have to be so careful if you're DRX here trying to fight for this Herald right now.
Yeah, you can see Willer is going to be able to take that Rift Scuttler so that they have permanent vision. Envy going to take down a second plate here. So Kyle going to get engaged on as Fate lands some chains, but Closer able to mitigate any further push. And DRX looking to try and lock this one up. Willer on his blue buff as Closer was pushed back into mid. Fate just trying to make sure they are kept out of position, and Croco does manage to lock this one down as Willer looks for the Cyclone, gets it there. He's taking a lot of damage, but Bertle is going to be able to take down Croco. Emperor's Divide lands onto everyone. 2 Fates in a barrel, and Liv Sandbox are just going to eviscerate them.
This is not the fight you want to take if you're DRX, unfortunately. Like, Wukong is there. They have an Emperor's Divide available, and you've got to know Crescendo is coming back up. I was watching that cooldown the whole time. Kyle is like, oh, I can't believe they're walking into this. It's coming up in 5. He's probably spam pinging it. I've got this. And they still force the fight because they feel like, oh man, we're so far behind. We have to get this Rift Herald. And get it, they do.
Yeah.
At the cost of their entire team, and very likely this game here, if this snowball continues. Kraken Slayer is up for this Lucian now. He is going to do a ton of damage in these team fights. And you're trapped in here, unfortunately, as DRX, right? Fate misses chains here. He's out of the fight. He's already used his distortion. Liv Sandbox like, all right, we go in on the top side of this map. Ult comes in here for the Wukong. Willer gets that. Kyle gets his ult. We've got the Cassante. That's on lock here. Closer's Emperor Divide is perfect. And Barrel is like, where'd everybody go? Where's my team? I don't have a Zeri here. She's rotating up. She's not there. She's losing a little bit more CS. Bottom side 30 CS down again. And I mean, can you win this next Drake fight now as DRX with this Herald?
I don't know.
Seems unlikely.
Yeah. It's real dangerous. Herald, not sure where it is. Did it go down in the mid lane? Did it go somewhere?
Looks like it. I believe so, because it's the only place that's missing plates. I'm like 90% sure he picked up the eye, right?
Yeah, I think he might have, but maybe he missed it because everyone did kind of die. That would be even more sad. But perhaps we'll never know. 4,000 gold, the lead, at 13 minutes into this game. Liv Sandbox took that Game 2 loss very personally, by the looks of things.
And I really feel this Sona Lucian is a really strong lane into the Zeri Nami. We've seen this before already, and you're like, okay, I don't know if I want to play Draven into this because it can also be similarly bad. You don't have a lot of stain, don't have a lot of range. That poke is really going to hit you hard. But this lane has been played out so well, and I mean, Willer is just everywhere. He is everywhere on this map, and he's here again.
Yeah, they're looking for it as another plate will go down. Plate ganks, you love to see it.
And he can stop CS, he can get all these plates, and there's nothing Fate can do to save them, because if he goes in, he's also prey for this Wukong.
And now Bertle is just chasing Rascal down. Is this just a dead Cassante, or can he just do the Cassante things as they kill each other? All right, that's how you solo kill Cassante, is you get solo killed by him and also kill him at the same time.
Double KO! Yeah, that's very rare, but with the travel time there on the auto attack, he is going to trade it back at least, but
that was almost a complete disaster for Bertel, though.
Yeah, it looked very, very close to being a turn there from Rascal, but Liv Sandbox don't care because they have all the control bottom side during this. Bertel is like, well, I mean, no one's here. I know I have top side control, and you guys are taking the Drake.
Well, Cease of Assist going to be used as Closer has Emperor's Divide. They avoid it pretty nicely, and he's just going to get locked down. That is a very, very dead Azir. And the Hextech Drake goes over to Willa in the meantime. Mountain Soul yet again.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Closer's ult there. It looked like...
Yeah, everyone sort of just parted.
Yeah, if he hits that, you know, he's probably still dead, but at least he's going to be able to maybe pull something back with it. As Rascal here goes super low, and then Bertel takes turret shots, and he turns this one around. Really well played, and Bertel canceling an auto there. Will be a trade.
Yep.
Oh!
Typical Bertel.
I like that reaction, it's very cute. But also, I think he messed it up before he died by going underneath the Cassante's turret. You just know that that is illegal, and it's not a thing you're allowed to do. And hopefully he learns that just don't do that anymore. You're already winning.
Yeah. Now, I mean, losing Soul Laners here does exchange a lot of the gold back here into DRX's favor, but they're still 5k down. This Lucian is still a huge problem, as the Essence Reaver is coming. And
yeah.
Like, Sona, with the Shirelias in this draft, with the Wukong and the Gnar, like, her heals alone are kind of annoying to deal with, and her ultimate is very strong, but you have so much extra speed with this composition now. Like, Willer is going to run you down.
Yeah, and it's not only Shirelias, but it's Song of Celerity as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so strong. As Closer is going to back away. Envy looking for Docked Armors. There is the culling. Tidal Wave used defensively from Beryl. And yeah, like you were saying, this solution pretty strong.
Yeah, and Bertel's now left to a side here. Cassante trying to pick up the pieces in mid. Rascal's like, oh, give me this. This is not where I want to be.
No, he's not having a great time. Does have some shielding and, you know, plenty of dashes. He'll be fine just clearing out these minions under the turret.
It's really hard for Fate to kill anybody in this game now. Like, if he tries to get on top of Lucian, Lucian is so ahead that, like, Lucian just kind of turns at LeBlanc and is like, you get close to me for a reason or what? Like, you're going into my auto attack range. I mean, he doesn't even have Ludens yet. So, Closer is the only, like, target he's been able to maybe threaten, but never alone, right? Always with Croco. Bertel, another target that, like, you don't have enough vision to threaten him, and you need to still be farming on the opposite side of the map.
It's really rough.
If they win this game, it's going to be a really long one, where Duckdom has 3 items, maybe 4, and then maybe this LeBlanc is strong enough to actually threaten people. But right now, it looks like it's another Lucian dunking that just ends it early. Like, right now, that's the path we're on. That's the trajectory we're living in.
Well, some good news. Couple of mythics have been completed, Jackshow and the Ludens, like you were alluding to before. No pun intended on that one. As Shirley going to be taken by Willa. I picked up and should be used to crack down this mid lane outer turret. And yeah, 5,000 gold. I mean, that needle hasn't moved, and that is honestly good news for DRX, right? Because Liv Sandbox want to be pushing these advantages. But they are also a composition that scales beautifully. Like Sona in the late game, when you get all of those stacks up, you know, and you've got like basically 0 cooldowns on anything, you're just playing music the whole time, you're just having a great time.
I mean, the amount of money she's been given this game, too, is hilarious. With a 2-0-3 scoreline. Like, she and Wukong are not the ones they wanted to give the money to, but they're the ones who got it. And they both actually use it very well. And the fact that Lucian has denied so much CS from this area means that he's an item up too is okay.
Yeah, Willow's going to defensively Cyclone as, alright, the culling is going to be offensively used into Beryl's back as Fate. Gonna try and get them out of there, but it's so difficult for DRX. Nice bubble, connects onto Closer, but he just straight up does not care about it. Fate, oh my god, takes so much damage. Emperor's Divide does nothing, but it moves them away from the turret. And they are going to be able to lock that one down. So outer and inner both fall.
That's what
quick succession.
That's what I'm talking about with this LeBlanc. Like, he's like, okay, hold on, let me get in there. They gets ulted by Willer. He's like, oh, I'm out. Yeah, it was close to Lucian. Lucian, like, shoots him, gets that Spellblade proc. He's like, ooh. You know, it's not a fun time to be LeBlanc right now when the squishy ones are also trying to kill me. I mean, if Sona ults you there too and there's all that damage, like, that's it.
I think Fate could definitely die within the space of a Crescendo. There is not a lot of doubts in my mind about that one, as Rascal taking a bit of damage from these Hyper Procs. Bertle being frustrating, as Nars tend to do, as Teleport is going to come forward from Fate. They're going to see whether they can take down the Gnar. And Croco in position to do so. Fate now comes on in. Can Rascal find the Q is the question, as this Mountain Drake will be Mountain Soul Point for Live Sandbox. Bertle's going to back away. Good Gnar bar here.
Bertle just respecting the fact that he doesn't have vision, just going to stay under this turret, not going to make the same mistakes he's made in previous games, and just take it back here. He has TP.
Turret's at full health, as he does get taken down low, but he's already going home. And does get the Mega Gnar procced. That's actually pretty big here for DRX, unless he can get in real quickly and make use of it as he gets towards the turret. Okay, DRX. Can you stave off this Mega Gnar? The answer is yes, because now the culling's going to be used. Does the Mega Gnar even matter? As Fate connects the chains. Gnar taking a fair bit of damage, but also offering a fair bit back towards Fate right now.
Bertle just trying to build another Mega Gnar here, but there's a lot of time for DRX to operate around at this point. I mean, Closer is trying his best to put that damage through. Fate on a side here, trying to keep that Gnar out.
Yeah,
this is the best fight you're going to get is DRX.
Yeah, Bertle sitting at 50%, but they do have vision control. They do have the ability to get over here, and I don't think that they're going to be able to lock this one down. Now the fight is on. Fate gets in there. The Cyclone's beautiful, though, and Croco just disappears. There's no opportunity. Closer with the Flash Ultimate, and that's the double kill for Willa. Another kill for Sona as well. What is it, Kyle?
Sona on a rampage.
Bloodthirsty.
Sona's on a rampage in this game, 3-0-5, and
well, technically it's a killing spree, okay?
All right. All right, true.
But still, yeah, no, he is on a rampage. He is a monster. This is
a killing spree, not a rampage.
Yeah. This is what the Sona is supposed to look like, though. And we're gonna head towards the Baron.
That fight, like I said, was basically the best one you're ever gonna get as DRX, because you have Fate in position to try to knock lock the Gnar out. Not knock the Gnar out, that's not what you're doing as a LeBlanc, but lock the Gnar away, prevent him from getting Mega and coming back in. He goes super low. And if you look at this position right here, Fate's like, I'm trying to poke, I'm trying to do something, and then eventually Croco's just had enough. He ults in to try to get the smite off and just instantly deleted. And as DRX now, you're like, well, we don't have any initiation anymore. We're caught by this ult from Fate, or excuse me, from Closer, and like, it's hard to even quantify the lead here when you look at how many ways that Live Sandbox can both do damage but also deter damage. They have Peel and Burst in spades, and
no, it's crazy. Kyle is also like actually doing like, feels like he's doing damage. His Empress Divide doesn't do anything, but it's fine. They're gonna just go into Siege. Baron buff now at the ready. Dr. Arm cannot take damage from this Azir, who is so accelerated. Hasn't broken his stopwatch. Looking for that Zhonya's as item number 2, but the Luden's is done. And in goes Bertle. He's got himself a Mega Gnar. Let's see whether he can actually get Miller over the wall. They're trying to CC him down as he gets pulled down, but Will has already destroyed the bottom lane, and Bertle is still alive. He flashes to get out, but yeah, he is going to survive. And unfortunately for Rascal, you can't overextend trying to kill a Gnar that is just going to bait your entire team in. 6-0-5 here for Willa.
He has had so many of those extended hits. Like his snap is just longer than everybody else's. That one kill below the dragon hit where he just stuck it through the wall. This is my favorite, man. What a one-sided game here. The Lucian Sona finally works out here in the LCK, and Live Sandbox, they should be proud of this victory. Game number 2, again, some draft issues there for sure, some high risk. It was a high risk composition they put together with the Aphelios, right? And they still almost pulled off, but man, you go back to something a little bit more comfortable in game 3 and you just run all over this composition for DRX. And once again, DRX, another 3-game loss, and that's the identity of both these teams. Live Sandbox always goes to 3, but wins the 3rd. DRX always to 3, but loses the last. And that's the dichotomy of these two teams, as Live Sandbox goes higher and higher up the standings. DRX keeps plummeting lower and lower.
Yep, and Envy going to be the mid laner here today, as him and Closer just swapping positions. But huge congratulations here to the young roster of Live Sandbox, continuing to play well as Bertel on his chair, feeling fantastic after having such a good day, and understanding that his sponsor is the winner in the end. At least
I do not recommend
this matchup.
I will give the LCK disclaimer. Don't stand on rolly chairs. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Even if Bertel is your hero, only Bertel is allowed to do that. No one else is allowed to do that.
Or get a friend to hold the chair for you while you stand on it. If you need to change a light bulb, don't stand on a rolly chair.
Careful.
That's Darwin Awards type stuff. That's not what you want. That is not what you want whatsoever. Thankfully, we didn't have any issues. The Garen dance from Envy.
It's one of those moments where Live Sandbox win. Everyone's doing the silly, seemingly forced ceremonies, but you just gotta love this team, man. Cool Kids never panic. Counting out their sponsor, and
they didn't panic. They got to another game 3, didn't panic, won the game.
Yeah, I look at this series as this team has so much depth, right? They showed us the Nautilus Aphelios in game 2 where it almost worked out very well. Wheeler is such a good player. Like, I think we actually have to put him at least in top 5 of the junglers in the LCK, but maybe even top 4 right now. The guy is just, he's no longer Chobi's bodyguard. He's his own player. He knows exactly what he wants to do with the leads he has. Just one of many extended queues he has this game, but like, his pressure between mid and bottom forced so many bad fights. This fight also, great turn here from Live Sandbox. This is the moment where DRX really threw a massive gold lead to Live Sandbox, let's say. This was the double kill.
Yeah, a bit of extra money going over to Rascal there, but ultimately did not matter at all. This was nicely played by DRX, as Closer kind of knew that he was dead. But in the end, I felt like, Kyle pressed W and E a whole bunch of times. Everyone was really fast and super healthy and having a really good one. Yeah. That crescendo completely missed, did not matter. The value of the Sona was there.
Yep, he's had Shirelius too. This is the final fight of the game. The balls associated with it. This Bertel just lives forever here. And look at Willer go.
My god. Just obscene.
Bertel's like, can you guys help me out? Willer's like, that's what I'm talking about. You can see like how much shot calling Willer actually adds this time, calling out who has no flash and calling to end. LeBlanc has no flash, LeBlanc has no flash, push to end.
He really does seem like he's the one steering the ship. Is good old Willer. Big smile on Closer's face. He had a really good game as well, and everyone just grinning from ear to ear. Deservedly so for Live Sandbox. So they'll continue racking up wins here in the LCK. They'll even out the scoreline with teams like D plus Kia. But the game score certainly is suffering a little bit because this makes 5 out of 6 3-game series.
They keep taking the series and they keep pushing up into the standings. We'll see what happens if they make that top 4 in playoffs. We're still in the first round robin for a little bit longer here, but
only Fate managed to out-damage Kyle that game.
Yeah. There is a serious conversation to be had about trying to counter the Lucian pick here by picking away the Nami. We've seen it attempted many times, the Draven the most successful, but the Sona Lucian didn't work last time. It did work extremely well this time.
Yeah, you can see how it's supposed to go, and of course things can be very volatile, but it did not work that time around. And thankfully, we've got some gentlemen to take us through exactly why. So let's throw it over to Valdez and Chronicler to say goodnight.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today. It was a long day for you guys, but in the end, Live Sandbox were the ones to take down DRX in a very quick game number 3, kind of showing that, remove some of the oopsies, get ahead early, win the bot lane. All these things are very important in this meta. Have Willer on your team, that helps. What do you think about this, Chronicler?
So I really like the Sona. The one obvious downside is that if you do get Draven, you're going to be a little bit more scared. The big thing for me about the Sona is that as long as you're not playing into hook champions or hard to game champions, the champion is insane, right? Like you have actually very respectable poke, kind of reminiscent of what Yumi used to do, but she's gone. And then you also scale insanely well, even if you do go for, I know the less popular item build of the Shirelias, doesn't really mean that you reach like true deathball status. but you still have so much utility for the rest of your team that you can get through the laning phase. And when combined with something like the Lucian, both enables him very well and can poke very well. So quite like that. To me, you have to go with Draven here at DRX, but it's dog dumb. So that's just not really going to happen because that's one of the few champions that can actually impact. And outside of that, the DRX draft, I don't think it was great, but there's much bigger issues here than their draft, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that Croco can go from POG to this game is really rough, and it kind of ties into what I was saying earlier. Like every single game, someone on DRX, and at this point we've literally seen everyone just have a horrible game. And the composition from Sandbox, they snowballed really well. Bertel had another really good series, top gap Draskell in basically all of the games, barring the middle one that didn't really end up mattering. So I don't know, it's a tough look for DRX, and it's Sandbox again showcasing that they do actually embrace creativity a bit more than some of our other teams in the LCK, which I really appreciate.
You know, cool kids never panic, and they also go for pretty cool drafts at times. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was basically just Willer all over the map,
we might
doing
see this again,
a lot of things.
Because at this point the flash is already forced, and here the game still feels somewhat salvageable. But that's not going to last for very long. They do get closer with the area kill there, so Fate accelerated early. But this is really all Willer rather needed as he picks it up early. And this to me really is a good showing of like how not on the same page Croco is. And that is, I think in this case, mostly his fault individually, doesn't really check up with his lane states. But it simultaneously ties into the larger issue of you see how cohesive Sandbox is. Like the moment that Willer is going for the play and Croco approaches, 2 people are already rotating. And they're just so much faster in every single play. I think one of the reasons why this team has actually been able to beat teams that on paper are much better than them.
Yeah, we saw it earlier as well. We didn't see it in the highlight, but in that game, Croco kind of going in alone, trying to stop him from taking down a pink ward by himself, and then he's like, the bottom lane is coming in as he's dying. He takes a full culling to the face. It's like, they're just not on the same page here at all. So Sandbox taking advantage of this every single time. So take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which was his Herald.
I didn't want to cube this up.
We had to.
Yeah, unfortunately. As it feels like you have to contest this, because if you don't, you're in really deep trouble. But there's, again, the disjointedness that comes through here for this team. Because it's a 4 versus 4. There's no Maganar. Yet, why is Croco, going in on the very obvious Willer engage, while the rest of his team is just getting dealt with by Closer single-handedly? Why aren't they able to get anything done? And the problem, unfortunately, is that on every single play, it feels like they're behind the curve. They're very, very clear, very transparent in what they want to do, so their opponent just reads it and then executes better. And it's just kind of rough to watch.
It's pretty straightforward stuff from Liv Sandbox on the objective.
Yeah, they're playing super well.
Let's collapse on this side, and they kind of just won both sides, so it's just kind of crazy. They're just playing better. We do have the POG, I believe, ready to go. Yep, we do. Okay, let's see who the POG was for game number 3. It will be Willer, to the surprise of nobody, really dunking on the enemy team with his basketball.
And nice. Good joke, Valdez. As overall, the form of Willer has been so instrumental to how well Sandbox have gone. One of the big reasons why we were very skeptical of this Sandbox was, yes, Kyle was still there, yes, Closer was still there, but how much were they going to miss Croco? And as it turns out, Kyle still playing very well. Really, this is not about him. This was about Willer having a great game, but again, showcasing how consistent he is as a player, even in their losses. And then in this game, Willer showcasing that he actually has the better of Croco in a pretty large margin in 2 out of the games that were played here tonight. And my favorite thing is that even though this is a different roster, it feels like every single year we're getting a better iteration of the same Sandbox, because they've always been an aggressive team. And we've had the period of, remember, Summit and Croco, and then the aggression not quite working out. And this was a 23-minute game.
Yeah.
Right after they kind of got clapped in the previous game. It really showcases that this team is willing to really push, and they're always fun to watch, whether or not they win.
Yeah. Some interesting votes, but it was a very stompy game, so I guess everybody had a part of it. So It is what it is. Media kicked up. Either way, guys, we are going to go over to the interview. Let's throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. You're here joined by Berto Willer for the POG interview. Congratulations, guys. With this win, you guys are now on the 6th win club. We can all call you guys one of the strong teams in the LCK for sure. How do you feel, Berto?
2세트 때 조금 힘들었지만
Well, it was not, as easy. Game 2 was really rough, but I think game 1 and 3 was a bit stompy. So yeah, I think we had, pretty good game.
오늘 승리하기도 했는데 이제 1세트
Yeah, I'm happy that we won, but not only about that, but game number 1, it was a super carry by Berto, so we're now trusting him even more. I think this means a lot to us.
1세트 진짜 초 하드 캐리 해주셨는데
Indeed, we did see a super hard carry performance by Berto in game number 1. So we have the solo kill highlight reel for you, Berto. So let's take a look at this replay. It was up against Rascal. How was it? Well,
약간 상대방이 그래도 좀 더 공격적으로 하려고
I was
하다가
expecting
제가 기회가
Rascal,
주어져서
I think Rascal was trying to go really aggressive, so I was able to actually kind of punish those plays. And I got really lucky. Is this also because of the matchup, the J-Star matchup?
입장에서 기분이 좋다고 생각은 안 해서
Yeah, for sure. Imagine being the Nar there. It wouldn't have been an easy matchup for sure. And yeah, we just checked out the replay. Which one is your favorite out of all the solo kills?
그래도 처음 땄을 때
I think the first one,
나르가 스킬 그래도
because
한번
Nar
했을 수도 있는데
could have dodged one of my skills, which also could have put me in a very risky situation, but I was able to, land all of my skills and secure the kill. And Willer, we could hear you complimenting Berto's solo kill as well, saying nice. I mean, we all know Berto plays extremely well, but he did even better than we expected, so I was so happy to see him pop off like that. And Berto, after that game, now you are the solo kill leader of the LCK. Congratulations on that. Looking forward to seeing more and more solo kills from you in the top lane. And we had another Jace game by Lip Sandbox, but this time in game 2 on the mid lane, we had some new comp by Lip Sandbox, but you guys were not able to find a huge success in the end.
일단 뭐 주현이도 미드 제이스 되게 잘해서
Yeah, Closer is also really good at Jace, even though he plays in mid. So we were looking forward to some swap situation, but we had some accidents down on the bottom lane, and also I actually went for the counter pick Yone, but I was not able to find the best value out of it. I think the opponent did really great job playing safe on the top side, so yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer. And Willer, the opponent took Nami in game 3, so we had Lucian Sona comp, a very rare one. We haven't seen that very often.
이게 전략적 얘기라서 그렇게
Well,
깊게 얘기드릴 수는
I
없지만
can't go into all the details because it's closely related to our strategy, but we were not too surprised to see the opponent's bottom duo, and we knew how to deal with it as well. And game 3 was very smooth. I guess you guys kind of figured out how to play up against your opponent, right? Well, not like that.
이미 생각했던 거라서
We had some of the solid plans and win conditions in our minds, and it worked really well today. And Berto, we have a very interesting record on the side of Lip Sandbox. Out of 8 matches, 6 of them were 3-game series. Why do you think so? Why are you guys having such a long series?
이제 저희가 한 판 이겼을 때
When we win one game, like when we are leading, we always try to try some experiments. But what really matters is doing well in playoffs and making it into finals. So it's more about, gaining all the experiences. So I don't think this is a very negative stat. And on the Korean side of analyst desk, we had a comment from a Korean fan that everyone just loves your ceremony, showing off your sponsors, some cool actions on stage. Who is in charge of it? Well, I think everyone likes it. We all have our mind about ceremony, and also, we exist because of our fans. So we always trying to come up with something new and fun for our fans to enjoy. I mean, indeed. I think Leaf Sandbox is having more and more fans every day, thanks to your performance and cool ceremonies. Anything would you like to say to your fans? Next time you'll see another new ceremony after we win. So please stay tuned. I'm also happy that we got a win today as well, and always great to see our fans at All Park, and we will keep working hard in order to keep winning and showing off great ceremonies as well. Before we go, your next opponent looks pretty tough though. It's gonna be T1. How are you going to prepare for that match? Zeus, he's on the up and up just like last year. He's doing great. So if we can take T1 down, it's gonna be a huge momentum shift for us. So we will do our best in order to beat them. What about you, Willer? We always do our best in every match we play. So I don't want to say the same thing over and over, but I have a very close friend over in T1, Owner. So, he's a great jungler, but I want to make him realize that I'm also one of the strong junglers. And this will be the end of the POG interview. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. Man, Willer's really well spoken. He has a lot of confidence. He's really coming up in the league. This guy has got a bright future. Bertle as well, getting up there on stage. I think all that experience will help him with his confidence as well. We can take a look at the standings here and see where we stand.
Okay, I'm slowly starting to kind of get to me, but I'll persevere. It has been. And rather what we see here for DRX is not great. In terms of game score, they're not quite where Kwangdong and Nongshim are, but those are challenger teams. So your DRX, that's not really what you're looking for. For Sandbox, still doing hot. As they pointed out, they really like to take some risks, and that's you and me tomorrow, fellas. And I know people I think the Nongshim versus Quantum match is going to be really fun. It really is.
It's going to be a great day tomorrow.
I actually think so, because the second match is both high-level teams, important for the standings, and the other ones are a lot of my favorite players facing up against one another. And as much as I think the level of play will be lower, both these teams do love to throw out some curveballs, to play aggressive. So I think we'll have some wonderful games tomorrow.
It's going to be a close match. They're both going to be fighting not to get 10th place. It's going to be actually a lot on the line for everybody tomorrow.
They're both really fun teams.
Very fun play styles as well, and very happy gamers, just happy to be here, Always fun to see. But guys, we are done on the space for today. Thank you for watching this long day of the LCK, and we'll see you tomorrow for Saturday's Showdown 2 hours earlier. Do not forget, we'll see you there.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking Standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby.
Challengers roster from last year moving into the LCK.
Quantum Freaks as well. They've taken on CV Max.
Sinden, he did get below half health, and that's it. He gets a double knockup, massive play, jumping a billion times. God, I love this. 2-0 for Quantum Freaks.